Down at the pitch, the New Zealand team are out just on this side of the Toblerone. They're now walking out between the school children from a local area. Of course, Ben Stokes was a school child not too far from here, just a few miles up the road. He lived in Wellington for a couple of years himself, moved up from Christchurch. He's now out on the field as well. Jack Leach behind him, Joe Root with both hands on Jack Leach's shoulders. The England team just getting themselves ready to line up. There was a rueful smile on the face of Ben Stokes after the toss of Matt Monganui. Told Sam Ellard, even up until the point the coin was in the air, he didn't know whether he was going to bat or bowl. Well, not so today. Both teams would have loved to have had a first crack at this pitch with a ball in hand. It wasn't to be for Stokes, but maybe that's just a little bit of fortune that New Zealand needs. Two changes for them, England unchanged. But we just settled down now. The crowd seated either on grassy banks or in the stands here, now getting to their feet as well. The time for the national anthems.
National anthems complete. Welcome back to the Basin Reserve in Wellington for the start of the second test match between New Zealand and England. It's not going to be easy for England. There may be a sense of confident belief amongst England supporters that it's a formality against a rebuilding New Zealand side. But let me remind you that New Zealand have won 4 of the last 5 test matches at the Basin Reserve. 3 of those by an innings, 1 by 10 wickets against India, and the only one they didn't win was a heavily rain-affected draw against Sri Lanka 5 years ago. So it's not only the spiritual home of New Zealand cricket, but it's something of a fortress as well. Although Michael Atherton's alongside me, it looks a little more attractive than the average fortress.
Well, what a thrill it is to be here. This is a great cricket ground, actually. One of my favourites, I think, around the world. Right in the heart of Wellington. It's basically on the middle of a giant roundabout in the middle of the city. And you've got, well, about half the ground is grass banks that are pretty much full already. It's a very historic ground. Test cricket was played here in 1930, the second ever Test match played by New Zealand here. So as you say, it is their spiritual home. They like playing here. It's a green deck, emerald green. Tim Southey had no hesitation in bowling first. He becomes the 50th captain in first-class cricket to bowl first here on the bounce, and the last 14 Test captains have done the same. But it's not straightforward, actually, because there's a very stiff southerly breeze blowing in as well. It's quite chilly out there. I think we're in for a spicy first session. It's an absolute thrill, actually, the first morning of a Test match. I reckon I've played and watched almost 400 of these now, and I still get a great thrill on the first morning. It's fantastic.
Exactly right, and it's just worth repeating there in case somebody didn't quite get what you said. 50 consecutive first-class matches, including tests, that the captain winning the toss has decided to bowl first, and 11 of the last 20 Test matches, the team has been bowled out on the first day. So here we go, first delivery to be bowled by Tim Southey. On strike is Zach Crawley, and he comes forward, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket. Well, it appeared to hit the splice of the bat to me. Tim Southey confirms with his keeper Tom Blundell that was going over, but perhaps it did hit him on the thigh pad. It was certainly high.
Yes, high, not at the length of the ball, just a little short from Southey. Crawley looking to get forward, keen to get forward. And there was just a bit of movement off the seam, and it hit him above the knee roll. And Crawley's a tall man, of course, he's 6'4", so it would have gone over, I suspect.
3 slips of gully, no short leg. Here is Southey for the second delivery, and forward comes Crawley, opens the face of the bat, or it hits the outside half anyway, and deflects into the gully where Henry Nicholls does the fielding. The strains of Jerusalem. I was just about to mention the Barmy Army trumpeter Simon Finch.
It's got to be in the bandstand, hasn't he? I mean, how many cricket grounds have a bandstand?
No, exactly. Well, it just the trumpet seems to have gone quiet, and the singing is unaccompanied. Here is Southey once again running away from us from the RA Vance stand end. That's wide of the off stump. It's actually very wide, and I think momentarily umpire Chris Gaffney just leant to his left just to see whether that might actually be a wide.
Yeah, it's pretty wayward from Southey, but there is movement there in the air. Looks a stronger New Zealand team to me. A couple of changes. They've left out the 2 debutants from Mount Maunganui, so stiffen their batting with Will Young, and Matt Henry will improve their bowling. It'll mean that Wagner won't have to take the new ball, I assume. Henry will take it, I would have thought.
Southey once again, and that's again wide of the off stump, a little wider than Southey would want. Pick the batsman play early on, especially. Yeah, Michael Bracewell batting at 8, I find. New Zealand did the same thing, didn't they? In the summer against England, I think for the Trent Bridge Test match, they had Bracewell, who is predominantly a batsman, really. He's only been bowling off spin for a couple of years, although he bowls it very well. But he's batting at 8, and in fact, Henry has a couple of Test 50s. He's not the worst, number 9. Here is Southey again, bowls. Crawley comes forward, and once more steers it into the gully.
Yeah, Mitchell will have to do a bit of bowling, won't he, in this game? We didn't see him with the ball in Mount Maunganui, but so they've left out a bowler, brought in an extra batsman here. So they've got the 3 main seamers, Southey, Henry and Wagner. Then they've got the off-spin, Bracewell, but Mitchell will have to do some work. What you need in Wellington, particularly when the southerly blows, are good into-the-wind bowlers, people who can just kind of keep going into the wind and hold an end.
Is Southey once again up to the crease now, and bowls once more. It's a little too wide of the off stump. So the first delivery of the Test match was the best of the opening over from Tim Southey, who's a little wide. Well, I mean, Daryl Mitchell I thought he might have given up bowling or become a bit more of a part-timer, but apparently he's just been under-bowled or not bowled in recent times. But I suppose, you know, when you bat in the top 5, and he's been batting at 5 recently, you regard yourself as more of a specialist. But yeah, I mean, Southey said at the toss, we'll have to make use of Daryl Mitchell more. He might be very useful, actually.
Well, he's a type of bowler, a little like Coin de Grand Homme before him, who played that role of the all-rounder, really, that on a pitch that just does a bit off the seam, they can be very accurate and nagging, and they can be effective. So it will be Henry with the new ball, and they'll be hoping that they bowl better at Ben Duckett at the start of the innings than they did in Mount Maunganui, where they allowed Duckett to get a bit of a flyer, actually, by bowling poorly at him.
Right. It will be Matt Henry running in from the Government House end towards us and towards Ben Duckett, more importantly, and he's immediately off the mark, and England are underway, tucking it off his pads out towards deep backward square leg. It's fielded down there in the deep. Is that Neil Wagner? Yes, it is. So Wagner is unaccustomed to taking the new ball, at least at test level. He's obviously done it more at first class level, but it was a role that in recent years he was unfamiliar with at Mount Maunganui when he had to take the new ball along with Tim Southey, so I think he'll be happier bowling first change. Henry once again up to the crease, bowls to Duckett outside the off stump, leaves it alone, taken by Tom Blundell. The first 3 days of this test match were sold out before England even arrived. Oh, well, before the series was actually under. I think they were in Queenstown playing golf.
It's probably a combination of the fact that there's not been that much international cricket in this current season in New Zealand, but also the Bazball effect. You know, England are a damn good team to watch, and people are keen to come and support.
Here's Henry once again, and that's a good one. That's beaten Duckett outside the off stump. There was a belated appeal from Tom Blundell and the slip cordon, and there was a noise. It just didn't quite sound right. Tim Southey is now considering his options and about referring this. Tom Blundell, I mean, it was a late call, and it's one of those ones where he's caught it and then thought, hang on, there was a noise. It just seemed to be late going up for it, but he's referred it.
Well, there was a definite noise. The question is, did it flick the back pad? It was a good ball from Henry, nipped off the seam away from Ben Duckett, and as it passed there was a definite sound, but I don't know whether it was outside edge or just off the back of his pad. I suspect it is the back.
Close to the bat. Please confirm with all right.
The back leg, I reckon.
Alim Dar's the third umpire, and Duckett looks particularly unconcerned. He's very relaxed, and he's just had a little chat with Zach Crawley and Michael Atherton. Absolutely correct.
Yes,
Just hit the top of the thigh pad.
Yeah, and that was the instinct. Just because Blundell didn't really go up with any conviction, none of the slips did, and it was a belated review then from Southey, who stood at mid-on. Just didn't look right, didn't feel right. Duckett didn't look fussed, as you say.
Tim Southey will now be looking at his slip cord and saying, what did you talk me into that for? Henry in again to Duckett, comes forward, plays it defensively up towards mid-arm. And you might have heard the trumpet in the background. That is Simon Finch, the Barmy Army trumpeter.
Am I right in saying he got presented with a repaired trumpet yesterday by Tim Southey? I think his trumpet got damaged, and I'm fairly certain they gave him either a new one or a repaired one.
Repaired is what I heard. Yeah, it was repaired. Here is Matt Henry once again, bowls to Duckett. He's very good off his pads, as every international opener is, to one degree or another, and he's picked up another single down to Wagner at long leg. I don't know how it got damaged. Was it in transit? But anyway, word went out, and a trumpet repairer volunteered his services. And Ben Duckett is on to 3. And England are also 3 without loss, coming towards the end of the second over. New Zealand winning the toss, bowling first, as has become habitual at the Basin Reserve. And as I said, 11 of the last 20 test matches, the team bowling first has claimed all 10 wickets on the first day. Henry in again. Crawley drives a little uppishly up towards mid-off, and Southey dives to his right, tumbles, knocks it on, and Crawley's off the mark with a resulting single. And England move on to 4 without loss after 2 overs.
2 wayward overs, I would say, actually, as well, particularly Southey's first over. He only bowled 1 ball really that threatened Crawley, and Henry didn't quite get his line right to Duckett there, gave him 2 easy balls off his pads. So there is a bit of pressure sometimes on the bowlers when you opt to bowl first in a test match and you see a bright green pitch. Experienced as they are, Southey and Henry, there's just a little bit of expectation, and sometimes you can go searching for wickets. They've got to try and settle in quickly and just bowl as accurately as possible, because there will be a bit of help there in the surface.
Second over from Tim Southey. He's up to the crease now, bowls, and it's again in at the pads. He's overcompensated 5 times. He was too wide at the off stump in his first over. 2 straight this time, and Crawley helps it on its way down to long leg. And is that Wagner's doing long leg to long leg?
Yeah.
He's got 150 yards between.
In a left-right-handed opening partnership, you know you're going to be doing a bit of running. But there is nobody fitter than Neil Wagner, let me tell you. Him and Trent Boult used to have a race, didn't they, up that hill at Mount Maunganui, up the volcano. They did it in about 10 minutes flat. I saw you coming down there with a sweat on the other day, by the way. I bet you didn't do it in 10 minutes.
I got it down to 23. The first time I went up was half an hour. I got it down to 23 by the 4th ascent.
How did he do that in 10 minutes? It's unbelievable.
No, it really is. It's an aerobic challenge. Here is Southey round the wicket to Duckett, who comes forward and clips it out towards square leg, straight to the field of Devon Conway. No run there. Wellington is a magnificent running city as well, provided you stick to the flat waterfront, because it's also one of the hilliest cities in the world.
Yeah, and just to paint the picture for listeners at home, the ground is in Basin Reserve, as it's called, so it's surrounded by these hills on all sides. Fantastic.
Southey again, forward comes Duckett, again playing defensively out on the leg side, and there's no run. The famous tunnel away to our left that goes through the mountain. It's single file either way, built in the 1930s when traffic was less of an issue. But now, tell you what, it used to be really clogged up in rush hour. Now it's just really clogged up. About as free flowing as it ever will be at 11 o'clock in the morning. Here's Southey again. It's a half volley, and Duckett, eyes light up. He throws his hands at that one. I think possibly did try to hit it a little too hard and didn't time it. Got a bottom edge. The ball trickles harmlessly out on the onside. Doesn't feel, because of the temperature, I think it's about 15, 16 degrees. It might not actually have reached the forecast high for the day yet. It doesn't feel like a swinging day. It feels a bit chilly for that. 3 slips and a gully. Southey in again around the wicket. Duckett comes forward, pushes up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's the point I was trying to make, that there are 2 aspects to the conditions, aren't there? There's the pitch in front of you, and then there's the overheads and what's all around, and the pitch says bowl, but actually with a very chilly southerly wind, very blustery, very cool, not ideal bowling conditions in that sense. So yeah, absolutely you could see why Southey wanted to bowl there.
Southey up to the crease again, bowls, and Duckett comes forward, and that's a good delivery, and it's a very good defensive shot as well. Pushes it straight back to the bowler. 3 overs gone. England are 5 without loss. They were asked to bat first, and it's time for us to say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is, to Jared Kimber. Hello, Jared. You're looking remarkably fresh.
Wow, I didn't have to get up at 1 a.m. for this one, so this is much better for me. It's a comfortable time. I just wanted to talk about Neil Wagner. You were talking about how he's not going to be bowling with the new ball as much. So from over 0 to 20, he averages 39 in Test match cricket, which is 6 runs more than the average seam bowler. So he's a very poor bowler with the new ball in Test cricket. From overs 2 to 80, he averages 29 with the ball, and so he's 4 runs better than the average seam bowler. But he also bowls far more than any other seam bowler in the world in those middle overs as well. So he's high usage, and he's better than average in that point. It shows you how much better he is with the older ball.
Oh, Henry begins his second over, and it beats that Crawley outside the off stump. Jared, And Manganui, Neil Wagner, his first 10 overs cost 100 runs, didn't they? Which
at one stage he had the world record for the most runs ever in a 10 over spell. He ended up only with the second worst runs in a 10 over spell.
Who retained that record?
I think it was Yasir Shah. It was a leg spinner, I think.
Here is Matt Henry once again, and Zach Crawley comes forward, pushing that one straight back to the bowler. I mean, it was extraordinary. I just remember thinking at the 10 over mark that that would have been one of the 3 most expensive ODI returns in history.
Yeah, it was up there with. I know Michael Lewis had the record, didn't he, against South Africa in that 400 game, and also Rashid Khan went for a lot of runs in the World Cup, didn't he?
Henry in again outside the off stump. Crawley leaves that one alone, and there's no run. I think Mick Lewis still has that record, does he not?
I don't know. I wouldn't bring it up with him. He's quite an angry man. I'm not sure that I would. I mean, how many times since that has someone brought that up with him? He also, about 2 games before, won Australia a game when they needed 6 runs. New Zealand needed 6 runs off the last over, and Mick Lewis bowled a brilliant over to win the game. But no one remembers that when you break the other record.
Indeed. Of course they don't. 3 slips, staggered. First quite deep, third alongside the keeper, even in front of the keeper. He's gone, he's taken it behind. Crawley pushed at Henry's delivery, got a thin edge. Tom Blundell takes the catch. Throws the ball up in the air, and although Crawley hesitated, he knew that he'd got a touch, and the finger went up from Chris Gaffney. Matt Henry's made the breakthrough with the thinnest of feather edges, and Crawley is on his way.
Yep, Crawley's struggles continue. Not easy conditions this morning. And that was a good ball from Matt Henry on a good length, really, and just moving away a touch. Crawley keen to get forward and keen to put back to ball. But in the end, it just took a faint edge through. Simple catch to Tom Blundell. And Zach Crawley, what a struggle, really, he's finding Test cricket to be. That average below 30. I think England will continue to stick with him whilst the team is winning, but he could do with some runs soon.
Ollie Pope makes his way out to the middle. We had a wonderful interview with his parents who are at Mount Maunganui and are also here at the Basin Reserve, talking about when he received the phone call from Brendan McCullum to say that not only was he in the squad at the beginning of the English summer, but that he would be batting at number 3, and say that it's a position he'd never batted in before, not even for Surrey. But I don't know, Michael. What would you say? I mean, he hasn't torn it up, has he? But he looked comfortable.
Yes, he's got a couple of hundreds. I think before that game at Mount Maunganui, when I looked at the figures, he was averaging a tad over 40 in the 11 months that Stokes and McCullum had been in charge, with a couple of hundreds. So, and this was on the back of a very poor couple of years for England in the middle order. So he's definitely thriving under Stokes and McCullum, and in this position at number 3, which is a vital position in any Test match team. And he's going to have his work cut out here. Henry and Southey, and a green top and a bit of movement.
Matt Henry then to Ollie Pope. No change in the field. Still 3 slips of gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg. And he uses his feet. First ball does Ollie Pope. He's taking a little shuffle, 2-step shuffle down the pitch to his first ball.
He does this as much as anybody now. I know Stokes does it a lot, but Pope probably as much as anybody. This kind of slightly frenetic skip down to even the quickest bowlers to try and put them off their length. Well, it's one way of playing. It wouldn't have been my way of playing.
First ball though, yeah. It's just get those feet moving. Here is Matt Henry again. Once more, uses his feet and clips it off his toes through square leg for the first boundary of the innings. Well, fancy that. He's gone down the wicket to Matt Henry, bowling mid-130s, and to his second delivery, he's turned it into a full-length delivery and clipped it away through the leg side for 4. And England are up to 9 for 1.
That was a lovely piece of timing from Pope, who, as with the first ball, was a couple of steps down the pitch, just clipping it away leg side. Just going back to Zach Crawley, when he looks at the replay of that ball, I think he'd look at the length of the delivery, which was not a real full length. It's the kind of ball that he could have left alone, because on the length it was bouncing over the top of the stumps. And a good opener, or at least an opener that's looking to play for his off stump, would leave that alone. But Crawley's a different style of player. He's somebody who wants to put back to ball, and in the end it caused his downfall.
Tim Southey in for another over. It's a peel again, it looks too high. Peel for leg before wicket. Southey was very interested, this time not backed up by his slip cordon, and it's a pleasure to say good morning the very first time, and for the next 20 minutes this morning, Dan McCarty.
Thank you very much, Manus. Hello, Michael. Good evening to all our listeners back home. Delicious start for New Zealand. I've got a crow after being on the back foot throughout the test at Mount Maunganui. 9 for 1. We're into the 5th over. 3 slips and a gully. Here's Southey from around the wicket from the Van Stand end, pushing into moderate southerly breeze, trying to swing it back into the left-hander. It's high on the thigh pad. Dribbles out on the onside. So a old-fashioned type start to this test match.
Yeah, it's not quite Baz ball yet, but that's understandable given the conditions, which are in the bowler's favour. Southey hasn't got it quite right yet, actually. And if he does, he'll be a threat, but he's got to try and settle in, find a rhythm.
Moves in again, past the umpire. That's full of straighter on off stump, turn to square leg. There will be no run. You saw the wind buffeting him there as he was labouring towards the crease. He's only conceded 1 run through 2.3 overs. And the numbers can be misleading. First over of this test match was a maiden. New Zealand bowled 1 in the first innings of Mount Maunganui. But 5 of those 6, nowhere near threatening enough. He bowled well on the first spell. Not much reward in the Mount Maunganui, and he bowled full wide of off stump at a swatting drive, catches the inside edge and goes backward a square on the onside. So Duckett's just clearly waiting for some width. Boy, he made it look so easy at times, Duckett, at Mount Maunganui. 80 off 60. Just looked like any width outside of that off stump. He was very strong. Ultimately brought his downfall, didn't it? After hitting one into the cover region. Signs there, despite 9 for the loss of 1 in the 5th over. He'll hit anything loose. Southey, full, and this one gets a leading edge, I think, and goes over the gully down towards third man. It's going to be overhauled 5 metres shy by Nichols. He's trying to hit that underside, is he not?
Well, the last 2 balls, Duckett's, the previous ball he tried to slap through the offside and got a thick inside edge. And this one he tried to, well, hoik it really over mid-wicket and got a leading edge that went over gully.
Perfectly placed. Hard to set a field to that. He's back on strike after picking up to 11 for 1. Southey was full wide of off stump, driven back past the bowler. Got his right hand down, did Southey. Williamson around to his left from mid-off, slides. It's just a little bit damp, the outfield, after the heavy rain over the last few days, especially towards the Van Stand end. Quite noticeable. The players will need to be careful of that. They complete the run to end the 5th over. It's 12 for the loss of 1. England sent in after Tim Southey won the toss, decided to have a bowl. Crawley the man out, caught behind off the bowling of Matt Henry for 2. Duckett 6. And Pope is on 4. 12 for the loss of 1. Fatherhood's obviously suiting Matt Henry.
Well, he's been the better of the 2 bowlers so far. Had that review turned down against Duckett, but found some movement off the seam to beat him on that occasion, and then found enough movement to take Crawley's outside edge. He's looked the more threatening of the 2 bowlers so far.
It was a strange review. Everyone went up behind the wicket. Matt Henry wasn't interested at all.
But even Blundell and the slips, they didn't go up with what I would call real conviction. They were kind of a half appeal. And Southey, who's at mid-on, was then persuaded by somebody to review it.
It was a searching type review. 3 slips a gully, a point mid-off. Mid on, forward square leg and a long leg for Henry. Over the wicket, the right arm seam bowler into the legs of Duckett once more. He works them nicely backward of square. Long chase for Wagner. He sprints, he slides, he gathers and stands and throws. And they'll saunter back for 3. Can't bowl there. Mad Henry 15 for 1 as Duckett moves to 9.
No, every time they've bowled on Duckett's pads, he's looked quite comfortable. And you said how comfortable he looked in Mount Maunganui. I agree with you. The thing that impressed me there actually about Duckett was his defence, because there was some swing up there in Taranga, and he looked very, very solid to me. Much more solid than Zach Crawley at the other end, for example.
We would gun barrel straight now, weren't we, at Mount Maunganui from our commentary position. You saw that with Wagner swinging it away from the left hand. He was very assured in front of his stumps. Here's Henry to the right hander. Pope leans forward, stays in his crease, but will work a delivery from middle stump backward to square. Another slip and slide effort from Conway. You always know him as he's wearing the jersey and throws side arm back. 2 runs to Pope, who's on 6, 17 for 1 in the 6th over.
The problem for the bowlers is this right-left combination, so straying onto Duckett's pads first ball, then he's onto Pope's pads in the second ball. I wouldn't say they've been quite at their best yet, New Zealand.
Shadows just go away as the sun behind the cloud. Fuller on middle and leg, punched up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So we will lose play today, I'm told, Michael, according to groundsman Haken Faith, who, must admit, I show great alacrity, speeding across the ground just prior to play starting, asking him for the very latest rain radar. When I spoke to him at 9 o'clock New Zealand time, so 2 hours before the day's play, he just put his hands up in the air and said, the rain radar's all over the place, we're not really sure. He can't tell me when, but he said, we will lose some time today. Let's hope he's wrong. 17 for 1 as Pope plays a glorious stroke. Again, a little shuffle into the line of the ball. Hitting it away, wide of mid-off, out to the fence for 4 in front of the main scoreboard at the Government House end. Crisp stroke, 21 for 1.
Well, it's been an eye-catching start, this, from Pope, who has been basically using his feet to Henry as if he was some 60-mile-an-hour spinner. He clipped him away through mid-wicket in the previous over, and this time he's down the pitch again and hitting him wide of mid-off. A beautiful cover drive from Ollie Pope, who's quickly into double figures.
Is this the illustration of what a lot inside the English camp told me at the completion of the game? We put New Zealand off their length. He seems very comfortable at doing it. Crawley, on the other hand, tried it. It didn't work for him. See if he continues. 3 slips remain as Henry over the wicket. Edging, take it at third slip. Good catch too, Michael Bracewell. They call him Beast, and he put those bucket hands up high and to his left, and he's taken it very well. 2 hands, New Zealand have 2. England 21 for the loss of 2. Pope gone for 10.
Well, this is a fantastic catch from Michael Bracewell. This went quickly. Pope was pushing forward slightly across the ball, but it went very quickly to Bracewell, who moved smartly to his left, and it was on the rise as it got to him. A couple of things about that. Just the ball prior, when Pope had driven the 4, Henry immediately put the man back at square leg, as if to say, I've had enough of this, you skipping down the pitch at me. I'm going to put one round your lug holes if you're not careful. But he double bluffed a bit, he kept it on a length. So there's a good bit of bowling from Henry, an excellent catch from Bracewell. And New Zealand have England where they want them. A couple of early wickets and Joe Root skipping to the middle.
Absolutely, Michael. New Zealand, through Matt Henry, have 2 early. He's got rid of Crawley firstly for 2, caught behind the wicket, and then Pope caught it third slip. And here at the Basin Reserve, you often hear, especially around the first class scene, it's a new ball wicket. You've got to make the most of it. Over the course of this test match, we'll likely see it flatten out, become very nice to bat on. Spinners won't get much joy either on day 4 and 5. That's why 14 straight test matches. Now, the side winning the toss will bowl, not because it's unplayable, because it just presents the best opportunity to take a clump of wickets. And I think you pointed out to me prior to our coverage starting, Mike, 49 first-class games as well.
Incredible. It's an incredible statistic. But you can see why. There's a bit there for the bowlers this morning. You still got to bowl well. I mean,
That's the thing.
in that run of 49 games, there have been plenty of teams that have racked up big first innings totals having been put in. So you've got to bowl well and catch well. That was a great catch from Bracewell.
Yeah, very sharp at third slip. New Zealand put one down early in the first test at third slip. Might have been Southie's opening over. It was low and to the right of Bracewell, trying to take it one-hander. He's taking a good one here. He's Root coming forward. He's hit right in front of the stumps. Big shout. Umpire Tucker shakes his head. Matt Henry's looking around. Oh, if they hadn't reviewed early, I think they would definitely review here. And they're going to have a look. He took a little shuffle down Root, but it looked very adjacent. It's very hard to judge height, though, from our commentary position.
I think height's okay. It's just whether it was nipping down. This is a huge moment. Root's first ball. He was down the pitch a little, looking to work to leg. It nipped back on him. I'm not sure height is the issue. It's hard to see from our position, but it's hit him on the knee roll.
I can see gap between
Well, this is very, very tight, very close. Big moment, this.
Roll forward to the pad, yes, I can see gap.
Right on that
between
knee roll.
Go to the ball picking when you're ready.
How far out of his crease would he be, Anthers?
Yeah, he's come down the pitch. You might be right.
Outside the line. Umpire's call going over.
You could miss it. Go back on for the umpire.
Well, that's 2 reviews lost now. And what are we on? They had, 29 minutes or something?
That first one. The Fed might come back to haunt them. And now they are walking a tightrope, New Zealand. Just one review remains. They've lost one there because the ball is going over, clearly missing. So it was umpire's call hitting in front of off stump. So that's not a problem as far as losing your review, as Michael Atherton will make quick departure. Steve Harmison has been foaming at the mouth for 2 days at the sight of this green surface. Well, I think he was almost down the local shops down the CBD of Wellington looking for some cricket boots. He'll join our commentary. You're listening to TalkSport 2 on DAB, online at talksport.com via your smart speaker or by downloading the TalkSport app. Get in touch with us on social media at cricket_TS and at TalkSport 2. Southie from around the wicket, bowling to Duckett. He leans forward, pushes to mid-wicket and there's no run. 21 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, morning Dan, evening everybody that's listening. Cricket boots weren't so much the problem, it was the shirt to fit me was going to be the issue, I think. Yeah, I think
There's some tailors around here.
shirt and definitely a couple of jumpers. Oh, it feels like being back in England, but yeah, it's windy, it's green, there's something happening for the bowlers. It's always great entertainment, not great challenge, not great for the batsmen, but they always have it too much their own way anyway on a test match.
Well said, completely agree. Here is it, Southie pushing Duckett kind of onto the back foot, defends just outside of off stump and there's no run. So 3 slips, gully. Long leg is back now, square leg has gone back, just backward of square on the boundary. So just putting it into the mind of Duckett. Might drop it in short, but it might be what we saw to Pope as Henry pushed the field back but then continued to bowl a nice full length. Catching the outside edge and very well taken by Bracewell at third slip. Southie in again. Shorter this time, trying to cut away, finds point, no run.
I quite like this field, Dan, because you've got your catches in place, which is for the good ball. What I found at Mount Maunganui that New Zealand struggled to set their fields, largely down to the fact they were setting fields for bad bowling. Wagner didn't really hit his straps. Southie got some tap, Kuglein and Tinkner as well in that first innings. But here, I don't mind them having a man on the boundary because it stops the 4 ball. England are still going to look to try and hit 4s. They're still going to try and be positive, as we've seen Ollie Pope and Joe Root. But the catches are in place. The ball's being pitched up.
Southie in again, very full. Edging, oh, what a catch! Bracewell at third slip, that's even better! Scarcely believable stuff. Full length, one hand, bucket hands has got another one. It's 21 for 3, Duckett goes for 9.
And I was about to say, what an unbelievable catch from Michael Bracewell to get rid of Ollie Pope, but he's just gone past that. That was a fantastic catch. This is Strauss-like 05 Ashes, Trent Bridge. He is full length, left-handed, and he grabs it. What a catch, and managed to keep a hold of it as it hits the floor. It's an unbelievable take by New Zealand's off-spinning batsman, and when you look at it, Ben Duckett pushing out the ball again, trying to be positive, trying to come at the ball. Ball was in an area for him to hit. It's just nipped away from Tim Southey, and to be fair, I think the New Zealand captain deserves I think he deserves a beer for the all-rounder for that one, because that was definitely a wicket getting from a fielder rather than a decent bit of bowling. What a catch this is! You've got to see this. Get on TalkSport on the Twitter feed and see this. It's a magnificent catch.
Quite incredible stuff. Harmy, I was going to ask you, what do you do to a slip fielder after he's just taken the Pope catch? You must love him. You want to go down and give him a kiss. I don't know how you react after seeing something like that.
Yeah, you do. You obviously when anybody takes a catch at slip, it's always a good catch, because slip is a difficult place to field. The one thing I will say, I was never the other way. I was never somebody who, if somebody dropped a catch, I'd go and berate them or have a go at them or be too despondent, because at the end of the day they're trying their best, and when they come out with a catch like that again, it looks even better in slow motion. It really does. It's a great grab from his weaker hand, going away from Ben Duckett. He's caught it between his second and third finger, and just as he's hitting the floor, he's managed to turn his hand as his elbow hits the ground. Normally, the way that was positioned in his hand, that would have popped out. Not only that was a great sort of grab, it was good reaction to try and make sure it stayed in the fingers. Brilliant catch by Michael Bracewell.
He's a thoroughly nice man, Michael Bracewell. Always wanders around with a big smile on his face, always asking how you doing. But even that smile, I've not seen one that big. After he was mobbed by his teammates, he tried to keep it calm for the first few seconds of the celebration, and then the emotion took over. So here's Brook. First ball classically in behind as he defends onto the front foot, and I know Brook gets so much love and adoration for the stroke playing ability and all round the ground, but he's so tight defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. He is somebody who lets the ball come to him. He moves early, gets in a strong, stable, balanced position. Not a great deal of foot movement going into the ball, but his body and his head goes into the ball, and that's what I like about Harry Brook.
He comes down the wicket, makes it a half volley. Lovely looking stroke through mid-wicket. Might not go to the rope because sliding, picking up and throwing. That's Will Young, who's come into the side. One of two changes for New Zealand, but 2 runs to Brook. He's on 2 off 2 at the end of another successful over. England find themselves 24 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, it was a nice controlled shot by Brook. He's come down the wicket a little bit like what Ollie Pope's been doing, a little bit like what Joe Root did, but ball nipped back in and hit him on the pads where they went for the last referral. This time he's got further across onto off stump, and he's gone early, and because he's gone early, he buys himself some time, and his ability to just let the ball come to him and use the pace on the ball, not look to try and hit it too hard, meant he was able to smother any movement at any bounce that was come. And because he's in such sublime touch, just ease it through the leg side, and he got 3 runs, and he's now back on strike because that was the end of the over.
7 very eventful overs here in the capital city of New Zealand of Wellington after England's centre, Tim Southey, winning the toss. 3 wickets, Crawley on for 2, Duckett for 9 and Pope for 10. Root surviving a big shout for LBW first ball. He's at the non-strikers end. In fact, they got 3 runs off the last ball of the last over. This one's short wide of off stump, no stroke from Brook. He sees the ball sail high and through to Blundell. So for those who are checking out social media, as you encourage them to do so, Harvey, a lot of will look towards the green nature of the surface. The one thing here, good pace and bounce too. Those slips can have faith, and the carry behind the wicket is this one. A leading edge balloons to the onside in front of square, well in front of Conway, who is advancing quickly from forward square leg, no run.
Yeah, the way Matt Henry hits the deck hard, he holds his action beautifully. He's got a lovely action, comes in nice and smooth. His run up is not quite as fast as probably Neil Wagner or sort of bustly as Neil Wagner. He looks as though he's in total rhythm, total control, and then he gets to his gather and he holds the pause for that little split second longer, which I like, which means his left arm is upright, his action is in nice solid, and he can whip straight through and hit the deck hard.
Conway goes back to the square leg boundary. This one catches high on the shoulder of the back, goes between third slip and gully. Squared all up was Brook. He's going to pick up 4 runs, but again, that's Matt Henry to a tee. Southey swings it. Henry likes to seam it. That's 28 for 3.
Yeah, Henry hits the deck. He hits the deck hard. He's not quite seam bolt upright. He's got a little wobble to it, and that was a little bit shorter in length. Harry Brook, he's dropped his hands on it. I think he's played that very, very well. It's a good ball, decent area. He's not in a position to leave it, so he's having to play it, and because he has to play it, it's just hit the sort of top corner, slice of the bat, and he's managed to drop his hands enough to get the ball down, and Latham couldn't quite do what Michael Bracewell did the over before.
As the sun just breaks through the cloud, as Henry in again. This one's played late around off stump with an open blade down into the ground, into the gully region. More in control, Brook.
Yeah, that one just didn't bounce as much, Dan, I don't think. I think the ball before just bounced a little bit, possibly sat in the pitch, and Harry Brook, because it sat in the pitch and just stood up, made it a little bit more difficult for Brook to get on top of, but it also gave him that little split second longer just to drop his hands a little bit, guide it down into the gap.
Henry has 2 for 21, 2 balls remaining in his 4th over. Very full, straight delivery, pushed up towards mid-on, no run as Williamson is there to field.
A marked difference. They've been given a surface. Whichever bowling attack came out this morning when the positive result of the toss, it was always going to be under pressure to put the ball in the right area. And in Mount Maunganui, I don't think they even got close to the right area to New Zealand. Right. But they have in this, and it just shows you, no matter how good a batting unit is, if you put the ball in the right area and you ask enough questions, you'll get rewarded. And New Zealand have had that this morning.
Henry from the Government House end, both shorter of length, very straight, getting up around waist height, defending to the onside of the wicket to end the over. 28 for the loss of 3. Brook is on 7. Root yet to get off the mark. John Norman's going to join in, but in the interim, let's head to Jerrican.
Harmy, I've got one here for you. A lot of people have been asking me about Joe Root in baseball and how he's been struggling. So he's only passed 30 twice in his last 11 innings. That was after he made 142 against India, of course. That's very much Root maths, if you've been following Joe Root's career on Twitter. In the baseball era so far, he's got the 3rd most runs. He scored 811 runs, an average of 50.6 and a strike rate of 75. In the 2 years prior to that, he has the most runs, 2,200, and he averages 52, so just 1.4 more, but with a strike rate of 55. Obviously, the form of recent times has been the bigger question, but my question to you is, if he does average a couple of runs less but has this much bigger strike rate, is that worth him being a little bit more aggressive?
Southey in and defended by Joe Root. Over to you, Harmy.
Yeah, I think it is, Jared. I think it's about the team. I think it's about what the message that this team has given off. Do you know what, Jared? You'll know more than me, but I think the way Joe Root's played in his last sort of 5-10 years, he has played a little bit baseball-ish. He has been running. He comes in and gets nearly a run a ball when he comes in. How many times have we said, look up and he's 30, not out?
Southey again, shorter and clipped away for a single. Root gets off the mark. Interested in a second, but fielded at square leg. So just the one. 29 for 3 now, England. How
many times, John, have we said, you blink of an eye, he's getting to 30 in no time at all, and you're going, wow, how quickly is he getting there? And that's just not being able boundaries. It's being just that shot he has that runs down to third man, that he gets a lot of boundaries off. Then as a third man goes down, and he still just runs it down to him either side. So I think possibly in Joe's mind, has he tried too hard to play the aggressive route when he didn't really need to?
Beautiful conditions here at Wellington. Full pitched up and driven handsomely past cover point, despairing dive, and Harry Brook moves to 11, 33 for 3.
But to finish off on Joe Root, it's not a bad thing when you're averaging around about 50 in the last few years. He's a phenomenal batsman, and talking about phenomenal batsmen, well, he's not quite in the Joe Root category just yet, but he's well on the way to forging a reputation for him, and that was a fantastic shot, a shot that Joe Root would have been proud to watch from 22 yards away. A young man from his native Yorkshire. And that wasn't a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. That was a decent-ish length ball, good length ball. And Harry Brooks just dismissed it for 4.
Action-packed start to proceedings here as a square cut is unfurled. Well, no chasing that one. That is passed backward point in a flash. Back-to-back boundaries for Harry Brook, 2 Yorkshiremen at the crease, and I tell you what, Daniel McCarty, when he walked away from commentary, he was talking about having his chance to crow early on with that first wicket foul, but I tell you what, the chest was pumped. He's struggling to get through the door. It was very Darren Gough-esque in the way he walked away from the commentary just then. 3 wickets falling this morning. Crawley, thin edge through to the keeper from the bowling of Henry, who has paid immediate dividends on his return to the side. Southey's picked up one, and Harry Brook, big step down the track. He's going to pick up another boundary. He was attempting to play straight, but this is flown down to backward point boundary, and it's 3 successive scores of 4. And here we go again. This is Bazball.
It looks a horrendous shot, but I actually think it's a good shot for Harry Brook's point of view. He's got a ball which is in and around the sort of 5 metre mark, which bounced a little bit. He's driven for 4. Southey's gone a little bit shorter. He's square cutted, and Harry Brook's thinking Southey's got to bowl full here. He's got to bowl full. So Brook's come towards it. He's thrown his kitchen sink at it, and he's got the luck that he probably deserves to get the boundary.
Last ball of the over. Brook leaves this one alone from Southey. So 41 for 3 England. We've had 9 overs of action. And wow, where'd you start? Start from the beginning, really. Zach Crawley was out cheaply for the second match in a row in first innings. Caught behind the thin edge from Matt Henry. Ollie Pope was dismissed with the score on 21. England losing 2 wickets with the score on 21. 21 for 2 became 21 for 3. The Pope dismissal, a thick edge that was caught well, smart, really flew high and to the side of Bracewell, who had to get 2 hands cupped to the side. It went at chest height, but just to the left. One of those ones that you do see put down. You know, it flew so quickly, and the fielder is kind of caught in 2 minds about how to go for the catch. Tell you what, Harmy, I was fortunate enough to be at Trent Bridge when Ben Stokes took that catch. You know, in Stuart Broad's wonderful spell, the Ashes 2015. And that Michael Bracewell catch is up there.
It's up there. It was very similar to Strauss's at Trent Bridge.
It was. Henry again, and Root once again trying to get on the front foot defence down the track. It's reminisce, yes, of that famous Andrew Strauss catch to dismiss Adam Gilchrist. Hang time. It's like Michael Jordan-esque, isn't it?
Yeah, this one, I would say this one went a bit quicker than what Strauss's went. Strauss's seemed to sort of take its time to get there. The slower pitch wasn't doing as much. I thought the catch before was a fantastic catch as well, because that flew at him. Absolutely.
Root again. And again is forward in defence. Wonder how many Henry's got. This is the start of his 5th over. 2 for 21. And we talked about the balance returning to the New Zealand attack. You know, they went into that first test with Neil Wagner opening the bowling position. He's not, he may have started out as an opening bowler many years ago, but it's not one that he's comfortable with now. He certainly looked a far better bowler as the innings progressed. 2 debutants, similar in style, inconsistent as well, Kugelheim and Tickner. It was the consistency that New Zealand really missed out on, and Henry is in again, forward route. This is pushed to mid-on. But Southey's got someone at the other end. They're both bowling consistent lines. There's the odd surprise short ball, which is what you want. But, you know, with a new ball, green tinge to the strip, blustery conditions, you don't want to be doing anything too clever, do you? You just need it on line and length, outside of off.
Just bowl to your field. Bring your slips in play.
3 slips in place, backward point and a gully, and this is squirts between gully and backward point. The chase is on 4 New Zealand fielders, and they've given up the race. So the counter-attack is on. Root moves to 5, Brooks 19, England 45 for 3.
As a bowler, you don't mind that. You don't like going for boundaries, but you're bowling full. You've got 3 slips in a gully in play. You've had 3 catches behind the stumps. You're asking a question of the batsman. Batsman hits you for 4, especially on a first morning, first hour. Don't mind the big drive. Really don't mind the big drive. Joe Root's batting it, and a good foot out of his crease, trying to smother the bounce. Henry's got to bring his length back just that little bit. But this morning it's been chalk and cheese compared to what it was in Mount Maunganui, because you didn't feel as though the catches were in play when New Zealand bowled with the first innings with a new ball.
Henry again, right on round the wicket, and this beats Joe Root, who for the first time today looks a little bit caught on the hop, pushing the bat outside his eye line. Just a little bit of movement away from the right-handed Root there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
This is brilliant bowling from Matt Henry.
There's also good batting from Joe Root. He basically brought the bat down straight. He's played within the parameters of his body. He's not pushed at the ball like Ollie Pope did, or Ben Duckett did, Zach Crawley did. And if the ball does a bit from there as a batsman, you just tip your cap and say good ball.
Past the umpire and in. And this is straighter, pushed into the covers. New Zealand are alive to the single, but they can't do anything about that. Root gets off strike. He'll face the first ball of over number 11, but what a spell this is from New Zealand, and it's just, you could just feel it. It's rejuvenating a side that at times on day 3 and 4 they just looked a little bit browbeaten.
Yeah, they do, but that's fantastic cricket by the former England captain. It really is. Matt Henry's bowled a very good over there. He's gone for 5, so that's typical Baz ball. He's gone for 5. So from that, good run at the end by Joe Root, seizing that a good ball is being bowled. He's dropped the hands and gone. And this is not a surprise to me. Daryl Mitchell's going to come on and bowl. He bowled a lot in warm-ups in Mount Maunganui. Didn't get a bowl in the Test match, and I think this is a little bit of Tim Southee wanted to keep control and possibly not trusting Neil Wagner as much as probably the New Zealand captain used to trust Neil Wagner.
Do you know what? Colin de Granholm used to come in first change ahead of Neil Wagner back in the day. So I think Wagner's okay with coming on a second change. And I'm really interested to see what occurs here. Right arm over the wicket as Mitchell is in again. This is a little loosener outside off stump. Shapes to play, then at the last minute just pulls the bat away. Yeah, and
when you look at Neil Wagner's more the sort of bang in, halfway down, hit the deck bowler, and is the time for that right now? I'm not so sure. I think Henry's gone well. Southee's bowled with great control. Mitchell started with the first ball, ran all the way down to possibly give Joe Root a little bit of encouragement, because I think there was some verbals flying around when Daryl Mitchell was batting at Mount Maunganui.
Competitor Mitchell, this is pitched up, defended by Root, and you know that follow through from Mitchell suggests he's bowling at Brett Lee pace. I mean, he's, by the time he turns to walk back to his mark, he's about, I don't know, 8 to 10 foot away from Joe Root.
Couple of things in that. One, he's probably trying to get a bit loose, get through his action and finish it off, going straight towards the batsman. But I think there were some verbals in the Mount Maunganui Test match, the way Daryl Mitchell batted in the second innings. And I think Joe Root might have been at the forefront of it.
Mitchell again, past the umpire, and Root advances down the track this time. Ball just clips the stumps at the non-striker's end. That siren in the background reminds me of home.
Yeah, of Ashington, yeah. It normally is a police car knocking about. It's like the national anthem sometimes. But no, that there is brilliant from Joe Root. You know, the ball's doing a bit. He comes down the wicket. He's batting miles out of his crease. He's come down the wicket, try and take LBW out of it, and he plays straight, defends it straight back down to the other end of the stumps.
Full foot out of his creases, Root. Little movement, trigger movement back towards the stumps, fielded from his own bowling Mitchell. I wonder if we'll see, as we did in that first Test match, the wicketkeeper coming up behind the stumps, just to negate that. It was Mitchell himself, wasn't it, that had folks standing behind the stumps? Maybe not now, but at some point.
It's one of them ones where he is a long way out, even to the fact that if he just rocks forward and hits him on the pad, he might be far enough down for like an umpire's call, being too far away from, you know, outside the mark. And I wouldn't encourage the keeper to come up. I think it does too much. It's doing too much.
This is an inside edge onto the pad from Mitchell. Big shout for leg before wicket, but pretty sure I picked up two noises there. The ball just dropped short of fielder on the leg side. So a decent start. This is what Southey would have wanted from Mitchell, isn't it?
Yeah, control. Can you give me control? And it's the double-edged sword here of keeping control and having men in the right place. But because the ball's nipping around, you bowl stump to stump, having a short leg might not be a bad option on this wicket. It's a little bit like a club wicket you get on a Saturday afternoon when it's been raining all week.
Looks like the sun is a cricket fan. It's made its first appearance just as the cricket started. Root took forward again. This is well outside off stump, just knocked into the ground. And that's the end of a maiden. And that's another thing we didn't see much of at Mount Maunganui. How many maidens in that first innings?
There was one in the first innings by Tim Southey very early on. I think it was inside the first 5 overs. And then there was 5 in the second innings. So when you look at it, nearly 130, 131, 132 overs. To only have 6 maidens, it tells you not only how poorly New Zealand bowled, especially in that first innings, 58 overs, only 1 maiden, but how well England came out and put pressure on, especially on the 2 debutants in Mount Maunganui. But here they've got a little bit more control. You can set a field which they've done very, very well bowling to, and they've still got a man in the deep, which I think it's a good ploy. Stop England from hitting boundaries. Even if you get two, you're keeping the batsman on strike, and then try and put pressure on like that.
Yeah, there's a long leg and a deep square leg as Henry is in. There's an inside edge onto the pad of Harry Brook. Stifled yelp from Henry. He's already picked up 2 wickets this morning. Became a dad for the first time last week. Back in the side. And Harry Brook playing with bat well in front of body. That was an inside edge that on another day would have cannoned in onto the stump. So Henry's continuing to probe away. He's mixing it up. We've seen some wobble seam deliveries. Short and just drops short of the gully fielder. Now we saw that early on in the piece with Brook edging airily between third slip and gully, raced down to the boundary, and Henry's just slipped another one in there.
That's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty, a bouncer from Matt Henry. Brook's trying to come forward to smother the bounce, and that would have hit him right on the grill. Managed to get the splice of the bat in the way just in time.
Brook this time is wrapped on the body, trying to push the ball into the leg side. Henry fields, pressure on Brook here. 19 from 15, back-to-back boundaries, 3 of them against the final Tim Southey over of his spell, and that's another big point as well, isn't it? If Mitchell can bowl consistently, if you can just maintain an economy around 2.5, it just means that tactic of coming in with 3 frontline bowlers, Southey can rotate, bring in Wagner, keep himself fresh, put the pressure, keep the pressure applied to this England batting order, which has already lost 3 wickets this morning. As Brook rides this delivery, he's hurt himself, he's come off the hip and travelled down to the boundary for 4-leg byes. But Brook continues to play like a man who's just a little bit discomforted by this line of attack from Matt Henry.
It's been a good spell of bowling from Matt Henry, a little beasting. You know, it's horrible, they're horrible ones, them. Even if you've got a chest pad on it, just gets you just below it. It's in. It will be all right me now because it's in there. I'm well protected in that sort of fatty area, just on the hip. But he's got a long sleeve jumper on, but just troubled the England batter for a second there.
Yeah, the love handles might have a little bit of a bruise. This is, again, you can see Brooks trying to get on the front foot to Henry, and he's playing defensively on the front foot. Doesn't want to be trapped on the crease. This is an examination.
It's a good ball though, John. It's a good ball in a good area. And fair play to Harry Brook because he's just been clipped on the side. It'll stung a bit. Just emotions going that little bit more. But tension. Henry bowls another good ball and Brook got right behind it, defended it very well.
Yeah, you can feel the tension in the crowds. As Fuller, and almost dead batted by Brook. He's again forward in defence. Dive from Henry, but that's the end of the over, and the pressure continues. But fairness to England, 50 for 3, they're not cowed in terms of the run scoring. 3 quick wickets, 21 for 3 when Duckett was out. So quite brilliant and incredible catch from Michael Bracewell. Now, there were some question marks about Bracewell's place in the team. And is he in as a batter? Well, he's going to be coming in at 8. So that suggests no, he's in as a bowler. Well, his primary skill was batting. He's in as a fielder.
It looks as though he's in as a fielder, but no, he's not. Look, when you look at it, he's a good all-round package. Handy number 8 when you've got a bit of a tail, especially in Mount Maunganui. I think the tail's a little bit shorter here. And you've got to have a spinning option. It's somewhere you've got to have a spinning option, even if it's one of your batters.
Blundell's up behind the stumps as Mitchell starts his second over. Comfortable for Root though, just eases back, cuts this ball through vacant point, fielded on the boundary. First run from Mitchell's overs. 51 for 3, England here on TalkSport 2.
I'm not a big fan of the keeper standing up, especially when it's doing quite a bit. Mitchell bowls length. He tries to, doesn't sort of bowl that fullish length, the half volley length. He bowls that sort of in and around a good length where if you're at your back of your crease, you can have time to play him off the back foot.
Mitchell again and left alone, and Blundell can't keep this cleanly. You've got 2 slips and a gully. There's a deep backward point. Catching fielder. That's a wide extra cover, and then a wide mid-off as well. 3 fielders on the leg side.
If you just get a little one on it, if you just get a little feather on it, the key, it's a hard catch standing up. You also block first slip. And the pros and cons of coming up to the crease at this minute in time for me, I think there's a lot more negative.
Here is Mitchell. This is shorter, and it's there to be hit. And it is done by Brook. Picks out that fielder I mentioned at the backward deep point boundary. Yeah, you say that. I mean, we're at a slight angle here up in the commentary box at the top of the Vance stand. But from here, I can't work out how a ball would actually go to first slip. With Blundell, he's not standing behind the stumps. He's well across.
Yeah, he's well across because Mitchell needs to bowl outside off stump because that's where he's got his field. It's set, so he blinds a little bit of first slip. But because the wicket's doing this, that little bit, a fine edge is difficult catch.
Here is Mitchell, left alone by Joe Root. He's been speaking about how he's still not quite sure of the role he plays within this side. You know, he got off to a terrific start after he gave up the captaincy. He now says that it was a bit of relief there, really. But now he's kind of caught between 2 stools a little bit, doesn't know how to play his game. I wonder whether this game situation right now actually it's quite clear, isn't it?
Yeah, it suits him as well.
Yeah, Root readies himself. This is pitched up again, pushed into the covers, and Root comes through for a single. 53 for 3.
Yeah, I think it suits him. We're talking small margins here. The number of runs he's averaged from since he's given up the captaincy is still fantastic. Still England's best player by a long way. And yes, he might have got out a couple of times going un-Joe Root fashion, but it's all about the team, and it's always been about the team with Joe.
Last ball of the over, and it's defended again on the back foot from Harry Brook. So, end of over number 13, and the end of the first hour of play here at the Basin Reserve. It's been an eventful one, really. This match picking up where the last one left off. 3 wickets, 53 runs. Ollie Pope and Duckett have all departed. And speaking you through the next passage of play will be Frankie Mackay, who was with us in the first Test match. Former Kiwi all-rounder Jacob Oram will also be alongside her. And after a word from Jarrod Kimber, it'll be the returning Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, just wanted to talk about Daryl Mitchell. He's bowled less than 5 overs a game in Test match cricket so far, and his first game was actually against England, where he bowled 22 overs. So at that stage, they were really using him as an all-rounder. And since then, I think he's had 1 Test match, which was in Karachi, where he bowled over 10 overs. Probably didn't want to, having a look at some of the Test matches there. He just does not bowl very much. He's not being used. I would say there have probably been times, especially in the series in England, when the ball was moving around a little bit and he could have been more effective and they still didn't use him. So it seems that today they've finally come in with a decision, and the fact that Tim Southey mentioned it at the toss that Daryl Mitchell might bowl a little bit more, I think they're finally starting to trust his bowling a little bit more, and I think he's a very good bowler. In first-class cricket, he's got an average of 31 with 91 wickets. He doesn't over-bowl, but when the conditions are in his favour, I think he's very tidy, and he's certainly maybe sort of more of an old-style player, manners in that way, in a batter who can get you through 5 or 10 overs a day, like Paul Collingwood or early career Arjuna Ranatunga.
Jared, you must have read my mind, because as you were talking about him, I was just about to say, who does he remind you of from yesteryear? The former South African captain, Hansie Cronje.
Yeah, he's another good one.
Was
Yeah,
quite similar.
with Graham Gooch. Gooch used to bowl
Yeah.
those kinds of overs. Mike Hussey did it for Australia. It's completely disappeared, partly because batters don't work on their bowling anymore because of throwdowns and net bowlers these days.
Steve Waugh?
Steve Waugh was a bit better than that, wasn't he?
I can't remember. You tell me.
Yeah, I think Steve Waugh came into the team as an all-rounder, so I think Steve Waugh is probably more in the Colin de Grandhomme, version of that, until his hamstrings probably got the better of him. Whereas I think what you're talking about, you look at Daryl Mitchell, early career, he really doesn't bowl a lot in first-class cricket. It's probably something that he got good at over time, probably through white ball cricket, bowled a couple of overs, gets it to nip around a little bit, and is quite handy, especially in New Zealand conditions. He's quite an ideal bowler to be your fifth bowler in that location.
Well, I think Daryl Mitchell has looked pretty useful, and respectable speeds as well, varying between 120 kilometres an hour and 127, and I'm delighted to say for the first time on commentary on TalkSport 2 we are welcoming Jacob Oram. Hello, Jake.
Nice to see you again. It's good to be here.
You've made your way from South Africa, right? Were you coaching in the SA20?
Yeah, I was with the MI Cape Town team. The less said the better. We did not qualify for the semi-finals, so it was a great 6 weeks, amazing tournament. I mean, obviously the Indian investment behind the whole product, but it was, good weather, good teams, amazing cricket played very high standard. We didn't quite hit the levels we wanted to, but it was a great tournament to be part of for sure.
Okay, last word on the Mumbai Indians, the Cape Town franchise then, because in many ways it sums up the closeness of you get a player auction, and by definition it means the teams are going to be closely matched, and MI Cape Town were the glamour boys and had the big names, and they were expected to feature.
You're not helping me here.
Yeah. It had nothing to do with the coaching, Jake. I'm quite sure about that. Okay, let's concentrate on this now. The drinks have been taken, and welcome to our listeners on TalkSport as well, as Matt Henry continues back of a length on the back foot, pushed away defensively by Joe Root, out into the covers on the offside. It's turning into an absolutely glorious day. I thought that we'd used up a year's worth of cricket luck before and during the Mount Maunganui Test match. The area somehow avoided Cyclone Gabrielle 3 days before. The rain was torrential, and then the weather forecast during the test was awful, and we had 4 days of glorious sunshine, temperatures in the early to mid-20s. Root now plays defensively, pushing it up towards mid-on. And then 48 hours ago, the forecast for the first 2 days of this test match were terrible as well, and well, I don't know about Wellington weather. It is just gloriously unpredictable.
Well, I saw an interview with Devon Conway 2 nights ago, and they were talking about the weather forecast and what he thought being a local, and he said the one thing he has learned is not to trust the forecast, and he was dead right. I see tomorrow's a bit iffy, but let's see what it brings.
Outside the off stump here, Root leaves alone. How long can Matt Henry keep going? He's bowled absolutely beautifully. We'll take one iffy day. It looked like there wouldn't be a test match at Mount Maunganui beforehand.
Well, the other thing is, it doesn't matter if we lose a day or two, the way the pace and tempo, the way England play. We only need 3 days to get a result, which is not a bad thing from an entertainment perspective. From a Test cricket purist, I still get a headache watching how it's unfolding, and just the change that England has brought to Test cricket, which has been so successful and sustainable.
Henry in again. That's wide of the off stump, harmlessly left alone by Root and taken by Tom Blundell. Listeners on TalkSport joining us for our ball-by-ball coverage on TalkSport 2 may want to know, and I'm going to tell you, if you do, how England lost their first 3 wickets. Zach Crawley caught behind by Tom Blundell. Beauty from Matt Henry back into the team after paternity leave in the first test match. Crawley went for 2, Ben Duckett for 9, Ollie Pope for 10. Henry is in once again, and Root tries to turn it away out in the onside. It's nicely fielded by Henry off his own bowling. So Ollie Pope danced down the wicket to his first 2 deliveries from Matt Henry, but eventually was edging to third slip, where Michael Bracewell took the first of 2 very fine catches at third slip. Pope went for 10 from only 6 balls, and Ben Duckett also caught at third slip. Root now pushes into the covers and sets off for a single, which he completes quite comfortably, fielded at cover point. Duckett had made 9. He was spectacularly caught by Bracewell diving to his left at third slip, took it one-handed. It bobbled out as he dived, but he managed to gather it to his chest as he landed, and England were 21 for 3. They've now moved on to 54 for 3. Frankie Mackay's alongside Jake Oram as well. So early vindication of the decision to bowl first, but mind you, everyone bowls first at Wellington.
Yeah, that is the way. Everyone has a trundle first up. I think it's now 49 first class captains in a row. Won the toss at the Basin Reserve and had a bowl first, so it wasn't much of a head scratcher this morning.
Here's Daryl Mitchell, short, wide and cut, slapped away by Harry Brook down towards by Joe Root, beg your pardon. He moves into double figures with a single to deep backward point, 55 for 3.
I will add to that, though. I don't think, and we'd agree, hopefully, that it hasn't been unplayable. It's done enough. There's been something in there, and I think Matt Henry's bowled exceptionally well. And that's the key. You still have to bowl well on a wicket that's giving you something. You can't just rock up and bowl anywhere near the stumps and you've got a chance. It hasn't been a pitch like that. I just think Henry, a little bit of Southey, but Henry in particular has bowled in just great areas.
Mitchell in again, full, and steered by Harry Brook to that man at deep backward point. Ben Stokes actually was really good in the press conference, pre-match captain's press conference yesterday, and he said you get a sense of what a ground is like and what it offers from the honours board. He said, there's lots of 5-wicket hauls up there and lots of hundreds, and but there aren't too many 5 for 35s. There was sort of 5 for 80 kind of situation. He said, and there's a number of 150 plus 200 scores as well. Mitchell in once again. It's short and wide and steered, late cut almost really by Joe Root. Man at deep backward point on the boundary fields for the 3rd time in a row. So in recent years, anyway, it tends to have offered the bowlers quite a bit up front and then flattened out.
I like this. I like Mitchell. Sorry to interrupt, Neil. Mitchell's push Blundell back. I had a real issue with him standing up after he bowled a maiden first over. It does change the psyche of us. And I know Mitchell's a batter who bowls in terms of an all-rounder, but he bowled a maiden and bowled really well first over. Next time Blundell comes up, he's been hit to deep point nearly every ball, it feels like.
Here's Mitchell once again, and that's a beautiful shot from Harry Brook. Straight drive. Tried, I think, it looked like he was almost trying to get underneath that one and actually looking for some elevation to hit it for 6 back over the bowler's head. She did it come off the toe end of the bat, just didn't quite time it.
Yeah, well, it's not deep point. it's another area of the ground, but just to extend what I was saying, and I saw you nod your head as well, the keeper stands up. You feel like you've almost got to bowl shorter in a strange way. It just changes. It's like a run-up. It's a feel. It's a rhythm thing.
Here is Mitchell once again, and that one is steered by Brook straight to gully. And I'm glad you pointed out that it was Daryl Mitchell saying, "Listen, Tom, okay, well done. You've stood up for a couple of overs now. Could you drop back, please?" It's got nothing to do with the pace, has it? Nothing at all. But I think what made Tom Blundell do it was the fact that Brook and Root are both inclined to take a little skip down the pitch. They both enjoy doing that. Here is Mitchell once again, and steered into the gully, and there's no run. So really, I think Blundell's decision was made on the basis of who the batters were, rather than anything to do with the bowler. 15 overs gone, England losing the toss, batting first, 61 for 3. Early days to call it a fight back, but at 21 for 3, I tell you what, I had the feel of a 14 or 15 wicket day.
Well, Root had only faced one ball when Brook came out, and I thought this is the opportunity. Even if You know, it took a couple of overs, but if there was another edge, another wicket, and England are 30 for 4, that's New Zealand's chance. I mean, how quickly England score, you feel like the game's getting away from you. But at the end of the day, if New Zealand was said at the start they'd have England 60 for 3, they'd take it. But from 20 for 3, you just feel like with the run rate where it is, that England can take the game away. And we saw that at the Mount when they declared on the night of the first day to bowl under lights, like saying, oh, we've got enough, sweet, we want to bowl in these conditions.
Matt Henry continues outside the off stump. This one, Tim Southey is back on at the Government House end. Yeah, and that's the thing, Jake, Frankie, both of you. I mean, they're 61 for 3, but scoring at 4 and over. They're 3 down, they're scoring at 4 and over. Harry Brook's just absolutely fearless. Again, I mean, he's got 25 off 25 balls with 5 boundaries. Joe Root's got 11 off 27, so he's at the moment playing the role of the designated driver. Harry Brook's just in party mode. Down the wicket, there you go. There's once again Root taking a walk down the pitch.
Well, as I said before, it does confuse me what's going on, but because that's 11 out of 12 tests England have won playing like this in this tempo, it obviously shows that it works for them and the characters they have in their dressing room and the skills they possess. But you know, it's 130 years of trying to change the template here, or whatever Test cricket's age is. But seeing it is quite cool and it's entertaining. I mean, Harry Brook, his career strike rate's 100.
Outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run.
I mean, small sample size, and I only know this. I'm not a cricket nuffy, I just looked at it before. But he's only played 5 tests, but averages like 80, striking at 100. You know, and if that continues even for another 10, 20, I mean, serious player. But it just changes how you think about Test cricket and how it should be played.
And there are so many little examples. I mean, that's quite a big example, but actual real examples. You know, that people who think that England's way is just to go hard at the bowling. It's not that. That's pushed again up towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's fielded by Kane Williamson. So you recognise moments, don't you? I mean, at 21 for 3, if you recognise this as a moment in which you could be bowled out cheaply by being tentative, and then you say to yourself, well, a counter-attack is actually what is required here, but then what if I get out? What if I get out counter-attacking, playing a big shot, and then we're suddenly 30 for 4? Down the wicket comes Root once again, using his feet to Tim Southey, counteract the swing, pushes it out towards cover. That's what we talk about by the removing of the fear of failure. And that's where Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes said, mate, you've identified that counter-attack is the way to go. Do it. Don't worry about it. If we're 30 for 4, we'll make another plan.
It was almost as well Ben Stokes, the way he spoke about the game. He said, actually, tactics don't need to change that much from the day-night test. You know, if we score quickly enough that we're bowled out or we declare.
Played away defensively off the back foot by Root, no run.
It actually means we get to have a chance to bowl on day one, which isn't a bad thing at all. So it's that really aggressive mindset of always thinking of a result, always thinking of a way to get ahead of the game. How often would you have teams talking about day one of a test match on a green top saying, actually, we want to score quickly, and if we get bowled out, great, we get to have a bowl.
You're so right, Jacob Orr, about changing the way that you think about Test cricket, and it has. It's been perpetuated for over a century. I think the first Test match was 145 years ago, but yeah, you basically, Test cricket has been by and large played and thought about and treated with the same reverence for over a century.
I've sat in dressing rooms where you've lost the toss and you're batting on a green one, and the conversation is always like, let's see off the shine, let's see off the new ball, let's, runs are irrelevant, let's just, one down at drinks for whatever it may be for 25-30. That would be the template for most teams. If you get a few more, you get a couple of edges through gully, you get a drive down the ground, yep, you might be on 40 or 50, but that was Test cricket. You're just seeing, if they keep going like this, they'll be on 100 off the first session. There might be 4 or 5 down, but the game has moved on. And I think you're right. You said before, the removal of fear and the anxiety with getting out has just gone. It's just play your game, play to your strengths. Don't worry about the conditions, or maybe that comes into consideration, but it's so consistent in how they are performing out in the middle.
Neil Wagner into the attack with a big in-swing, a booming in-swinger. and it's clipped off his toes nicely by Harry Brook for a single out towards deep backward square leg. He moves on to 26 from as many balls. Yeah, it's kind of rock music in a church, isn't it? Sort of vibe to it, the way England going about this. They're not. South Africa's captain Dean Elgar sort of verged on calling it disrespectful to Test cricket during the English summer, which didn't go down very well. I think they are respecting Test cricket very much. Oh, Wagner in again and tumbles over in his follow-through. And it's clipped nicely off his toes by Joe Root out to the man on the deep square leg boundary. And they go through for a couple more. Joe Root on to 13. Harry Brook has 26. England 64 for 3. Losing the toss, being asked to bat first. And, well, by recent standards, they're pedestrian, scoring at 4 and over.
I think the bottom line, Neil, is that they're winning. You know, if they weren't coming out on the positive side, that we'd be having much different narrative around this.
Wagner in again, and that's driven and very, very, very well fielded at cover by Michael Bracewell, who's outstanding wherever he fields and diving to his right there. Yeah, they're exactly right. But you know what is really interesting, Jake, is that, you know, people have said, well, okay, well, right, they did it against New Zealand. Let's see if they do it against India. And they did it against India. Okay, well, let's see how they go against South Africa. Oh, actually, let's see how they go in Pakistan. Let's see how they score there. Well, 6 and over.
Well, okay, now I'm looking forward to the Ashes.
Yes, exactly.
McCullum v. Vittori.
Big in-swinger once again, and it's defended by Joe Root. You're not the only one. I mean, you know, McCullum and Stokes said that when they came together, they said, we just want people to be interested in Test cricket again. We want to draw people back to Test cricket. Frankie and I were talking about it at Maunganui, and we said, well, I wonder what their next target is, because they've done that already. And it is. The Ashes is incredibly keenly anticipated already. That's if Australia managed to get out of India with enough Test cricketers still walking. 2 slips in a gully. Here's Wagner running away from us from the RA Vance stand, and that's almost a Yorker length, but it's turned away by Joe Root with the swing, as it were, out towards deep square leg, and they go through for another single. So, Wagner has bowled 5 balls, yet to bowl a bouncer.
Well, I think we've only seen one all morning, and I think it was actually the one Brook fended off his grill, which was a good ball. I think it was more surprise than anything else. But there has only been one semblance of a short ball, maybe only even one above waist height almost. So New Zealand has steered away from that, trying to nick off the English batters.
Wagner in, and that is back of a length, but it's heading down the leg side, and there's a glance from Harry Brook. It doesn't make contact, and it's taken by Tom Blundell. The over comes to an end. 17 gone now, and England are 65 for 3, fielding an unchanged team. There are, from the first Test match in Mount Maunganui at the Bay Oval, New Zealand have made 2 changes. Matt Henry came in, and so did Will Young. And talking of coming in, gosh, that went quickly. Dan McHardy will take over the commentary for the next 20 minutes alongside Jake Oram and Frankie Mackay.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, the team changes. There's a lot of debate about Matt Henry was going to come into the side and which fast bowler that would be for, and a lot of people probably missed the idea that Will Young could come in to strengthen the batting, but I like it. I like the look of him at number 4 as well. He's been tried as an opener in his most recent test for New Zealand, but spent the majority of his career in that middle order, and I think that's where he looks the most natural as a player.
3 slips in a gully as the New Zealand captain Southey from the Government House end continues. Short one pulled away straight to the grass and down towards an advancing Neil Wagner coming in from the boundary at long leg. 66 for the loss of 3, England, after being sent in. They have lost Crawley for 2, caught behind. Duckett caught brilliantly by Bracewell off the bowling of Southey for 9. And Pope caught very well by Bracewell, both at 3rd slip off the bowling of Henry. Wickets falling at 5, 21 and 21. But over the last 10 overs, England going at 4.5 runs and over, and have pushed the score to 66 for 3. Southey moves in, and Brook very classical as he defends, straight back up towards the bowler. So you're in favour of the changes. Jacob, what did you make of the the balance of the New Zealand side.
I agree with Frankie. I think it obviously puts more responsibility onto Daryl Mitchell's bowling, but so far so good. He's gone okay. But I do like the extension of the batting order and a little bit more depth. I think Will Young is a quality player. I agree. I think at 4 he's probably better suited because that's where he plays his first-class game. So I like the couple of changes.
Southey from over the wicket, bowl short outside of off stump, just punched into a gap at cover. Around comes Williamson, but they'll gather a single. 67 for the loss of 3 England as Brook moves to 27 off 29.
Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Nichols was always a number. I mean, you had Ross Taylor at 4.
Yes.
And then Nichols was always at 5. So it's almost like he's in his rightful place now. Daryl Mitchell and everyone from there on in. So it's just added that extra batter, which is what New Zealand had for so long with Ross Taylor there at 4.
Yeah, very similar lineup to we saw in the third test at Leeds in 2022. Here is Southey, wide of the crease he goes. Onto the front foot, Joe Root plays the ball into the backward point region. There's no run. And I know a lot of eyebrows are raised with that selection with Michael Bracewell, so very young as an off-spinner, playing as a specialist spinner, which generally when you're lining up number 8, that's what you're considered. But New Zealand set England close to 300 in the 4th innings of that test match, and England got it 3 down. They've even made scoring in the 4th innings of a test quite easy at times. That sort of narrative's been chucked out the window. Southey and White Wellington Sunshine, and shorter of a length as Root coming down the wicket, defends to the offside, no run.
I believe that's the test match as well that Ben Stokes famously at the toss said, we'll have a chase. Won the toss and said, we'll have a chase, thanks. A very interesting way to go about your test cricket, but yeah, it looks to me a more balanced side. I think it looks as though all the options are covered, and as well, you probably have to take into account the way that England are playing their test cricket. You're probably not going to have to go out there and bowl 90 to 100 overs. You possibly could get out of it bowling 50 or 60.
Southey, wider of the crease, on off stump, fuller of length, pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Well, I am a numpty. I know you're not so much, Jake, by your own admission, but I poured over the English numbers basically along the lines of what Frankie was discussing there, and I floated it prior to this test that New Zealand will go with Will Young. Why? Because in 21 test innings, England have bowled more than 90 overs, the equivalent of one day played just 3 times. Batting, rather. They've only batted more than 90 overs 3 times. Granted, one of those, the 128.2 overs, was against New Zealand at Nottingham. I do understand they got 539 in that innings, but on average, England spend only 70 overs in the first innings of a test match, whether it's the first innings of the game or the second innings. I'm talking their first turn at bat.
I mean, the bottom line is they have been successful, but playing this way is a little bit higher risk. We know that, which is going to result in more wickets.
Here's Wagner starting with a wide half volley that's crunched into the cover region, but Bracewell, the wall is there to field, no run.
Yeah, so it just means you can almost take that calculated risk that you don't need to carry more bowling in. You don't need to be too concerned about people's loads. You know, you're not going to be out there most likely bowling for 2 days in a row trying to mix and match your bowlers around to get through it. Potentially you're looking at 2.5, 3, 4 sessions if England really decide to drag it out. So just having your 3 frontline quicks is enough.
Brook goes back into his crease before the ball's bowled and then allows it to play it very late as he dabs back with a point to take the score to 69 for the loss of 3. This partnership worth 47 and quite comfortable, has to be said at the moment. Route 15, Brook goes to 28.
And it's a bit of a show of faith as well, and Michael Bracewell, I thought he bowled really well the second innings at the Mount, picked up 3 wickets but showed that he could bowl those longer spells as well. So if the game does start to stretch out and you need someone to get through those overs, then he is a very reliable option to do that.
Root batting a long way outside of his crease, and he comes forward and plays a classical push back past the bowler just to the offside of the stumps at the other end. Another run as he moves to 69 for 3.
Yeah, I think it's a situation actually that really suits Joe Root. He's probably been able to admit that he's been a little bit betwixt and between with the new Baz ball and exactly how he needs to play in certain situations, and I think he's now in a situation where there's just one way that he plays.
Wagner from the Vance stand in, bowls short this one. Wide of the right shoulder of Brook, in fact wide called, very high above the right-handed batsman and through to Blundell. And another run to the total, 70 for the loss of 3.
And so the situation they find themselves in, it just means that it's not that Joe Root's going to drop anchor. It just means that he can just play. He can just bat. He can set himself up to bat the majority of the day, try and take some risk out of the way that he's playing, and just allow the free scorers at the other end to go about their work.
Brook waits, bat raised nice and high. As it's a fuller delivery, but he leaves alone. Probing line from Wagner from over the wicket through to Blundell. 70 for the loss of 3. So you're telling me, Frankie, we might not see too many reverse sweeps from Joe Root in this test, especially off Neil Wagner.
Oh, I won't say that we won't see them. Absolutely not. He said it's part of his test game. It's here to stay. He just needs to be more selective about when he uses it. So I'd imagine if he bats for all of today, we'll definitely see one at some point, but he'll need to be a bit further on in his innings, I think.
Wagner deep into his second over. This one short, pulled towards Southey at mid-on. He doesn't get there. The feet got stuck underneath him. He hardly moved over the first couple of paces. And had New Zealand let a chance go there? The 50 partnership is up. His foot was trying to pull Jacob Borum high on the bat, and he finds the basin reserve turf, but only just.
Yeah, it's a good short ball, high on the bat by Brook, and it just looked like Southey didn't pick it up off the bat, so his weight went onto his heels. Once he realised that the ball was actually going to bounce in front of him, he had to move forward, just didn't have the time, and a definite chance for New Zealand.
Wagner with the breeze pushing up into him, gets leg side. It's going to deflect towards square leg. One leg by will be had. So he had one more to the total. 71 goes to 72 for 3, and that's the end of the 19th over. Wagner has none for 8 of his 2. Here is Jared Kimber.
You were just talking, Dan, about Joe Root batting out of his crease, and we've already seen Darryl Mitchell bowling with the keeper up at the stumps. The England players, if you look at Joe Root, Ollie Pope, Zach Crawley and Ben Stokes, between 15 and 25% of the time they're striking the ball over 2.25 metres outside the crease. So their interception points are massively down the wicket, and that is because they are either coming down the crease when the bowler's coming in, or they're just lining up out of the crease. Just to compare that to other players, someone like Marnus Labuschagne does it 4% of the time. Travis Head does it 0% of the time. So it's a big step up.
Southey starts the new over, wide of off stump, no stroke. So that was 25% of the time, 2.5 metres?
Yeah, so 2.25 metres. So that's about the point where you have to come out of the crease in order to intercept with the ball that far down. So some of those players, you could see that Pope is up at 23%, Crawley's at 19%, and there's a few other players. But I just want to point out, I was looking at this because of how often we see the England players come down the wicket. But the player who strikes the ball the furthest down the wicket in world cricket by a mile is Darryl Mitchell, who does it 62% of the time.
Here's a short one from Southey, wide of off stump and pivoting and pulling away forward of square. There is a run towards Conway and the deep. That does not surprise me, and it was unsurprising to see Ben folks stand up to the stumps very, very quickly, even under the lights at Mount Maunganui, because Mitchell does love being assertive in that facet.
So the only other player I can find anywhere near it is Baba Azam's at 29% of the time. And it's obviously a lot to do with the fact that Darryl Mitchell is much bigger than most batters. He also bats out of his crease and he comes down the wicket.
Yeah. So he's got the trifecta there. Steve Harmison rejoins as we check on the scoreboard. Brook 29, Root 17. The scoreboard has updated. They had Joe Root and Harry Brook out there having batted for 1,406 minutes just a couple of minutes ago. England would be on 40,000 if that was the case. Here is Brook from the crease line, dabbing to point, no run.
Yeah, they would be a long way ahead of the game if they managed to bat for that long, but they have batted beautifully, as Harry Brook. I don't think New Zealand have bowled any worse than what they did in the first hour. I just think England have played very, very well. They've let the ball come to them, defended down the ground as opposed to pushing away towards extra cover or turning the face on it in mid-wicket. So Root and Brook have played very, very nicely. They've respected the ball, but also anything on offer, they've put it away.
Southey again from the government house end, very wide of the crease as he bowls towards off stump, trying to drive through the offside as Brook spears it through mid-wicket. There's a run. It's 74 for 3.
New Zealand have bowled, I think they've bowled nicely. Wagner's come on, he tried to pitch it up that little bit fuller. I know he bowled a ball which was wide, but Mitchell bowled nicely. Southey, they've got control. And if you've got control, then it becomes a little game of who blinks first. between the batsman and the bowler. And at this minute in time, they're just feeling each other out still on this surface.
Southend again, very full and advancing once more as Root drives to mid-on, and there's a real calamity. I think Will Young has tripped over his own feet and dived over the top of the ball. And in fact, it's Matt Henry. He's got a big smile, one of those uncomfortable smiles where he's laughing at himself, as Root will come back for a comfortable 2.
It's typical fast bowlers, bit of fielding. Speaking from a man of experience, he's done the soft shoe shuffle and then tripped, fell, gone to try and get it, gone again. He's tried to go again, and his trousers have nearly come down. His jumper's gone nearly over his head, and his elbow just got caught underneath himself. He's done well not to cause himself any damage there, on a serious note, but he can laugh at himself like those fast bowlers. Coordination, fielding, don't go hand in hand.
Last ball of the Southie over, his 8th, very close to the stumps. Back of a length on off stump as Root defends to the offside. There is no run. I don't think New Zealand have gone searching as much as we saw in the opening sort of period in the first innings at Mount Maunganui. Okay, there's more in this surface and more enticement to pitch it up, but I think they lost sight of the top of off stump too quickly in the Mount. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, well, I don't think they got a sight of it in the Mount, to be honest, and that's how poorly the bowled first innings. I thought second innings they got better, but England knocked them off the top of off stump, and that's what England have done so well to a lot of teams around the world under McCullum and Stoke. So from that point of view, I think if anything in the last half hour, 40 minutes as this partnership's developed, I think New Zealand have dragged their lengths back a little bit. Not bowled as full and floaty or full and with purpose to get the ball to swing through the air. I also think with this Kookaburra ball it does stop swinging after a while, so they have had to drag their lengths back just a touch, and I think they've also given respect to the two batters that are in play, because I think they've defended the ball very well. If they've had a little bit of offline, they've put it away, and Harry Brook, more than Joe Root, has probably come that little bit harder and tried to put pressure or counter-punch the New Zealand bowlers.
Wagner stands at the top of his mark now, sets off away from us at the Van stand end. Last umpire Gaffney and bowled full, and it's clipped uppishly wide of Southie at mid-on. In complete control, the placement excellent as well, right off the middle of that bat. And this, I want to say kid, Lord, he can play. 34 off 36, his 6-4, it's 80 for 3.
Yeah, this was pure timing. Heart might be in his mouth for a second because it went in the air. He's timed it beautifully, but you're right, the placement was perfect. Just checked the drive, just checked on it as he made contact, but no men in front of square on the leg side.
Slightly too on stance with Wagner from over the wicket, and he plays late hard into the ground, bounces up around shoulder height to Nichols in the gully, but bursts through his hands. Run taken, 81 for the loss of 3. Wonderful setting here at the Basin Reserve. We're delighted to see the sun has made welcome appearance. High cloud around there, still rain radar, but it looks like it's just skirting around the basin. The bank is full, way to our left. It's the western side of the ground. Touchy as a pitcher. Wagner, full outside of off stump and very casually played. The man with so much time as Joe Root just pushes into the cover point region, into a gap, 82 for 3 as he takes his 20th run.
Yeah, that's what Joe Root does brilliantly well. It's talk about Baz ball and run big shots, ball, big boundaries. But before Brendan McCullum came in, Joe Root would turn the strike over, and he would. The best thing you could say about Joe, he would turn the strike over exactly like that off a good ball. That was a good ball from Neil Wagner.
Wagner in again, bowls short, and that one beats Brook for pace. He was looking to take on the hook stroke. It's over the top of the bat and through to Blundell.
The direction from the short ball, just on the inside. Bear in mind he's coming, his left arm sort of over the wicket, and that's coming on the inside of Harry Brook's left ear as he's gone round. He's nearly helped it round the corner, but to go on Joe Root's last shot, it was a beautiful forward defensive stroke, defensive push into the offside where the gap is, and it was a good ball.
2 men back on the onside for the short stuff. This one is swatted from wide of off stump, not as short from Wagner. He's hit it powerfully past Southie again. We'll have to turn, chase and go collect. Another boundary to Brook. He's 39, 86 for 3.
Again, it's a little bit like up at the Mount, it was some good balls from Neil Wagner, but there was also some short stuff. And I know Neil Wagner's trying to bowl short, he's trying to bowl to a plan, but he bowled a good ball at Joe Root, which hit the top of our stump. That would have done for quite a few batsmen, and they've now gone to the short ball route. So if you're going to go to the short ball route, have men on the leg side. That there was sort of spliced, and Harry Brooks managed to get 4.
Wagner and again, shorter over the top of leg stump and beating him once more. This was more over his left shoulder as he squared up, tried to hook powerfully down towards leg boundary. The end of the over, 86 for 3. Game within a game, that over.
A little bit, yeah, but it's a game within a game without having things in your favour. I don't mind, and he did it later on in the second innings, Neil Wagner at Mount Maunganui, where he went down a short ball route. England took him on, belted him for a few sixes, and he was going at 9 and over at one point. He's bowled 3 balls in that over, short. He's got a deep point, 3 slips, gully, man at extra cover, catch him, and you're like,
mid-off too.
What's the point? What's the point? Even if you get something on that, a decent part of it, it's going for 4. The second short ball, a very, very good, well-directed short ball, left ear of Harry Brook, managed to get through him, and he bowls one that little bit fuller, still short, a bit more with an effort, and he splices it through mid-wicket, and it trickled away for 4. Have a man there.
Southey from the Government House end, bowls very full and playing late into the gully region off the front foot is Root. So is it mid-off that comes out, extra cover, into a catching mid-wicket area?
You can have your deep point. There's no point having a deep point and an extra cover if you're going to bowl short ball. I know he wants to pitch the odd one up because they're in and around the game, and that comes down to skill of holding your length and being able to cover your length. But if you had the 2 men across, one at the 2 catching a sort of mid-wicket area, or a catching mid-wicket and 1 on the ring.
Southey wide of the crease, very full and beating Root. That is a beauty, standing proudly to go past the outside edge. Root falling right over.
You watch England, when England go to that sort of plan, it's like an in-out plan, which is they want to keep bowling and searching for that outside edge, but they want to bowl a few short balls in the over, and England will go fine leg, deep backward square leg, a man catching at sort of mid-wicket, a man a little bit further, sort of a little bit straighter towards sort of square leg, mid-on and mid-off, and say, right, we can pitch the odd one up, but we're going to come short at you.
Southey in again, wider of off-stump, leaning forward, pushing into cover point. There's no run. We saw that very odd field. There was a man at short fine leg, sort of on the 45, a backward square leg, a forward square leg, and a mid-wicket that we were calling them the back 4 because they're all in a line.
Yeah, they're all in a line, but Ben Stokes still had a slip at gully because he knew that his bowlers were good enough, and this is the key. Your bowler's good enough of holding a good length in and around that off stump, as well as bowling predominantly short balls. 4 balls and over short, because you've got the man on the leg side. Batsman wants to play, let him have a go at it. You've got men protecting it.
Southey halfway through his 9th over. Here is a fuller delivery to an advancing Root. I think it's a leading edge as it goes up towards mid-on. There is no run.
Good bowling from Tim Southey. Tim Southey, a bit like Jimmy Anderson, won't go down the short ball route. He might keep the batsman honest every now and again and bowl a really short one that goes over Joe Root or Harry Brooks' head, but he's looking for the outside edge. You could set fields for Tim Southey's bowling. Good bowling, 1, 2, 3 slips, gully. Man at sort of point, cover point, mid on and mid off, very, very straight, wanting the batsman pushing at the ball.
Southey again using the crease very well as he goes wider of the stumps, full of length, turned up towards mid-on where Henry fields this time.
And that there, again, a good shot by Joe Root. Tim Southey will not be too disappointed. He's quite happy for Joe Root to play down the ground and play him straight, because all he's wanting that sort of little bit of movement off what is a green surface, that little fraction of movement, the batsman just pushing at the ball and it deviates, and then he brings his fielders in play.
Southey with 1 for 26. Past umpire Tucker, pushing Root back towards the crease line as he dabs the ball to point. There is no run. Very tidy over from Southey. I think a maiden. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 26 he has. Ball from Steve Harmison, and it's John Norton.
Yeah, the New Zealand captain's bowled very well throughout this morning. His bowling changes have been very good. Now Mitchell coming on early rather than letting Neil Wagner loose and potentially letting the scoring rate and the run rate go. Now there's partnerships And it's starting to blossom very, very nicely. 65 off 92. He now turns to his strike bowler. Wagner's bowled 3 overs for 18. He's bowled aggressively. He's bowled a few short balls. I think he's got to bring his field. He's got to bring a field. He's got the 6-3 leg side field. He's got to go the short ball route. He's got to go 5-4 leg side field, and still have that option of the ball just sort of pushed over onto off stump and trying to get any sort of movement in and around the off stump for the batsman coming forward. John Norman.
The cameras have just picked up Brendan McCullum. He's really nailed that hoodie at a bus station look, hasn't he? Forward is Harry Brook, 39 not out from 41 deliveries, going out a run of ball just about. Joe Root 20 from 53. Doesn't look quite as menacing as the teenage hoodie at a bus stop as you approach, doesn't he? But he's always got his feet up on a chair, hoodie up, sunglasses on. It's just a smile that kind of gives it away.
Yeah, I think he's feeling the cold like we all are, John. It's more like a Manchester morning rather than in the southern hemisphere Wellington morning.
On the way here is Wagner again is in, pitched up again, forward on the drive. Technically perfect from Brook, but no real timing. Fielded by Kane Williamson at mid-off. On the way here I was talking about the wind, the Wellington wind. Will that play a part? You know, New Zealand bowlers used to playing in these conditions. It's actually not that blustery today, by the way. And Harvey scoffed at that. It does get, I won't do your accent, it does get windy up north, you know.
It does, it gets very windy up north. It's not that pleasant in sort of April and May in Leeds or Durham or
well, you went round the
Manchester.
grounds, didn't you? Yeah. Doesn't sun much in Headingley, you know. Manchester is pretty windy. I was like, well, they should have played Matthew Potts then. He's used to bowling at Durham. Wagner again. Fired in. This is a touch more width and a fuller. Brook no timing. This time picks out mid-on. We're approaching the end of, well, midway point of the 23rd over. We only managed to get 23 overs in. So that's another improvement from a New Zealand perspective. 23 overs in the first session at Mount Maunganui. England went in at the break 134 for 2. I mean, don't write anything off with this England side as we're 15 minutes away from the break, but steps away does Brook and just clears Tim Southey at mid-on. Up and over, a couple of bounces and a broad smile and a laugh between the two Yorkshiremen. There's actually 3 Yorkshiremen out there, isn't there?
There is. Darren Goff has signed Neil Wagner to play for Yorkshire, and I'm sure you'll get it. I don't think he will get a game with Harry Brook, because I think Harry Brook will play the majority of the IPL before the Ireland Test match. I think he's given himself room for the short ball here. I think England have gone with a plan now, if Wagner goes to short ball, that they step outside their leg stump, open themselves up, and baseball start it straight down the ground. I think that's the way they're looking to hit Wagner when he bowls the short ball.
No change in the field as Wagner is in again. This is pitched up and driven to Williamson at a very deep, well, not very deep, but a deep mid-off. Just for a second there. It's calculated from Brook, but not without risk.
Well, the way Baz Ball and the way Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes' team is, there's a high risk in a lot of things that they do with a bat. But the execution's normally absolutely spot on, and that's why they're in such a great uniform. Yeah, there, he hit it in the air, went towards Kane Williamson, got a good piece of it, but clear of thought, clear of mind of what he's trying to do. It's always key.
Brook this time, a little movement to the offside this time, but all wrists, plays across the line, and there's a little bit of frustration there for Brook. Feels like he missed out, probably did. Hey, how about this as a stat from Gary Morgan, as scorer? Prior to the Baz Ball era, England had a boundary percentage of 49.87 in over 1,000 Test matches, 10.48. In the last 11 Tests since McCullum took over, the boundary percentage is 57.29. So that's a story within itself. I mean, I'd love to know what the boundary percentage was on that first day at Mount Maunganui. I would say in excess of that. We've had a few boundaries today, but we've actually had a little bit of normal cricket as well. The last couple of overs haven't been quite so normal. 3 sips and a gully in place, a point mid-off as Southey running in from the Government House end, draws a defensive shot from Joe Root. It sounds incredible to say it, but almost think that the New Zealand bowlers would be preferring to bowl to Joe Root than the guy at the other end.
Yeah, I think they look at Joe Root, you look at it, he's in control, his movements, front and back. He's not playing high risk shots where Harry Brook's playing that sort of higher risk shot. Joe Root looks in very, very good form.
Southey's in, Root plays up the track, no run. We've had just going to play out a silent, not play out, I'll talk about it. First test match, we introduced silent shout-outs because of the time of day that these matches are taking place. What are we? We're just approaching midnight, are we, in the UK? And if you're with us here on TalkSport 2, welcome. Whether it's on DAB, online at talksport.com, via your smart speaker, or via the TalkSport app, as Root plays away from the body, fielded by Latham, I think, at Gully. But essentially, it was a way of just giving a shout-out to the sleeping members of your family, and sometimes your pets as well. Throughout that first test, we were starting at 1 a.m. UK, so there was a lot of people who'd waited up for us, were lying in bed with their earphones in, lights off, listening to the cricket, whilst partners and children and pets were asleep in the house. So the idea is to give them a silent shout-out so you can tell them in the morning. Southey again, down the track is Joe Root. Pushes the ball up to mid-on, no run. 90 for 3 if you are just joining us here on TalkSport 2. We had an email during the week from a Mike Rolfsmeyer. He got in touch via the feedback form on the website, talksport.com. Not on Twitter, but I was hoping you could put some names in for the silent shout-out that are running on TalkSport 2, says Mike. The day-night game starts at a reasonable time here in suburban Detroit. Southey again, left alone by Root, no run. But being a house of early birds, I'm the only one awake, well before tea time. Shout out to Kristen, James and Brandy. He says he's soaring logs during the cricket.
Soaring logs?
Must have us turned up high. Thank you very much, Mike. Feel free to get in contact with us at cricket_TS, at TalkSport2. We had a lady message us during the first test. She was up with a 2-month-old child.
While husband was snoring away.
He was having a snooze. Southey, this is played nicely off the pads. Root will take another single. We're just edging towards the lunch break here. We're back on normal times. It's lunch and tea. It's 40 minutes. It's 20 minutes. It's Red Bull throughout. It's a part of the world that's synonymous with Test cricket. I haven't been here since 2008. So it's absolutely wonderful to be back. First recorded game of cricket in New Zealand was at Wellington, 1842. Although Captain Cook, I think, when he rocked up...
It was Manners commentating.
And ask him. So cricket does... I mean, when you consider that the first humans only arrived here 700 years ago, cricket was invented, or the first record of cricket was 1646 in England. So cricket has been played on these islands for over 50% of the time that human beings have been in New Zealand. It's not bad going, is it?
Learn something new every day.
There you go, that's what I was up to yesterday. Wagner again. Root forward again. No run.
Yeah, oh, this was just not like volcano like erupted and it was at the base and it was something to do with the harbour.
Well, what have you... So that's what you were doing.
I've been listening to Manners. I've been listening. Manners, I have been listening to you while I've been driving. I haven't just been switching off and listening to the radio.
You're right, it was ground that was set aside for cricket ground, and then there was an earthquake. You do get a lot of earthquakes in and around Wellington. Usually when Wagner's bowling. Quick single here, dropped into the offside, and there's a dash at the stumps, but Brook's alert to the call, gets home comfortably. 92 for 3. Yeah, there was an earthquake. Actually, there was quite a big one. One of the engineers from the local radio station, Today FM, which is situated just to the left of our commentary box, a guy by the name of Rob, he said that the earthquake that they experienced while we were in Mount Maunganui, can you remember that one? 6.1, yeah?
6.1.
he actually, and he's from his part of the woods, he said it went on for such a long time, he was thinking, oh, is this the big one? So when they strike, they do. Defended by Brook, gets behind the line, covers up, defends all three stumps. Not that this ball would have hit them, still on good length, so would have sailed over. But yes, it was, so the ground essentially lifted by a metre and a half, 150 years ago or so. And it was swampland, I think. And then essentially they got the prisoners from the local jail to come out and clear it all and get it up to standard. Wagner digs this in, crouches, does Brook, no run. 92 for 3. We're about 5 minutes away from the lunch break, where we'll be airing an exclusive interview that you conducted a couple of days back with Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, and we'll talk to you about that during the lunch break. But if you're really talking about earthquakes, we made an amazing journey, didn't we? You drove the entire way. It's like driving from Durham to Sussex. That's how you described it. 6.5, 7 hours. Slightly more picturesque at times, slightly less at others. Fuller, and Brook wants a single, but sent back straight away by Joe Root. Nice choice, no run. But we went past Lake. Now, I've always called it Lake Taupo, but it's not pronounced that. I think it's Lake Taupo. And it's beautiful. A massive, beautiful lake. I mean, it's huge.
It's worth the journey just to see that bit. It was beautiful. It's like you go and play that beautiful course up at Loch Lomond, and you drive along the loch for a short period of time. It was like that, but for a lot longer.
Last ball of the over. Wagner digs this in. This is pulled, and the chase is on. It'll reach the boundary. Wow, that was an absolutely exquisite shot from Harry Brook. Moves to 47 on the pull. That races away. Filled a station not too far in front of square leg, and he couldn't cut it off. 96 for 3.
Beautiful shot by Harry Brook. Ball before he ducked, got out of the way of it. Different feel for Brook and Root. Root's got 3 slips, gully, and he's trying to pitch it up. He's trying to in-outfield, go for the short ball. And the ball before was a little bit quicker, hurried him up a little bit, so Brook got underneath it, ducked it, got out the way, thinking, is he playing for lunch? This one, just a little bit fuller, still a short ball, ran about shoulder height. Harry Brook quickly onto the swivel, and pulled it round the corner. Square leg on the boundary, deep square leg on the boundary, had no chance out there. Brook's now 47 off 50 balls, and he's really played a gem of an innings, counter-punching New Zealand. The attack that caused so many problems in the first hour, half hour, 40 minutes of this test match, and flip it back to second innings in Mount Maunganui. New Zealand didn't have anybody to counteract Stuart Broad. Well, Harry Brook's done the counter punch very, very well for England.
Last over before the lunch break, and it's old school. Bracewell's in to bowl. 1 over a spin. This is fired in, left alone down the leg side by Joe Root. So yeah, we're talking about an old school feel to this test match. Can't get much more old school than what's it called? What's the cliche? An exploratory over of spin just before lunch.
Token, where's the time?
Token
yeah. Over, where's the time for a spinner?
Root, England's best bat against spin. Fired in again by Bracewell, defended, no run. Lake Taupo is a super volcano. Still active. It's exploded. It explodes once every 1,000 years or so. Tossed up a little bit more by Bracewell this time. Extravagant forward defensive shot from Root. 2 of the explosions are recorded as 2 of the most destructive volcano explosions to have ever hit in recent times. I mean, relatively recent times. Geologically recent. Tucked away to square leg. Joe Root gets off strike with a single. 1 more to the score, 97 for 3, 2 balls left before the lunch break.
Just using his experience there, letting the ball come to him, touch it off to square leg, and imagine the gloves will be coming off. Joe Root, non-striker's end, he's ready for his lunch. Superbly, the former England captain.
Any revolutions on the ball. This is cut away though. A dive at backward point, and we could be set for another boundary. Oh, will the ball just hold up? That's a superb dive. Not sure if it's quite enough. Matt Henry, I think that is. Either way, it's 50 up for Brook. It's becoming a more than common sight in Test cricket. Harry Brook taking the applause from the crowd. Player of the match at Mount Maunganui with 2 50s, and he's added another one to that. Just having a little look at this to see.
I think it's 4.
Field
The elbow.
managed to get.
Yeah, it's 4.
I think that would be called 4. So Harry Brook will face the final delivery of the session. It's been a good session as well, hasn't it, Steve Harmison? One that saw England rocked at the outset. New Zealand winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, as teams do at this part of the world. 3 quick wickets. But if the first half an hour belonged to New Zealand, the remainder of the session to England, as Brook moves away, cuts hard and low to the fielder stationed at points. And that will be that. 100 up for England as well. The Roots are unbeaten on 23. Brook 51 not out. England 101 for 3. It was an extraordinary start. Zach Crawley trying to play inside the line, got a thin edge to a delivery from the returning Matt Henry, one of 2 changes for New Zealand. Will Young also coming into the side to bolster the batting. The 2 debutants from the first Test match, Scott Kugelheim and Blair Tickner. What a traumatic week he's had, by the way. They made way, and Henry has just welcomed his first child to the world in the last week or so. Got to work straight away. New Zealand's new ball attack looking potent, threatening, and they were consistent as well. Holding good areas, good lines, extracting a bit of movement. And crucially, when the chances came, they were taken. Blundell with a straightforward catch to dismiss Crawley for 2. A really good grab from Michael Bracewell to see off for Ollie Pope, who had got off the mark second ball, advancing down the track for 4. He was 10 when he wasn't quite squared up, but it was a thick outside edge, playing across the ball slightly. It was a really good grab from Bracewell. Went to the fielder hard, fast to the left. He got 2 hands to it, chest high, just to the left. But the catch to dismiss Ben Duckett was an absolute top draw grab. And he took shades of Andrew Strauss, dismissing Adam Gilchrist all those years ago. 21 for 3 at that point, England. They needed to rebuild, and rebuild they have done. They've got through to the lunch break without further ado. Harry Brook had his heart in his mouth. A miscued pull shot just dropped short of Tim Southey, who was just caught on his heels at mid-on, possibly unsighted as well. That would have absolutely made it New Zealand's session. That still make it just New Zealand's, but with 2 set batters at the crease, England past 100. I think we've just witnessed fantastic 2 hours of Test cricket, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, we have. It's been an excellent partnership by Root and by Brook, what you mentioned. I actually think it's England's session. I think when you win the toss and bowl first on a wicket like that, and you have a team 21 for 3, I think you're looking at it and you've got to be 5 down at lunch. Have to be 5 down at lunch. And that I'm not trying to be critical of New Zealand. I think New Zealand have bowled very, very well in this session. And I think they've asked questions of the England 2 batters, but the 2 batters have had the answers for the New Zealand bowlers, and especially the New Zealand captain. So for me, I think it's definitely a tick in the box for Joe Root and for Harry Brook. I think if you get 250 on this surface in the first innings, you're well in the game. So from that point of view, I think that's why it is just England's session. Be interesting to see what the actual surface looks like and see if there's any indentations there. That if it dries out, it becomes challenging a little bit later on, and it's no surprise that Jeetan Patel has gone out and Paul Collingwood have gone out straight away, probably to have a look at what damage has been done to the surface. But the damage has been done by Yorkshire. Harry Brook, 51 off 52 balls, and Joe Root, who sounds as though it's a little bit more reserved, at 23 off 65. But Joe Root, again, many times before in his illustrious career, he's gone in, put the fire out for England, rebuild, and now having somebody like Harry Brook at number 5, somebody to counteract and counterpunch like that. That's why England, at this minute in time, for me, probably just ahead of New Zealand in this Test match first session. But in a very, very good session of Test match cricket.
Kia ora from New Zealand, where England's cricket carousel has moved to the capital, Wellington.
New Zealand have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl.
So here we go, first delivery to be bowled by Tim Southey. On strike is Zach Crawley, and he comes forward, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket. Well, it appeared to hit the splice of the bat to me. He's gone, he's taken it behind. Crawley pushed at Henry's delivery, got a thin edge. Tom Blundell takes the catch.
Itching, taken at third slip. Good catch too, Michael Bracewell. Very well, 2 hands. New Zealand have 2. Pope gone for 10. Itching, oh, what a catch! Bracewell at third slip. That's even better. Scarcely believable stuff. Full length, 1 hand. Bucket hands have got another one. It's 21 for 3. Duckett goes for 9.
New Zealand have England where they want them.
Ball pitched up and driven handsomely past cover point.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Harry Brook. Straight drive.
Steps away, does Brook, and just clears Tim Southey at mid-on. Up and over, a couple of bounces, and a broad smile and a laugh. Here we go again. This is Bazball. Wagner digs this in. This is pulled. And the chase is on, he'll reach the boundary. Wow, that was an absolutely exquisite shot from Harry Brook. 50 up for Brook. It's becoming a more than common sight in Test cricket. If the first half an hour belongs to New Zealand, the remainder of the session to England.
The remainder of the session did indeed belong to England. At 21 for 3, New Zealand were cock-a-hoop at their decision to bowl first after winning the toss, but goodness me, in contrasting styles, Joe Root and Harry Brook have wrestled the initiative back off the home side, and it must be said that the way that just the feel of the Test match gives that session emphatically to England, especially having been 21 for 3. If the pitch does flatten out, it showed no signs of it in the morning session. I mean, it's not lavish, Michael Albertson. It's the movement, is it? The assistance for the bowlers isn't in any way over the top, but you'd rather be a bowler, I would have thought, today.
Yeah, it's been a decent Test pitch on the first morning. I've always thought that captains should stand out in the middle of the toss and be slightly uncertain of what to do, whether to bat or bowl. And as you say, you wouldn't say that the movement has been excessive this morning, but it's been there for sure. And I don't think New Zealand bowled as well as they might have done, actually. Whether the stiff southerly breeze is not helping, it's not straightforward out there, very blustery and breezy and cold. Don't think they bowled quite as well. And then, of course, Harry Brook, who came out and played, well, some extraordinary shots, really. Clumped 3 consecutive boundaries off Southey. He had an excellent little battle against Wagner. I mean, that shot where he stepped away and just, well, slogged him over mid-wicket, over mid-on. That's the only description, really. And Root at the other end playing as Joe Root can, just in very orthodox fashion. But probably, yeah, I don't know, even session maybe, 3 wickets having gone, but then the second hour to England definitely. And a fascinating afternoon to come.
The only reason I say it was emphatically England's sessions that the locals, and I'm not going on my gut feel here, the locals who know the ground say that it's a 250. Conditions are, it's a 250 day, as in that would be a good score. And I think England have gone a long way, haven't they? How do you explain that shot from Harry Brook? Because he took a step outside leg stump and just
He obviously premeditated a short ball. Wagner, who bowls a lot of bouncers, had bowled the occasional one to him. I think teams are starting to feel that Brook, if he has half a weakness, it might be to that short ball where he hooks upwards, uppishly. And I think he was premeditating a short ball there, because as you say, he stepped away a yard outside the leg stump as if it was a one-day game, and then he just slogged it over mid-on. Amazing shot.
It was an amazing shot. 2 slips in a gully. Tim Southey's going to bowl the first over after lunch, and begins with a loosener outside the off stump, which is left alone by Joe Root. Did you think that Southey's eschewing a captain's prerogative by bowling into the wind for the first 40 minutes of the morning was admirable, or was it just common sense? Henry's the quicker, I suppose. He's the more incisive weapon, or is he? I don't know. Here is Southey again, bowls it into the wind again, pitches it up, doesn't swing, and it's pushed away by Root to a diving wide mid-on for a single.
It's quite hard to tell, isn't it, because the wind is so blustery, which way. I mean, you can tell that Southey's bowling into it, but whether there's a slight cross breeze as well that will encourage his outswing is hard to say, just because it's very blustery. But Henry's certainly the quicker of the two, and yeah, he came steaming downwind. He was certainly the more dangerous of the two with a new ball.
Southey again up to the crease now, bowls, and just a little wide than he would have liked. Harry Brook outside the off stump, or perhaps I'm wrong. Maybe he is going to bowl wide of the off stump and keep it one side and keep it wide, and say to Harry Brook, well, go on then, you'll make a mistake sooner rather than later, and I'll just keep it there, bowl one side of the wicket. He has got a 6-3 offside field, so it's not 7-2, which might become an option, but he does have a long leg, a mid-wicket who's closer to square leg, and a mid-on. 2 slips in a gully. It's an in-swing by the looks of it, and that's driven by Brook to the man who's fielding on the backward cover boundary, and he has to run in front of square, picks up, they go through for 2.
I feel it's a big hour after lunch. New Zealand's bowlers will still be fresh, but remember they've only got 3 seamers, not 4 in this game. England have a batting lineup with Broad at 8. There's quite a long tail there, Broad and Robinson, Leach, Anderson. So if New Zealand can strike while the bowlers are fresh just after lunch, maybe get 2 wickets in this hour, it could still be their day very much.
Here is Southey, and again that's full and wide outside the off stumps, left alone. I was listening to former New Zealand opener Mark Richardson talking about the morning session, and talking about Ben Stokes and his approach to captaincy and what he might do, and he said that as well and as cleverly and as skillfully as England had manipulated the day-night aspect of the first Test match by ensuring that they were bowling for the last hour and a half under lights when conditions were at their most bowling friendly, he thought, here's Southey once again, and a studious forward defensive from Harry Brook there, who's almost holding the forward defensive pose just so that everyone can see that he does, and he made the point himself 2 days ago, have a very solid defence, and that is what his game is based on. But Mark Richardson was saying that he thinks England will be just as keen to bowl for the last 90 minutes today, and I'm not sure who was with him, one of the regular New Zealand broadcasters. He said, "Are you serious? This isn't a day-night test. Are you sure?" He said, "Well, you just never know with this England team, but yeah, I reckon while the wicket's still green and fresh and still going to be bowling friendly all day, I reckon they will want to have a bowl."
When they get bowled out, they won't have a choice. So it'll be Henry downwind, 3 slips, gully, man back on the hook, deep square leg for Joe Root, who's standing a good yard outside of his crease.
Here is Matt Henry, and not only is he standing a yard out of his crease, but he takes another half step into this one from Henry and pushes it into a gap on the offside for a single.
Speaking of Ben Stokes, bumped into his mother yesterday walking through Wellington. She's down here supporting Ben. I said, "He's doing fantastically well, your boy." She said, "He's a very well brought up young man," and walked off. She must be immensely proud of him.
Here is Matt Henry once again from the Government House end, and forward comes Harry Brook again. Very, very proud of his defensive capabilities. Blocks that one and just checks that everything's in the right place as it trickles up to mid-on. She's raising money, isn't she?
Yeah, that's right. The Barmy Army are helping her. And in fact, that's where she was going. I think she was going off to see some of the Barmy Army in a pub. She had a couple of signed shirts to try and raise some money.
Here's Henry once more, and this time Brook cleverly pushes it into a gap on the offside and sets off for a single immediately. That is every now and then, you know, you are reminded that the basics are still the basics, and they do still have a place in this new radical revolutionary approach to the Test cricket for England. And there Harry Brooks just very sensibly defended that, but deliberately pushed it into a gap on the offside between point and mid-off, and taken the single, got down the other end. Here is Henry again, and this time Root does similar but off the back foot. Very, very good cricket. Strike rotation, still a place for the singles. England 107 for 3.
Yeah, that's the difference really between Brook and, say, Crawley. You know, you think not, with Crawley being an opener and Brook a middle order dasher, but Brook has got a very, very good defence, as you said in the previous over, that kind of the studious nature of it. The ball drops at his feet, he plays it late, it's all based around very good fundamentals.
That's overpitched, and it's clipped firmly but straight to mid-on. Kane Williamson fields. Harry Brook remains on 54. I've always had this theory, Michael, and some supposedly naturally gifted players have expressed their frustration bordering on anger, but you know, I wonder if there is any such thing as, you know, a naturally successful, naturally gifted. Here is Henry again, and that one is pushed by Brook out on the offside. I think those who are labelled naturally gifted and who are successful can get very irritated, and I wouldn't say Brook was irritated, but you know, a lot of people are saying, well, you've just taken to Test cricket like a duck to water, your record's incredible, you're just a naturally gifted player. And he said, well, based on a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I think there are players who are just more talented for sure. I know it's not in this day and age, it's not, talent is a bit out of vogue, you know, the 10,000 hour rule and hard work and all that, but I do believe there are certain people who are just more talented. However, I've not yet seen a great player who doesn't put in the yards.
Southey continues, little in swinger I think to Joe Root, pushes it straight back to the bowler. Well, I think that was the point I was clumsily trying to make, is that, yeah, you might be naturally gifted, but in order to be consistently successful, you still have to work hard. Or has there been an exception that comes to mind?
Not many, not that I can think of, or not that I've seen for sure.
Southey turns once again and sets off up to the crease now and bowls. Again played defensively by Joe Root.
Just on our television screen, which is just to the left, man, they were just showing England's dugout there, which had McCullum, Jeet and Patel, and I've forgotten the name of the chap.
Anton Devcic.
Anton Devcic, that's it. So 3 New Zealanders there on the bench. And I was just thinking what an influence New Zealand cricket has had on English cricket, really. From 2015, when Owen Morgan revolutionised England's white ball cricket.
Southey in again, another forward defensive from Joe Root, 107 for 3.
And that was all came after an absolute drubbing that England got here in Wellington in the 2015 World Cup, and Morgan made a vow to himself that if he kept the job after that drubbing and after that World Cup, he would try and create a team almost in New Zealand's image, who were playing under McCullum at that point. And now, of course, with the Test team, what McCullum and Stokes are trying to do. So you can see the roots of a lot of England's revival here in New Zealand.
Southey again. Once more, he's bowling well, and Root is respecting him, playing again defensively. Pushes it straight back to the bowler. The irony, of course, is that it's coinciding with a dip in New Zealand's form.
Yes, I mean, it must be hard to take for them to see McCullum on the other side, and they've lost 4 on the bounce now. But I suppose they can take a little bit of reflected glory from the way that England have drawn some inspiration from New Zealand's cricket.
2 slips in the gully, man of deep backward point on the boundary. Southey in again, and That one is chopped down, but he was quite close to him, Joe Root, there, and he's almost tucked up for room, and his hands were very close to the body. He tried to steer it to the third man boundary, and it's gone straight into the gully. Henry Nichols Fields. Such a fabulous sight. This ground was sold out, as Michael mentioned, before the first test, actually. The first 3 days sold out. The grass banks away to our left, underneath the mountain, or the substantial hills of Wellington. Just a fabulous sight. The Saudi is in again. Lovely off drive now from Joe Root, but again it's gone straight to the fielder, Kane Williamson, and there's no run. Over comes to an end. That was very tidy, consistent from Tim Southey. That's good old-fashioned Test cricket from a bowling point of view. Just, I think all 6 were there or thereabouts, hitting the top of off stump, and Harry Brook and Joe Root respected that over from Southey. Just pinched a couple of singles from it.
Yeah, I think Brook and Root will probably be saying to themselves, well, so they're not going to look to bat defensively, they're not that way inclined, but they will be saying to themselves there's a significant difference or drop off after this pair. You've got Southey and Henry, and then it gets a bit easier with Wagner and Mitchell.
Another good delivery from Matt Henry, just back of a length, and again blocked defensively by Harry Brook.
And that's what England talk about, really. They talk about just trying to find pressure points in the day. There are times when you have to soak up a little bit of pressure, and this may be one of them with 2 fresh bowlers on a still greenish pitch. But then there might be an opportunity, if they get through that, to reverse some pressure on New Zealand.
Henry in. Oh, it's a lovely shot from Harry Brook. Straight drive, and excellent reaction save from Henry. Puts his right hand down the top of his follow through and takes all the pace off it. It's a lovely shot from Harry Brook.
He hit that ball hard. It hit Matt Henry and on that fleshy bit just above the hand, and he's grimacing as he goes back to his mark.
And Tim Southey is laughing.
Boy, he hits the ball hard, Harry Brook. He's a really clean striker of the ball.
Here's Henry once again up to the crease now, bowls, and oh, it's edged, and good diving stop from Michael Bracewell in the gully, diving away to his left. He's already taken a couple of stunning catches, that third slip, and he's certainly saved 4 runs there. Again, it was a controlled edge. I mean, it was never in the air, it was along the ground all the way. Joe Root 26 off 75 balls, Harry Brook 54 off 63. He was galloping along with a run a ball before the lunch break. Here is Henry once again as the sun comes out. Another defensive shot from Harry Brook. I mean, it sounds slightly facetious in some ways, but Harry Brook, I mean, it's fair to say that I think he's been in, I haven't seen him in defensive mode for 3 overs in a row, but he hasn't played a shot in anger. The bowling's been good. It's been very tight, consistent. Oh, and he's driven in for 4. It's over pitched and driven gloriously by Harry Brook. Straight back past the bowler. There was no getting his left hand down to that one.
Yeah, it was a very similar shot, wasn't it, to the drive earlier in the over, just not quite as straight. It was, 2 yards to Henry's left, so he couldn't get a hand on it this time, but he'd be thankful, I think, that he didn't, because it was belted again, or beautifully timed, right out of the middle, and it went quickly to the boundary.
It has been noted by lots of people just how still Harry Brook's head is at the moment of impact. Oh, and he's beaten there. It's a good delivery. Yeah, even the most informed players can be beaten by a good ball, and that was an excellent delivery from Matt Henry. So very good riposte, having been driven down the ground for 4. Harry Brook is now 58, Joe Root's 26, and England, Nelson on the board, 111 for 3 from 30 overs.
That was a beautiful response from Henry, having been driven down the ground resoundingly for 4. He bowled an absolute cracker. The last ball, it angled in and nipped off the seam. Not dissimilar to the ball that got Crawley, but not quite as wide. Got a bowler good one to get past Harry Brook at the moment.
Brook is 58 from 66 balls. Joe Root has 26 from 75. But he's playing the situation here, Joe Root. If England had been 30 for 4 if he'd got out early. Here is Southey again, and that one is steered by Root again into the gully, and it's a fine piece of fielding from Henry Nicholls.
Root spoke actually to the English media in between tests, in between the first test and the second, and he said that he was just struggling to kind of find his tempo or his role in this team. You know, very gung-ho team playing super aggressive type of cricket, but of course he's a world-class player in his own way, and he said he was just, you know, searching a little bit for the right tempo.
Here's Southey again. Forward comes Root, playing defensively out on the offside. I enjoyed the piece you wrote at the Times actually on Joe Root and finding his place in the New England, and I find it oddly reassuring that he's clearly very comfortable to play this kind of role.
Yeah, I mean, it was on the back of those two dismissals really, Mount Maunganui, the reverse scoop and then the reverse sweep, and yeah, he's such a good player.
Southey in again, and that's slightly over pitched, and it's a beautiful cover drive from Joe Root, but straight to is that Will Young? No, that's Bracewell again. Of course it is, he's everywhere in the field.
I think it's quite endearing that Root is trying to expand his game. I think it speaks of his respect for Stokes actually. Stokes gave him great support as vice captain, and now he wants to kind of buy into this new ethos. I'm not so sure it's his greatest strength though.
Southey again, and that one is much more sort of a late cut steer from Root. He's aware that the third man boundary is unguarded. There's a deep backward point, but no third man. He's just trying to steer it into the gap between second slip and gully, and it was intercepted by Latham at second slip. 111 for 3. It's just, you know, the old-fashioned absorbing of pressure. And as you said, I mean, Matt Henry and Tim Southey are to be respected when they're bowling well. I mean, they're a very good pair. That one is too wide, and it's left alone by Joe Root. That one wasn't going to harm anybody. And there's a buzz around the ground now. I think the majority of the spectators, of course, are England supporters. They've come a long way. They've been spoilt with what they've been watching for 6 months for the most part, and there's just a sort of quiet buzz around the ground now, sort of almost as though they're expecting something to happen. Not much has happened for the last 4 overs. Southey in again, outside the off stump, and again Root leaves it alone. But as you said, Michael, I think that, you know, they're of a mind to say, well, something always happens when Wagner comes into the attack, and Henry and Southey they're bowling well. We shall respect them. And while you think about that, Dan McHardy will take over from me.
Yes, it's fairly sensible batting really. Both Southey and Matt Henry bowling well in this post-lunch period. They're still a bit there. The ball is still relatively new. And Brook and Root are just soaking up a little bit of pressure. Talking of the crowd, I bumped into some England supporters yesterday. They'd flown all the way to New Zealand, and they're just under the assumption that they could come and buy a ticket on the gate. So they've flown all the way here and found that it's sold out for 3 days. So they're praying that this game goes to a 4th day, so they'll actually see some cricket.
It's poor management. Poor management. Here is Henry from the Government House End. Continuing after lunch, New Zealand have been very steady and straight, and he starts on off stump. Defending on the front foot is Brook. There is no run as it dribbles into the gully. So just 10 runs have been added in 5.1 overs. Something's got to give.
Yes, and what England may be thinking is that what will give eventually is a change of bowling if you get through this, and then, well, Wagner will not bowl in this ultra-disciplined fashion, I'm sure.
No, I'm sure. 3 slips and a gully for Henry. Goes fuller this time, defending once more as Brook straight back to the bowler. There's no run. How did they take the news when they arrived here and there wasn't a ticket available?
They look very disappointed to me. It's a long way to come to be told there's no room at the inn.
You're not the biggest of venues, the Basin Reserve, capacity 7,000. Speaking to Cam Mitchell, the head of Wellington Cricket, it's the association that plays here, of course. I felt they could have sold 3,000 or 4,000. Here's a drive straight back to the bowler. He's very good in his follow through, Henry. This time with his right hand down, picks up throws. Brook was back in his ground, but just keeping him honest. And it sounds like those 3,000 or 4,000 tickets could have gone to tourists.
Yeah, I mean, of course you have another ground, don't you, here? The Cake Tin, which is, what would the capacity be for that? 20,000?
Oh no, 30.
30. It's a very different style of ground. It's not a particularly pretty ground. It doesn't have the history and atmosphere that this place does, so I'm very glad that Test cricket is here at the Basin Reserve as opposed to at the new stadium.
I was going to say affectionately known as the Cake Tin. I'm not sure there's much affection from the Wellingtonians, who are quite protective of it and get a little bit wound up. Here is Henry getting leg side, and good take from Blundell, going a long way to his left. He's a fine gloveman, and he went a long way to his left to prevent any further addition to the score. Yeah, so that's a multi-purpose stadium. They closed Athletic Park if we went down Adelaide Road, which is at the southern end of the ground, up into Newtown. That's the famous old rugby venue. May that rest in peace, never to be seen again. So I think it was Westpac Stadium back then, now known as Sky Stadium, opened in 2000 if I'm not mistaken. Shorter this time, pushing the right-hander into his crease as he pushes to point. There's no run. So a multi-purpose stadium. Of the time, it was ideal. It was hugely successful. You played cricket, you played rugby there. Hugely popular, well-supported sides. Leveraged a lot of money to build it, able to sort of pay that off in quick order. But for 2023, it's aged poorly. I just think fandom's changed a fraction as Brook squared up, as again this very testing little spell from Henry continues. Brook somewhat deceived as the ball dribbles to the offside, the end of the over. 111 for the loss of 3 England, another maiden bowled. Now you have white ball cricket down there. You have the professional footballing side of New Zealand, the Wellington Phoenix, who play in the Australian competition. You have dwindling rugby crowds. New Zealand rugby's cultivated a fan of the All Blacks to the detriment of the domestic game, whether it's Super Rugby, and it's now too big. Sky Stadium for the city. Wellington City itself's population is only 200,000 people. The wider Wellington area, when you take in the Hutt Valley, Porirua, through to the Kapiti Coast, which is about a 40-minute drive now with the new motorway, that's still only about 455,000. So these boutique venues, and I know anyone associated with the basin won't like to hear that word, but you know, under 10,000, it just seems far more ideal for the catchment here in this part of New Zealand. And Sky Stadium's just not good for cricket. Here is Mitchell into the attack, and he starts with a long half volley into the pads of Root, who works him round deep backward square for a brace. 113 for 3.
Well, this is what England have been waiting for. They've had to work hard to get through Southey and Henry, and now there's a change. And the moment the change happens, the first ball is a leg stump half volley, and Root picks up 2. So things may just ease a fraction from here on in.
Jared is ready to go. We'll get to him at the end of the over after I rudely missed my call. Here is Mitchell bringing about a stifled appeal from the bowler. His Root was going outside of off stump, coming forward. Ball balloons backward a square. They'll get a leg by, 113 for the loss of 3. So Mitchell, who bowled 3 overs, and for 10 prior to lunch, came in as first change now, didn't he? Sort of Colin de Gronholm-esque. Wobbling the ball around was the hope. Keeper came up to the stumps, sort of threw him off his own length. He asked Blundell to go back. He obliged, and Blundell standing back to him, starting the new over with a slipper gully and a short cover. It's a slashing cut from Brook, wide outside of off stump to deep backward point in Conway. 114 for 3, make that 115.
Remember the Cape Tin as the scene of one of England's most ignominious one-day defeats
Wonderful
in the
day.
World Cup.
Wonderful day, Athens. It really was.
Remember the aftermath of that game? Ian Botham was there, and he used to write a column in the Daily Mirror, and he had a ghostwriter called Dean Wilson, the correspondent of the Daily Mirror.
Mitchell, a bald-headed figure, moves past umpire. Gaffney crunched into the cover region, past the short cover, and there is, guess whom? Michael Bracewell. Good fielding, won't prevent a single being taken. 116 for 3.
And England had been absolutely eviscerated, and Dean was duly sent down to get the thoughts of the great man Ian Botham for the ghosted column. And he went to him, Beefy, what's your reaction? And he just said, I'm speechless, and he had to fashion 600 word column out of the Botham reaction.
Start off with 300 words, shorter of length outside of off stump, dab to gully, no run. Well, that would have been fitting, 300 words. It barely went beyond halfway, didn't it?
The game was over before the floodlights came on, if you remember.
Yeah, Tim Southey, 7th for, just swinging it enough. Go past in the defence, crashing into the stumps, pads, caught behind, and then Brendan McCullum came out and he baseballed it. Absolutely plundered the English attack, and it was almost over before lunch. Here is an inside edge and a mighty heave as if he's teeing off on the par 4 at Miramar. Gets an inside edge down towards long leg, and there's a couple of runs to be taken. 118 for 3.
Well, they've played more golf than cricket on this trip, England, to be fair. They've kind of fitted in the occasional practice and test match around a golf trip, as far as I can work out. And that was a 4-iron off the tee from Harry Brook. He's tried to launch that over mid-on and got an ugly inside edge down to fine leg. But I think that they've decided that now the change has come, they're going to try and put some pressure back on New Zealand's bowlers.
So 7 runs off that last over. 118 for 3. It was 101 for the loss of 3 after 26 overs at lunch. So New Zealand have bowled 7 since the resumption. In 15, 30 minutes. Almost an acceptable over rate. The over rate 13.1 for New Zealand in this innings. Much better than the, I have to have my typical moan, embarrassing over rate of the first innings of, I think, between 11 and 12 runs, 12 overs an hour. They were chasing a bit of leather though. Here is Henry from the Government House end. It was nice and folded. It's just worked into the onside off the front foot to a gap at mid-wicket. And another run as Brook continues to rotate the strike. He moves to 30. It's 119 for 3.
How many Wellingtonians in this New Zealand team?
Blundell, Bracewell, an imported Wellingtonian. Wellington has not had a wonderful track record of producing batsmen. Here's some width outside of off stump and from the crease. Great hand-eye coordination, hitting the ball at the top of the bounce through the cover region. And will be 2 more, 121 for the loss of 3.
Why is that? Who will be the last good Wellingtonian? Stephen Fleming, or have you had beyond him?
The last true born and bred, well, Devon Conway's another Wellingtonian out of South Africa, of course. The 100-run partnership is up. 100 exactly of 160 balls. Very important runs with England at 21 for 3 when they came to the crease. And I'm thinking the last Wellington born and bred and developed batsman to play Test cricket. There's an inside edge into the box of Brook. He's okay. I think you're going to have to go all the way back to the late 80s and Bert Vance. Not R.A. Vance. They're in his stand. That's Bob Vance, his son. Wellington Club cricket prior to Christmas is a basket case for batsmen. not great weather. Small catchment area, population base for Wellington, and a lot of club cricket's played on artificial surfaces for half the season. Here's a bouncer and a slippery one from Henry, but going down at the knee is Brook and underneath. Had a few all-rounders. Blundell has scored a test match 100 as an opener, of course. Jimmy Franklin, Wellington born and bred. English audience will know him well. Yeah, so not a great track record of Wellingtonians as batsmen in Test cricket. Henry in again. That's a lifting one around armpit height. And ball ballooned to the onside. No one under the helmet. Henry sprints off and does his own fielding, showing his excitement. 121 for the loss of 3. It will remain.
Climbed a bit, and what they say about this pitch sometimes is because it starts a little damp, it gets those indentations after the first session, and as the pitch then hardens up through the end of the first day and the second day, it can start to just get a little uneven.
Here he goes Fuller. It's damp on the front foot, just a point, but no run. Henry, excellent, hasn't he? Been 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. The end of the over, 121 for the loss of 3. I sense Brook was 51 off 52. Mike, he's now 63 off 80. I sense something's coming from him.
Yeah, it certainly looks so. The last over that Daryl Mitchell bowled, that mighty slog that Brook had, but 7 came off that. So I think they'll pick their moments here. They'll try and put pressure on Mitchell, they'll try and put pressure on Wagner, and certainly when Bracewell comes on to bowl, because remember that New Zealand are a seamer lighter here than they were in Mount Maunganui. So England will pick their moments, I think, to attack.
I nearly fell off my chair when I saw Michael Bracewell get thrown the ball prior to lunch. Doesn't happen all that often here in Wellington. And interestingly, a couple actually spun. We are seeing the medium pace of Daryl Mitchell as Michael Atherton will take his leave, and Steve Harmison ready to climb into the chair. Here is Mitchell from the advanced stand in, almost a Yorker length, because Roots is batting a yard outside of his crease, comes down, almost Yorks himself as he ends up pushing the ball up towards mid-off. There is no run, so a slip in a gully, a deep backward point, catching cover, who's Southey. He's just a fraction straighter than Bracewell, who's in behind his left shoulder. Regulation cover, mid-off, who is Williamson. Wagner at mid-on, and mid-wicket is Young. Long leg, who is Henry. Here is Mitchell in again, both shorter, and it's just turned easily into the onside to square leg. And England will take a run, and I'll take this opportunity to throw to Jarrah Kimber.
Yeah, I just want to talk about this pitch a little bit. I was talking about it earlier today, that generally a lot of wickets don't fall in the first session. And actually, they're quite consistent all the way through the day. And if you look at the average swing at this ground over the last few years, according to Hawkeye, it's exactly the same in the first session as it is in the second session. That isn't the case in most places in the world where you bowl with the Kookaburra ball. You find that with the Dukes occasionally, Harmy, but not so much with the Kookaburra. So that tells you how much it swings all day because of probably because of the wind as much as anything. It's probably just the wind moving the ball.
Mitchell, away from us, from over the wicket, brings Brook onto the front foot. He glides to gully. Afternoon, Harman.
Afternoon, Dan. Yeah, it's the wind has been quite strong. I'm not sure pitches has started as green and as damp as what it started in this game. The amount of rain we had over the last 3 days since we've been here, it's been undercover. And others just mentioned the indentations. It'll be interesting to see if they are bigger than what they were at Mount Maunganui, because I think this caused a problem. Stuart Broad hit a couple of them on that second innings.
Mitchell bowls Fuller, and it's lofted down the ground over the side screen for 6. It's been coming. Brook goes big, and he moves to 69, 128 for 3.
What shot. What a fantastic shot. We've seen in Mount Maunganui, you hit Tim Southey over extra cover, not too dissimilar to what he's done now. Completely dismissed him, and standing there thinking, right, anything that's just right underneath my eye line, I'm going to continue with the shot. and it's hit the middle of the bat and it's gone straight over the side screen. This boy is ridiculous talent and ridiculous timing as well.
Didn't try to overhit that one compared to the previous Mitchell over. Long straight approach from the medium pacer. He's full and he's towered this one over long on. I've lost sight of it. Tell me where's it gone, Harmy? Well, by the reaction of the crowd, it's gone into the stands. 6 runs, 75, 134 for 3.
He put a bit more force into that. It didn't have as good a shape as what he did before. Same result, gone over the top, and others mentioned before, and you mentioned a good foreride. It's not a surprise to find out. I played golf with him 2 days ago. It's not a surprise to find out. He's a good golfer as well. Handicap before, 38 points, took all the money. Things aren't going very well for Harry Brook at this minute in time, are they?
Jacob Oram also with us as they will check the ball. It'll be quite a nice time for Daryl Mitchell to find some slack.
Yeah, look, he's got to find something, doesn't he? I mean, I think we talked about the pitch before, but the basin always surprises you with it doesn't play as green as it looks, if that makes sense.
Never, yeah.
And Dan, you would have seen enough games here. People turn up, the covers are off, oh my God, it's bowl first. And I know captains always bowl, and I would too, everyone would. But it's not unplayable. And if you can just get through the first, I mean, Matt Henry bowled really well, but you'd still say that it wasn't unplayable. But once you're through that and you've got the skills and the shots and the array of these guys, you can get away fine.
So I mentioned prior to the toss, last test was played here. The West Indies sent New Zealand in just as green. They bowled terribly. New Zealand got 460. Here is Mitchell. That's better as Brook defends into the onside. There's no run. Bangladesh was sent in here about 4 years ago. Jake, you might remember them. They got 600. Batting first on a supposed green seamer as Shakib Al Hassan got 200 runs backward of point.
Well, I was just saying then, the 35 overs deep after getting put in, and New Zealand had 4 guys on the boundary. Deep point, fine leg, deep square, and long on, halfway back. So I think that shows the tempo in which England play nowadays, but also how good Harry Brook is in a short start to his career. Just amazing talent.
I also think they've earned the right to play like this way, because I think for the first 45 minutes it played as green as it looked. It was very, very challenging, and that was largely down to the way Matt Henry and Tim Southey bowled. It was a complete chalk and cheese from what they delivered up here with the new ball to what they delivered up at Mount Maunganui, and they're putting England under pressure. They did. England tried to counteract that, players coming down the wicket and trying to smother the bounce. But Joe Root and Harry Brook have worked very, very hard in that last hour before lunch, and now it's getting a little bit easier. The ball's not swinging as much because it's getting a bit older. The surface, it comes on when you've got live green grass on it. It helps the ball come onto the bat that little bit more, and if there isn't any lateral movement, then you can get a full value for your shots, and that's what Harry's done.
Henry with 3 slips and a gully, continuing from the government house here. Here's a big shot for LBW's played around it. It was very full. New Zealand have 1 review left. Henry standing hands on head.
It's Joe Root. Could he open the game up? Does he go for it? 7, 6.
You can hear the countdown. They're going to have a look. Natural. Your finger was up next to me. Oh, Lord, I'd love to see you umpiring out there.
Yeah, a quick game would definitely be a good game in my eyes. But I think Joe looked as though he fell over towards off stump. It's whether it's held its line and has it hit him in line. That would be the big question. Is it just sliding down?
Looks like it's sliding down, isn't it, Jake?
Yeah, going down. And it's so hard. I've never had to do it. I've never had to make that signal. But when it's not out, you have to be 101% that it's out, because you know that the umpire's call goes with the batter or the side that got the not out call.
He's fallen over. It's hit him in line with middle and leg, and it's just clipping leg stump side. The good news for New Zealand, it's not out. New Zealand will have that last review still available to them, but Joe Root surviving his second big LBW shout against Henry. First one was first ball, of course, of his innings. Score remains 134 for the loss of 3.
The hard part for to make the decision to go for the review, especially against Joe when he's coming at the ball, is he comes a long way. He doesn't so much come a long way down across the crease. He comes a long way down the wicket as well. So the actual impact point looks as though it's pretty straight, but actually when it goes to the angle like that, there's a long way between ball hitting Joe Root and the stumps.
Henry bowls to him as he again comes down the wicket and then flicks with a lot of bottom hand through forward square leg towards The fielder on the deep was Conway, 135 for 3.
It must be very hard to bowl to the way he's playing like that, you know. You as a seam bowler, you're so accustomed to a certain length and line, length in particular. But the way Joe Root's batting out of his crease and then coming further down, he just turns that, like that shot there, into a half volley pretty much. When it, you know, if you looked at the meterage, it could have been right on the money, but it's an easy clip away to that deep square who's been Devon Conway out there, either deep square or deep backward point. He's had a lot of work to do.
Partnership now worth 114. Seems a long time ago. 21 for 3. Great fight back here from England. Henry on off stumpy bowls, but just turned into the vacant square leg region. Another run, 136 for 3.
And from a bowler's point of view, you think, right, I need to drag my length back a little bit. And he sits in his crease and he opens the lead and it goes down to third man for either a 4 or there's a man down there and it's a single. You get it spot on and you get it right, and he manages to just deadpan bat it full face of the bat into sort of just short of into the cover point region and scampers down the other end, and you don't feel as a bowler, Jacob will tell you, if you're a bowler and you get the wood on somebody, you get on top of somebody, you can bowl 5, 6, 7 dot balls at it. You never get more than 3 at Joe Root.
This time from the crease, he tries to turn into the onside. I think hitting high on the thigh pad, ballooning to the onside. Again, a run, a leg by. 137 for the loss of 3.
And I reckon that I 100% agree with what Harvey's saying, and I reckon the bottom line is you've got to be good enough to play that way, and I think that's what we're seeing with England. They've got the quality to play this high-risk tempo. I mean, a lot of players might look to clip that one we saw previously by Root out to Conway, miss that LBW. Or what you're saying, you hang in the crease, it's a little shorter, maybe on 5th stump, and you just open the blade. Some players will just nick that straight to second slip.
Ollie Pope did it. That's what Ollie Pope did.
So not only is it the mindset and the style of play, but it's almost they've got this perfect storm at the moment that they have to play. I mean, Harry Brook. Hey, Harry, welcome to Test cricket. Go in there and strike at 100. Yeah, no worries, you know.
A lot of Test wickets between you two. You're painting this picture of when you're up against a good player, it's not much fun. Here is Henry very close to the stumps. The man goes in under the helmet on the onside, but it's flicked very fine. Conway falls over as he collects and throws. Just another run, 138 for the loss of 3.
You're always better when you're up here. It is. You're the best bowler of all time when you're sitting
easy
up here.
game.
It's such an easy game. Yeah, just put another man in extra cover, bring him up, and then you just straight onto middle stump and he clips you through the leg side for 4. You just taught me to bowl a bit straighter because I've got a man, 5-4 field. Yeah, but I meant a little bit. Yeah. No, these players now are special. Some special talented players now.
But he's driving the Rolls-Royce very responsibly.
He is driving the Rolls-Royce very responsibly.
He's 32 nods out. He waits and turns the ball, a full ball, but straight to mid-on. He's frustrated. He wanted runs through mid-wicket. He's just picked out the field. The end of the over has England 138 for the loss of 3. The partnership is 117. Jared Kimber before John Norton.
Yeah, just talking about all the how much Joe Root is moving down the crease. At the moment, his average interception point, so when he's hitting the ball, is 2.73 metres away from the stumps. Just to tell you how much different this is than what he normally does, his next best is 2.41 metres away from the stumps. So he's 30 centimetres further down the wicket than he's ever been in a test match before. And that's his next best. This is way more than usual. Usually he intercepts the ball around the 2 metre mark. So he's almost a full metre further down the wicket than he would normally be. So it's kind of a bizarre method. And if you have a look at the last test, he wasn't doing this at all. He was hitting most of the balls around the crease. So this is completely on purpose. And at the very least, Harmy, he hasn't done any reverse scoops.
Daryl Mitchell's about to bowl the first ball of his 6th over, and there's a fraction of width. It's a tad short. You pretty much know what happens after that. Brook comes back for a second. He moves to 79.
What's going on here? There's Tim Southey off the field there for a second.
I thought that too, yeah.
Come on, wandering on. So we've had mid-on and mid-off, and Tim Southey's more or less standing on the side screen. I'm not sure what on earth's going on there, but oh no, he wasn't in the wrong position. He is in the right position.
Well, they've brought up deep square, haven't they? So they've just got the fine leg back now on the leg side and brought deep square into that mid-wicket.
And again, Mitchell this time on the body of Brook, who will just take a single. He moves to 80. 141 for 3.
I think just to finish off on Jared's point about Joe Root. Joe Root's he's a way out of his crease. Good foot out of his crease to start with. I'm not sure Blundell fancies coming up to Matt Henry. He tried to come up to Daryl Mitchell, but you look at the little white lines that are on the side of the pitch. Joe Root's nearly batting on them. He's batting possibly from about, instead of 22 yards, at least 21, 20 yards away from Daryl Mitchell.
As Root facing up, defends back down the track. There's a straightish mid-off, no run.
So because of that, his interception points will be further down. He's just trying to smother the movement, the lateral movement. But when he was facing Daryl Mitchell a little bit earlier, Tom Blundell came up to this crease, and what Joe did, he went right back in his crease and then turned the balls, which are at the minute he's rocking forward to and playing a forward defensive. He was actually playing off the back foot, late cut, and he was utilising third man as his scoring option.
Mitchell again on good length, but draws Root forward. 32, Brook 80. It's the first time I've been on with Jacob Oram. Great to have you with us. I'm going to insult you straight away.
Perfect.
This is kind of what we do. So I had a bit of a mare at the lunch break. So you were tucking in, weren't you, Harvey?
Eating. I was doing what I'm
seriously tucking in.
I was doing what I'm very good at now, eating.
You brought the food up here. You thought you had to be on, so you brought it all the way from downstairs up here. Generous portion. Mitchell again with Root advancing down the track. Big stride, dashed at the stumps from mid-on, but Root safely home. And I was on there, I was watching it home, it smelled good. I mean, essentially I wasn't sure where the food was going to be served, but I literally followed my nose all the way downstairs. Went down with Jamie, who's producing this test for us. I was somewhat disappointed to find that it all gone.
Me and Ellard had been there before you.
I mean, when you think of six-pack, you think of 6 packs of food, don't you? I mean, it was a generous portion. So I thought, oh, well, what am I going to do? I've got to be back up in 40 minutes for a commentary stick. Mitchell again, short, wide, and played. Threw his bat at it, an almost overbalanced Brook. Fielded at deep point, 1 run. So I thought, okay, well, I'll nip outside, because you'd been out to pick up some pies the other day.
I'd been to McDonald's for my breakfast.
So listeners, McDonald's is to the right, the pie shop is to the left, and the catered lunch is below us. Right? So anyway, I thought, well, I remember what Harvey said. He said, I popped out to get a coffee and a pie. I thought, all right, I'll go and have a look. So I popped out, and I went past this shop, which, are you familiar with London, Jacob? I mean, you know London well?
The city, yeah, I've been.
Yeah,
I know
have you
where
been to
you're
Shoreditch?
No.
Right, it's hipsterville. Bad jumpers, bad moustaches. I mean, good-looking people trying to look.
I can see
you
where
get
this
it?
is going. Yeah, I got you. The segue is
No, not you.
to me. Oh,
No.
I love it.
So I walked past this shop and I thought, that, you wouldn't get this shop anywhere else than Wellington, I think, in New Zealand. Hipsterville. I thought, that must be a coffee shop. It's got lumberjack shirts in a bit like the one I'm wearing. And it was called, what was it called? Axe something, Sweet Axe or something. With Brook on his toes, playing defensively on the back foot, pushes the ball out to mid on 1 run. He moves to 82. Went in there, huge bloke behind the counter, really nice guy, friendly guy, just wearing kind of a singlet top, basically. I said, do you do coffee? No. Oh, what do you do? I'll tweet it out. Basically, if there's rain tomorrow, we're going. Henry again. On the pull is Joe Root on the back foot. There's definitely one there. He's thinking of a second, but Root sends Brook back. Fielded at deepwood on the leg side, backward as square. So I went in. I'll tweet this out. Do you know what this is?
It's like an wooden archery board.
I have no idea.
You're right. They're targets. Wooden targets. And do you know what you throw at those wooden targets? And this is where you come in, Jacob. Axes. Defended again to the offside. There's an axe throwing shot. I mean, where on earth? I pop out for a coffee and to throw an axe.
Well, that's the question for me, is you thought you could get a coffee from the ex-throwing place.
In fairness, it did say coffee on the outside. I went in and said, The guy was like, no, we don't sell coffee. And then quite menacingly he said, yet. I thought, well, you've got a fine display of axes behind the counter. He was a really friendly chap, pointed me in the direction of a coffee shop, which of course is very good. Forward, driven, aerial, beautiful shot from Harry Brook. We saw this in the first test match. Clears the front leg, 4 runs from the bat, and he moves within 14 of another 100.
At the moment, it's just so hard to bowl to. It looks like it's slightly full. You miss, you're going the distance. But also around it, what I've noticed in the last 2 or 3 overs, they literally can't bowl a dot ball at the moment, New Zealand. It's almost like the middle of a one-day game where it's just singles, singles, singles. They're doing well to stop twos. You bowl a bad ball, you're going for 4.
Just slightly over pitching, and Harry Brook's catching in big time.
Brook readies himself, and again is forward and drills this back to Henry, who half tries to get out the way, half defends, gets his hands in front of the ball, does field it, but it's not where you want to be, really, especially.
And it's a great combination, the two of them that's out there. They know each other, as well as anybody else in the team. You see both from Yorkshire, batted together a little bit, probably practiced a bit more than batting out in the middle, but Joe Root does this to teams. He does this. You really struggle to keep.
Brook again, this time just a little bit more lift from the track, high up the bat, no run, so end of another over which has seen a boundary come from it. Henry's picked up the 2 wickets today, and England move on to 149 for 3. So yeah, if it rains tomorrow, guys, we're going axe throwing, okay?
Can I text Sam? Can I text Sam and take him axe throwing? Yeah, that would be quite good fun. That. There's a coffee shop next door.
Yeah.
He might actually get us a coffee because he's been going.
Well, I
think he's been going since yesterday morning.
There's a small little coffee shop here, just to the left of us, and the queue's been there. It's been a constant presence. I keep looking out there thinking, I'll send Sam down there in a second. No chance.
New Zealanders love their coffee, my God.
They do indeed. Wellington is the home of the flat white, is it not? Australia tries to claim it.
Like everything. Bloody hockers.
At the minute, this pitch looks a flat green, to be fair. The way Root and Bairstow are going, Brook and Bairstow, Brook.
There we go.
You're going to bring Johnny. Johnny's got to get into this team yet. Andy will get in.
Our producer, Scott Taylor, back in the UK, says there's an axe-throwing experience near, how do you pronounce that, Minories? In central London too, not in Shoreditch. Minories. Thank you for that, Scott. Tweet us in your axe-throwing memories. We've had some silent shout-outs. Bracewell's back into the attack, and this is played nicely. Back and across by Joe Root, who moves to 35. Talking of Australia, listening in Perth, Western Australia, whilst cleaning the house. Silent shout-out to the A-grade boys. 150 up here at the Basin Reserve. England were 21 for 3. They're now 150 for 3. Pressure on New Zealand now as some birds just fly across. Leg slip and a regulation slip, neither brought into play. Brook moves to 90 with a healthy clump between mid-off and extra cover. Fielders didn't even move.
It was over-pitched. It was there to be hit, to be fair, looking at the replay of that's in the slot, but just the ease in which he's able to generate that power and that timing, and you're right. Cover there, Kane Williamson hardly moved, and it was only a matter of metres away to his right.
10 away from a century now. Brook flexes his knees, plays back straight, opens the face of the blade, and there's a throw from cover point, but Brook comfortably home, and Root also. So 91 now, Brook. It was a surprise when he was out in both innings in the first test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It looked scintillating form, and the 100 that was at 5th 100 in 6 games was there for him to.
Bracewell again. This is again over pitched, and Root plays this past the shortage mid on, fielded by more regulation fielders. That's Wagner.
That's better though, John, because that should never have been a single, the one before, and that frustrates bowlers. When you bowl a decent ball, you deserve to get whacked for 4 when he over pitches. There's no complaint whatsoever, but fielders have got to be in on 1 if that's what the job is.
Over pitched again by Bracewell. fielded at that kind of shortish mid-on. Problems now for New Zealand after those early successes. They've lost 2 reviews as well today. Narrowly lost a third. This time playing with that around pad and just turning it around the corner is Joe Root, moves to 36. End of the over, England 156 for 3. Silent shout out to the A-grade boys at Ballujara, Lansdale CC, who have their one-day final against Wanneroo CC on Sunday. I mean, that couldn't be more Aussie, could it? Ballujara? Any help, guys?
You're joking.
Army?
I struggle with English names in Jones and Smith, so I've got no chance with Ballarura.
Watch out, Cricket Australia. Harry Brook is the real deal. The Ashes are coming home. Can we just concentrate on this?
I tell you what, that even as a neutral, I'm looking forward to that series, man. That is too. I know Australia's having their issues.
You're not really a neutral, are you? When it's, as a Kiwi watching Australia, England.
No, seriously, I will not care who wins that, as long as Australia. No. But I've got two mates coaching in England, Jeets and Brendan, and Vittori with Australia. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but 2 very good sides. I know Australia's struggling in India, but man, that series is going to be awesome.
ABA, isn't it? Anyone but Australia. Wagner is back, and Root is again advancing down the track, fielded from his own bowling. Wagner, who's gone wicketless today. He's been expensive as well. He was expensive in first innings. 27 from his 5 overs so far.
And we haven't really seen the short ball stuff that he's so famous for. I know he tried it a few times at the Mount, but normally it was just that's what he did. That was plan A. Feels like at the moment he's just a little bit hesitant with it.
This is wide, over-pitched, driven square of the wicket. And another boundary for Joe Root, who moves to 40. 160 for 3.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more of that at the Mount, where he was over-pitched and wide and give the batsman. That's a free hit. That is a free hit. Joe Root just going to put his bat onto it and let's go. The one thing I will say from a fast bowler's point of view, what I noticed at Mount Maunganui, especially from Neil Wagner, was he was struggling with his action. And I think when you don't quite have a sort of a fluidity to your action.
Wagner again. This is straighter, but played into the turf. Escapes the clutches of backward point and away for another single. 91 Brook, 41 Root.
The action, when you haven't got it's not fluid and it's not rhythmical, then all of a sudden you can lose your front side, and I think there was a lot of that happening at Mount Maunganui. I don't think he had full control, and I don't think he bowled the bouncer as well as he normally does. Now here, this might be a little bit different because he's run up, and I think his actions looked a lot more smoother in this first innings.
Square leg has just gone out to the boundary, but this is short and wide again, cracked away. Backward of deep points for a single.
And I wonder if that's got to do with the amount of cricket our test side plays, which is very little. And Wags will go and play. We've just come off a T20 competition. He'll play the odd game there, rest a few when he came back from overseas. Should be better in this test for the run out and their 30 overs, 40 overs that he bowled at the Mount.
Yeah, you average about 4 tests a home summer, New Zealand, these days. This is Fuller. Wagner bowls himself off his feet, but comfortable from Root again. Just drills the ball to the right of Matt Henry at mid-on, so another single, and the runs are accumulating pretty quickly. New Zealand kept a lid on things in the first session, helped by those 3 early wickets, but now, with the ball getting a little bit older, the conditions easing. Starting to look a little bit frayed around the edges. Punched again by Harry Brook to the right of Kane Williamson at extra cover. It must have got a fingertip to it. Tim Southey Fields holds the ball in from the deep extra cover boundary. Harry Brook moves 3 runs closer to 100.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jacob, he's setting the field for bad bowling like he did at the Mount. That wasn't a bad ball. That was not a bad ball. That's a fantastic cricket shot by Harry Brook. I just think the way Wagner's field, 2 slips, gully, man deep point, man a deep backward square leg. He's setting these fields for short and full bowling. So because of that, I'm not a big fan of setting your field for poor bowling. Have a short man's field, or have a full man's field, full ball's field. But that there wasn't a bad ball. That was just a good bit of batsmanship.
Well, I see it's a holding pattern with no holding going on, so at the moment it's just too easy for ones and twos and the odd boundary, and England are taking this game away.
Jacob Oram, Steve Harmison alongside myself, John Norman. Jacob's going to make way. Big thanks to him. We've had a message through from the Sultan in London. Says was in Zagreb, Croatia a few months ago and was invited axe throwing in the mountains. Didn't go anywhere near it. Come on, Sultan.
Sultan? No. I'm not so sure what to make of this axe throwing business.
Do you know a man who's must have some experience of axe throwing?
Got to have.
He must, surely.
The amount of places he's been in the world, he's got to have seen some sort of axe throwing. 84 test grounds, is it?
I've been to his house. I wouldn't be surprised if he has an axe throwing shed at the bottom of the garden. Just nipping out for a 20-mile run.
20-mile run and then throw an axe.
Find out, shall we? I'll leave you with that, Steve Harmison. Frankie Mackay's about to join you. I'm not sure Frankie's going to have many axe throwing anecdotes to bring to the party. We'll find out shortly.
Axe throwing experiences? No, not many in Ashington. You need quite a good one, a sharp one. A lot of wood needs chopping. There's a lot of different. They used to go from a coal fire now. They're now
Where's this going?
wood. They're all wood burners now in the northeast. Or a lot of homes where you need obviously the heat. So there's a lot of wood being chopped, but
you're not missing anything, by the way.
No, it's drinks at this minute in time. We're trying to fill.
Frankie Mackay. No, we're not. There's no
we're trying to fill time of not talking about New Zealand's bowling rather than England's excellent batting, because I feel as though we've been doing that for the most of this series so far.
Okay. Well, after a word from Frankie Mackay, we Neil Mathor. Good luck.
Yeah, I don't have any X stories. Sorry, unfortunately. Actually, I noticed it as I came to the ground this morning. There is actually an axe throwing place on the way. So, I mean, maybe that's a little team trip at some point. Show off our axe throwing skills. Surely between the lot of us, we've got a few who'd be reasonably handy with axe in hand.
Not me, that's for sure. But yeah, that's where this conversation started, Frankie. John went for a stroll to find himself a pie and some coffee at lunchtime, but could only find an axe throwing venue quite close to the ground. The cricket has been breathtaking. It's been mesmerising. The two sixes in one over, the final over bowled by Darryl Mitchell from Harry Brook, were truly extraordinary. And I was the first half an hour after lunch break, I was talking to Michael Atherton about what it is, what are the things, the aspects of Brook's batting that make him so exceptional. And I think it's I cannot recall ever seeing a batter with their head so still at the point of impact that he has. Anyway, drinks have been consumed and removed from the field, and Michael Bracewell continues with his off-spin, and he's bowling to Harry Brook, who drives that one out to extra cover. I think Harry Brook's got 3 Test hundreds already. This is his 5th 50. It'll become 4 and 4 if he scores another 5 runs. He's faced just 99 balls. Bracewell in. Brook turns it away behind square on the leg side and decides immediately that he will take a single and won't push for the second. I think as the ball left the bat, it was quite sweetly timed, and it was always going to be a chase on for leg slip. But Tom Latham got there quickly enough, and it was just a single. Brook moves to 96, 167 for 3. Bracewell in once again. Forward comes Joe Root, pushing that one out to extra cover. Root's playing innings of consummate authority. I was going to use the word responsibility, but I mean, when has he ever shirked responsibility? Of course it's a responsible innings. Bracewell in again. Root drives once more, this time firmly back to the bowler. Bracewell fields and there's no run. Doing no harm to the over rate. Michael Bracewell at the moment for New Zealand, 167 for 3. England were 21 for 3. Oops, they don't like the ball, Frankie. A little show of the ball to the umpire.
Get the umpire to change it.
Fourth ball of the over, and the umpires had a little look at it and handed it straight back. Fifth ball of the over is defended once again by Root, who's on 46. That's Rod Tucker, isn't it? Or is that Chris Caffney? He's got his back to us at the moment. He's changed his headgear. He's got the baseball cap on at the moment. But he had a little look at it and said, yeah, what's wrong with it, fellas? Yeah, get on with it. Carry on. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not even sure that he put it through the hoops, did he? So it wasn't a question of it being out of shape, maybe just damaged, or there's nothing. It's not doing anything. Bracewell in once again, completely over with another dot ball. That was a tidy over from Michael Bracewell, just a single from it. Brook 96, Root 42, 167 for 3. At the lunch break, I heard your lunchtime discussion. Mark Richardson said that he thought it was a 250. He said he didn't think the wicket was going to flatten out, and he thought that it might be 250 might be a good score. Is it flattening out? I mean, you know, there has been sunshine on it, but it's more the wind that flattens the pitch at Wellington, isn't it? Or is it just been flat bowling and good batting?
No, it's a combination of the two. More time it spends under the sun, and with the wind out there as well, it definitely will dry it out. It's had a couple of days under cover as well leading into it, so I'm confident it will continue to just flatten out. It'll quicken up a touch as well. That's probably what's impressed me most about the surface, is just the pace that it's already got in it.
Neil Wagner runs in from the Government House end up to the crease now, and Brook steers it into the gully straight to the field and no run.
And I don't actually think the New Zealanders have bowled too poorly whatsoever. I think there has been enough in the surface. I think shown that by those 3 early wickets, play and miss early on, but it's just been the way that these two have batted. So I think Joe Root has taken almost all risk out of his game. He's just made the bowlers come to him, and Harry Brook's just taken it on. As soon as anything's been a scratch off.
Short, pulled away by Brook out towards square leg, but it won't be the boundary he needs for his 100. He gets a single to deep square leg, and England move on to 168 for 3.
And so just because of that positive intent, it's allowed him to get himself ahead of the game. It's then meant the bowlers have been almost searching to try and find that right area to bowl to him to get him in a bit of strife. So I think the batters have been, these two at the moment, they've been quite brilliant in their partnership now, nearing 150. So far 147 between the two of them.
Wagner in again outside the off stump. Quick delivery, and it hurries Tom Blundell actually. It's left alone by the batsman. Brook 97, Root on 42. Jared Kimber's watching on, and I'm no doubt you always thinking of something, Jared. You're always plotting, aren't you? What's on your mind?
I was just watching some axe throwing.
We googled it, did you?
Were you not with us when we were watching it? We were in the West Indies. It was on TV. We couldn't believe it was a sport.
Here is Wagner again, and that one is driven square of the wicket on the offside by Joe Root, just a push out towards the cover boundary. No, I have no recollection of seeing that.
We watched that, and then what's the other sport that Americans think is a sport? When you throw like a bean bag at a piece of wood. They've got it's I don't even know what it is, but it was a whole day.
There's a series. There's the lumberjack games, aren't there? Which also includes that thing where they have to climb up a pole in the fastest time possible, and then chop it down. Here is Wagner once again, and there's a swing and a miss outside the off stump from Harry Brook. That kept a bit low, and dare I say that to either of you, did Harry Brook actually lose his shape there? Was that a bit sloggy, a bit slappy?
So that's what we're going to say. It's the weakness, is it, Harry Brook, in the 90s. The nervous 90s are the Achilles heel. If you're a batter, that's not a bad one to have.
Last ball of the over coming up. Harry Brook on 97. 2 slips in a gully. Wagner again over the wicket bowls, and Brook steers it away behind square on the offside. He will keep the strike. Last ball of the over. I did mention, I'll be honest, the Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui during the first Test match, that Brook, at his best when he was really flying, did have an uncanny ability to take a single off the last ball of the over. Jared, does that ring the bells then, the Lumberjack games? I don't recall axe throwing in the West Indies.
No, do you know, when you bring all this up, you would know this, Frankie may not know this, that Peter Siddle was a professional woodchopper, a competition wood chopper. And so there's this thing that they do in Victoria, and they might do it in New Zealand as well, but I know it's a Victorian and Tasmanian thing where people stand on logs with an axe and they chop the log out under their feet. And Peter Siddle did it at the Melbourne show. It's a bizarre sport. even more than cornholing, which is the one I was trying to remember the name of before.
And it's also incredibly aerobically demanding. You really have to be super fit to be a lumberjack. And yes, I think anybody that can call themselves a cricket journalist knows that Peter Siddle was a lumberjack in his youth, and then later in life became a vegetarian lumberjack.
Competitive lumberjack. He's not. Anyone can be a lumberjack. Competitive lumberjack.
One. Sorry. Okay. Well, Harry Brook is on 98, and he's chopped this one away behind square on the offside, but it's fielded at backward point by Devon Conway, who dives to his right. Harry Brook 98. Would you believe it? I mean, it just keeps going. He just on the verge of a 400 in his 9th innings in Test cricket. Here is Bracewell again. He backs away and punches this one out into the covers, and it's straight to the field. Not quite straight to the fielder, but they run away to the right to pick up, and it's a single. Brook moves on to 99. Joe Root has 43. England 171 for 3, and the partnership's 150. A record 4th wicket partnership for England at the Basin Reserve, overtaking the one set in 1992 between Robin Smith and Alan Lamb. Turned away this time by Joe Root behind square on the leg side, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Root remains 43 from 110 balls. His slowest 50 in Test cricket, still a long way away. 154 balls. It's India in Nagpur. Turned again out towards short leg. Latham Fields on the bounce once more, and well, I must have to say that Michael Bracewell, not only does he give it a good rip, but his control is impressive for a man who only started bowling off spin a couple of years ago seriously. Out down the leg side, turns quite sharply, nicely taken by Tom Blundell. The leg glance is unsuccessful from Joe Root. 43rd over of the innings coming up, and England scoring over 4 and over despite losing 3 quick early wickets. Here is Bracewell, a quicker one outside the off stump, pushed by Root for a single into a gap on the offside, and he now will keep the strike. Root on 44, Harry Brook on 99. What do you do when your partner is on 99? You try and sort of make an extra effort to keep things calm?
I think it depends a little bit on the player. Some people almost live in a blissfully unaware state that it doesn't bother them whatsoever, so you just keep things as normal as possible. Potentially you're the one that gets more nervous for them than they do for themselves, but there are some characters definitely who the nervous 90s are a thing, especially 99 in particular. So if you do get someone like that, it is, you don't want to face 3 overs in a row, that's for sure. You don't want to keep them off strike, so let's give them the opportunity and just keep things nice and calm.
Neil Wagner runs in for another over. Down the wicket comes Joe Root, turns it away into a gap on the leg side, runs the first hard, comes back for the second, and Joe Root now moves on to 46.
Most important thing you can do, however, if your striker's on 99, is back up. You got to be ready to go, because the amount of hairy singles that get called through all of a sudden the game's been going at a somewhat sedate pace. Someone gets onto 99 and it's helter-skelter. So that's the best thing you can do, is make sure you are ready to go.
2 slips in the gully, Root on strike still, outside the off stump, left alone. And unless you go the opposite way, you see, and that's what I was thinking. I half had in my mind that, you know, if you could see that your partner was getting a bit skittish and a bit jumpy, and you know, whether you might actually say, I tell you what, just take a deep breath, and how about I do all the calling till you get there. You know, but then I suppose you run the risk of making him even more skittish if you change the plan, and that one is guided by Root once again towards gully, nicely fielded by Henry Nichols, running to his right and making a sliding stop. So just keep everything as normal and as natural as possible. England were 101 for 3 at lunch, 21 for 3 when the third wicket fell in the 7th over after Tim Southey won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. And since then, 150 added by these two. Here is Wagner again, down the wicket, and a firm drive. Wagner, almost in self-defence, stops it as he stumbled towards the drive. It was down into the ground, a bump ball, but it was hit hard by Joe Root. And Wagner's fielded that. That's like a man being sucked underwater in a whirlpool, and he's held his hand up above him and somehow managed to get a paw onto the ball. And
Well, he's done exceptionally well. That is a horrible feeling. You start to feel yourself stumbling and you see the ball get hit back at you. Done spectacularly well.
Flicked away by Root. Once again, he's running the first hard. He wants to come back for the second, and he will come back for the second as Bracewell does the fielding, aggressively throws the ball back in towards the bowler's end, and Joe Root has moved up to 48. Harry Brook hasn't faced a ball for 2 overs now. England 176 for 3. Glorious sunshine at the Basin Reserve in Wellington now. It's got a sort of a watery feel to it because the temperature's still 16 degrees, but it is, we've got shadows on the ground. Short hook shot from Joe Root, and believe it or not, he's going to keep the strike again at the end of the over, and there's almost a sort of apologetic look about Joe Root. There's a sort of rolling of the shoulders as he walks back at the end of the over towards his partner Harry Brook, as if to say, I'm not doing this on purpose, mate. 177 for 3.
Yeah, there was a bit of a grin to each other with the little, almost felt like little tip of the hat apology as Root moves himself on to 49. But this is the dangerous, really dangerous time now for New Zealand. The scores moved through to 177 for 3. You just feel the partnership needs to be broken really quickly. No first-class side batting first at the Basin Reserve this season has made more than 225.
Michael Bracewell continues with his off-spin, and Joe Root is trying to take a single out. I'm sure he's pushed that one straight to short leg, and Tom Latham fields. But I'm sure that Root is feeling now that it's time for Brook to take strike once again. He's been on 99 and he hasn't faced a ball for out of the last 14 deliveries. Bracewell in again, and Root once more turns it with the spin straight to short leg. Latham's very good in that position under the helmet.
Yeah, he's very good. That's why he's kept the role. It's not the newest lad in the team that's under the lid.
Not because he wants it.
I don't think anyone would admit to saying that.
Bracewell in again, and Root off the back foot punches into the covers and takes a single. And that's his 50. Congratulations to Joe Root. He receives the usual Root cheer from the Primary Army and other England supporters who are giving him some of them are giving him a standing ovation, which is generous for a half-century for the former England captain, but it's been an innings of the utmost quality and importance and temperament and I think selflessness as well. I mean, like the man of the five-star buffet, he's limited himself to a bowl of soup and a bread roll without tucking into all the other stuff that he's perfectly capable of doing. But he has been in fine control. Now the man comes up from deep back with square legs. Harry Brook on 99. Everyone's saving a single if they're not in a catching position. Bracewell in, and it's chopped away behind square on the offside to the boundary by Harry Brook, who reaches his 100 from an extraordinary 107 deliveries. It's his 14th four, 2 sixes. It's his 4th 100 in just his 9th Test innings. A glorious, glorious century. A fight back, a defiant 103 not out. He came to the crease with England at 21 for 3, and he's been in imperious and glorious form. What 100 from Harry Brook. This man knows no limits. One of the fastest, highest scoring starts to a Test cricket batting career ever made by anybody in any era. Harry Brook, remember the name. Pushes this one defensively out towards short mid-on, and well, he's played a couple of memorable shots. The one where he premeditated a bouncer from Neil Wagner and stepped outside. This was in the morning. This was halfway through the morning session with England struggling at 50 for 3, and he whacked him over long on. Bracewell in again, tosses this one up, and it's driven by Brook up towards short mid-on again to the man in the catching position. But you know, and he's played a couple of other memorable shots. That was an extraordinary one because it seemed to come right out of the blue. But otherwise, what he has done hasn't really done in all of his other innings and his previous 300s. Is he went through periods of absorbing pressure in old-fashioned Test batting style. Amazing. Frankie Mackay, I shall leave it with you, and Dan McCarty will take over.
Yeah, he's been excellent. Harry Brook, he's just been brilliant to watch throughout this entire series. Started off at the mount, 89 off 81, 54 off 41 in the second innings. His 3rd Player of the Match award, and he's just continued on that form here to Wellington. Average now just sitting a shade over 90, 400s, 350s, scoring runs for fun, Dan McCarty.
Wait to hit some form. Here is Root onto the front foot, playing with the soft hands, opening the blade, running into the gully, and there's no run. Quite mind-bending, Brook. Mind-bending Brook. 9 innings, 400s, 450s, averaging over 90. And then on top of that, it's the strike rate. It's hard to fathom. As I say, the mind-bending Brook. It's a pretty poor time to be speechless. And that's kind of how I feel about it. Here is Southey to the advancing Root, who can just work him through the gap at mid-wicket, and there is another run. Huge partnership, 162, taking the score from 21 for 3. And since lunch, 101 for the loss of 3. New Zealand were, I thought, excellent through the opening 6 overs of the session, conceded just 10 runs. But then, just the way these two can play, it was 55 runs off the next 8 overs. And all that good work is gone. New Zealand have pulled it back somewhat through Wagner and Bracewell over the last 5 or 6 overs. With just 16 runs in that block. But where are the wickets coming from? Frankie Mackay, they don't look likely. These two look set for a very long stay.
Yeah, well, that's the concern. If you're a New Zealand fan, if you're a New Zealand cricketer, that is the big concern.
Here is Southey into his 14th over from wide of the crease, angling in towards off stump, and Brook comes forward and defends into the offside. I like the fact that Southey's back into the attack, because what was very noticeable, well, prior to this over, 27 over 7 maidens, 3 for 76. They are the figures of Southey and Henry. Outside of that, New Zealand have struggled. That little maybe 15-minute spell from Bracewell and Wagner. They haven't looked threatening, those three. Yes, they've been able to curb the scoring rate, but it's wickets what New Zealand need. England piling on the pressure as Brook now drives forcefully straight into the cover region. Bracewell is there to field, no run.
That's the concern. And the score already up to 183. You start thinking, probably at the start of the day, New Zealand side win the toss, big smile on the face, have a bowl here at the Basin Reserve, thank you very much. get England 3 for 21, you're thinking 200. The number's definitely starting with a 2. Ideally closer to the 200 than the 300 mark is probably where you're seeing the game going.
Southey moving in again from the government house and drags this one shorter, wide of off stump, and it's just clipped away. Backward a point off the back foot by Brook, moving to 104, 184 for 3.
Now all of a sudden they found themselves in that really tricky position again, where actually you need wickets and you need to find them reasonably quickly, because that's a great way to stem the scoring as well if you can actually break this partnership. But how do you do it without bleeding too many runs? You have to have catches in place. You can't run the risk of going too defensive because you need men in catching around the bat.
Root now on strike on 51. He waits for South and he flicks the ball from middle leg down towards long leg, just rolling the wrists with the stroke. 185 for the loss of 3. The good thing for New Zealand between Test 1 and 2, they actually have pulled the scoring rate down. 4.02. It's miles ahead of what the 5.5, 6 they were conceding at the Mount.
Yeah, England crawling along in comparison. But it's that hard thing now, how they go about the next probably 15 overs of the game is that tricky thing to try and work out exactly the best tactics. Is it using Michael Bracewell in a holding role and trying to attack at one end? Is it actually you're trying to attack at both? There's questions for Tim Southey, and I'm not quite sure at the moment he's got the answers for them.
Great stats has come up on the TV. Your production crew working overtime, Frankie. Since Brendan McCullum became coach of England, it was May, I think, May of 2022. Harry Brook's 100 today off 107 balls. Slow, the 7th fastest 100. Johnny Bairstow, New Zealand fans will remember this. He leads that with that ridiculous 100 off 77 balls at Nottingham. And poor Pakistan. Pakistan bowlers, I'm not sure, did they drive the English team to the airport? I want to see the back of them. There were 300s in that series quicker. In that series alone, quicker than what we saw from Harry Brook here, who's scarily the mind-bending Brook. He's played quite well within himself today, hasn't he?
Yeah, from a viewing point of view, I've enjoyed it, and that's the best part of it is, yes, there's been a little bit of brute power on show. Yes, he's put a couple up into the stands, but on the whole, he's just been able to react to what he's seen. He's been able to have a little bit of premeditation when he thinks he's going to get certain deliveries.
Wagner's back into the attack from the Vard stand in. He started the full ball outside of off stump, pushed into the cover region. Bracewell's in very quickly to field. So Wagner, who bowled from the government house end, the southern end of the base reserve, has swung around. He's replacing Bracewell with Southey now into the attack from that southern end. He's got a slip, he's got a gully, he's got a backward point. Cover, who is Bracewell, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg on just maybe a foot or two just forward of square, and also a long leg. Fairly conventional looking stuff as Wagner again full and wide of off stump, allowing Root to come forward and bunted into the point region for a run. He's 53, it's 186 for the loss of 3.
And as the Wellington local, this has got to be starting to be getting a little bit worrying, isn't it?
No, not yet. Jared pointed this out a little bit earlier. The Basin Reserve, it's not get through the opening 2 hours, it's going to become flat. You tend to pick up wickets throughout. There's pace and bounce in the surface. You've got to bowl well. We've talked about 14 tests in a row. Side has won the toss and bowled, but it doesn't hoop around corners. Here is Wagner moving past the umpire, short, and it's pulled away powerfully towards deep backward square by Brook. A run taken, 105 for the loss. Sorry, here's 105, it's 187 for the loss of 3. The old adage of a couple of good bits of cricket, the score's 187 for the loss of 5. But you get set, you can score big. And it will get flat day 2, day 3 especially, late day 2. Should still be in a little in it for the bowlers, whether it's swing, more seam you would think. Wagner into his 9th over, still searching for his first wicket. Once more it's Brook Looks like he's having a net at the moment. Comes forward just again, pushes and accesses that gap at point to go up to 54, 188 for the loss of 3. So New Zealand have got to believe they're in it. The average score over those 13 previous tests of winning the toss and batting first, it's about 310, 315.
So happy then to 300 there or thereabouts. You're in the ballpark then as a bowling side.
Yeah. And you speak to a lot of the first-class cricketers. You mentioned 49 straight first-class games. Won the toss and bowled short, pulled away. That's going to beat the shorter of the 2 backward squares down towards long leg. There's a round of field, so just won 189 for the loss of 3. You feel you've just got a better chance of taking wickets on the first day with a little bit of green in the surface, because it just doesn't deteriorate. It becomes a good batting surface. We saw Kasul Mendes and Angelo Matthews bat a whole day without losing a wicket. Sri Lanka were 300 runs behind after the first innings. It was the third innings of a test. We've seen some touring players play some exceptional scores with the bat. Here's Wagner rolling to Root. Wow, that is just superb. Onto the front foot. Clips it away through the covers. Supreme from the right-hander. He's 58. It's 193 for 3.
That is right out of the coaching manual, that one. The poise, the balance, hold the pose, the high elbow to finish it. Not overhit by any stretch of the imagination. Simply beautiful from Joe Root.
193 for the loss of 3. Root 58 off 129, so he's striking at 45 runs per 100 balls. That's just his third 4. Well worth the wait for that third 4. As good as you will see. A strike rate in the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes era of 45 is on the low side. It's still 2.75, 3 runs and over. In the old form of test match cricket, his ability to hit the gaps, whether it's working it onto the onside, offside. Steve Harmis alongside Jacob Borum. Harmis going to return now to the commentary position. How frustrating it is. Root's ability to rotate. Brook, on the other hand, is getting an inside edge down towards the fence for 4 at fine leg. He's finally been deceived. This time Tim Southey just getting the ball to shoot back in towards him, playing away from his body just a fraction. And lucky it didn't cannon into the leg stump. 197 for 3.
In the form that Harry Brook's in at this moment in time, you deserve that element of luck that he's just had there. Inside edge, just past leg stump, and talking about Joe Root, he's in fantastic touch.
Here's Southey, the New Zealand captain, wider of off stump, played into the gully, no run.
Fantastic shot that was, the ball before he can't. Wasn't massively over pitched. It was a bit of width. Just held the pose. Nice use of the pace. That's the ball coming onto him. Waited for the ball to come into his scoring zone. Not trying to overhit it. Didn't lose his shape. Kept his head still and just eased his hands through the ball. Caressed it.
He knew it too. He did hold the pose for the cameraman. Here is Southey yet again. Goes full wider. He played just behind point in the offside. There will be no run despite Brooks setting off, sent back.
Yeah, I just think Joe Root was a little bit blindsided by Tim Southey there. I think there was a single, and the one thing that this partnership's done brilliantly, talked about Joe Root's strike rate. Joe Root walked out at 20 for 3, 20 for 2. When Root walks out, you had to put the fire out and then get it going again with Harry Brook. And the big thing they have done really well is rotate the strike. And the single there didn't happen, but I think that was more because Southey was in Joe Root's eye line.
Southey from the Government House in, wide of off stump, full of length and onto the front foot, playing the ball through points as Brook another single. He moves to 111, 198 for the loss of 3. I've got an idea for New Zealand. Maybe they need to trot down to John's favourite shot, get a couple of axes and give them to Tim Southey. He can launch an axe
think if you launch an axe at Harry Brook at this minute in time, if you over pitch it, I think you'll hit it over the side screen for 6. I think you'll not get the sharp end, you'll get the blunt end, and it'll go straight off the middle of his bat.
That would not surprise any of us. Root onto the front foot, working the ball down towards long leg, in fact square. It's going to be Conway from deep backward square in, and England creeping up towards 200, 199 for 3. Remember, they were 21 for 3 in the 7th over. Crawley gone for 2, Pope for 10, Duckett to a screaming catch from Bracewell at third slip, his second very good grab. And Duckett was gone for 9. Southey bowl short, gets head height, but on the front foot almost was, well, didn't even need to go back. He's seeing it like a beach ball through binoculars. It's 200 for England, 200 for the loss of 3. 48 overs have been bowled, Brook now 112.
Yeah, the ease that Harry Brook played that short ball was well directed, good height from Tim Southey, not a great deal of pace on it, and just like a top spin forehand, just helping it round the corner down to deep square leg and just sauntered off to the other end, and he's making test match cricket, making international cricket look very, very easy. A lot of hard work. He said that a couple of times on interview. He's working very, very hard to keep himself in a position of trying to get better all the time. And you must think this test game or this international game is very easy, because he just looks as though he's been made for it. What is it? It's his 6th test match. And it looks as though there's a man at the other end who's played a hell of a lot more than 627, I think it is, and he looks as though he's a veteran, does Harry Brook, the way he's constructed his innings. He put the fire out when he first went in, managed to build a partnership, and then impose himself on the opposition. It's been frightening.
Wagner sees Brook go outside of leg stump and smashes him back over the bowler's head, horizontal back. One of those tennis strokes we've seen from him. With disdain, Wagner has been dispatched. 204 for 3.
We mentioned playing golf the other day and playing with Marcus Trescothick, the batting coach, and Trez mentioned about how the guys have set up to play against the short ball against Neil Wagner. They knew Wagner was going to come in and bowl bounces. Tim Southey, he more or less had sort of 2 mid-ons at one point, one in and one out. And the way England are going to go is to back away and sort of flat bat him, baseball style, straight down the ground.
Well, it worked on that occasion. Wagner again, Brook goes outside of leg stump, and this time smashes it just to the offside of the stumps. Went more straight to ground than lofted over the bowler's head as the previous delivery. Around comes Williamson, who's been dispatched to long on, a very straight long on, so just a single, 205 for 3.
And it looks as though that's the plan. That's the plan for Harry Brook. He feels as though if Wagner's going to go down the short ball route and constantly sort of barrage and bowl bounces, which he is going to do. He's got fly slip, gully, deep backward point.
Once more from the bandstand end. Follows Brook. He pulls it. Might have hit high on the bat. I think he's looking to hit that square. It's gone through mid-wicket. Southey catches up. They've got... They steal a third?
No, 2 runs. It was a toe end of the bat from Joe Root. But they're going down. If Wagner's going to go down the short ball route, they've got 4 men on the offside, 5 men on the leg side. I don't mind this. I think this is better. It's a clear plan. But England are making a conscious effort of going outside leg stump and basically trying to flat bat Neil Wagner down the ground.
Wagner bowls now again short, gets up around the grill of the right-hander who plays the ball tidely straight to ground, finds a man who's feeling on a 45-degree angle back with a square. That's Bracewell, no run.
It's not a warning, it's a acknowledgement. That's a 1 for the over shoulder height. But it's a clear plan from England, clear plan from New Zealand, right? This is the way they're going to go. They've got the right field in place, but to combat that, it seems as though England are going to give themselves some room at like outside leg stump and try and hit Neil Wagner back from where it's come from, and that's the short ball. It's ridiculous trying to have a plan to go downtown from the short ball.
You're told to play straight harming when you're a young'un. Here's a pull again straight to Bracewell. 20 metres from the bat. No run. Text spot. Play straight.
Yeah, play straight, play in the V. But it's normally with a straight bat, not a horizontal one. You just seen Kane Williamson as Wagner's run in, he's sort of coming backwards because he's trying to cover all bases, not be too sort of deep where he's fielding. And Joe Root now has opened right up. He has opened up. He's Shivna Ryan Chanderpaul style. He is now facing. He's nearly square on to Neil Wagner.
His shot pointed towards mid-wicket, and he pulls this one with great vigour. Forward of square. Nichols in the deep. It might have been Young, in fact. It's gone one way. Problem was, Will, it was travelling the other. He did not pick it up at all, and a ferocious four to finish the over. That's Root's fourth four. He's 65. The partnership was 190. 211 for the loss of 3. Time for this New Zealand to go run and dig a hole. Here's John Norman.
Yeah, the hole is being dug a little bit deeper by Neil Wagner, the way he's gone in this series so far. But there was a big change there from Joe Root. Instead of standing what you'd talk about textbooks, square on, let the bat come through in a horizontal, in a vertical way, trying to hit the ball textbook style straight down the ground. None of that in this. Joe Root opened right up. His right shoulder was nearly facing Neil Wagner, square shoulders towards the batsman, and he's basically saying, if you bowl this short, I'm in a great position here with a bat high, hands high, waiting baseball style, and I'm just going to cross bat shot you into the leg side, and if you get it high enough or if you get it too far to my left, I'll try and hit it down and ride it. If you get it outside the right hand side of my eyes, I'm going to belt you for 4, and that's what he did.
Southey in and played to backward of points by Harry Brook. What an innings this has been, 118, and you still feel like he's got another couple of gears to go. That's the incredible thing. Jacob Oram, when he was on commentary earlier, said it's been like a white ball game. Single, single, 4, single, single. It's that kind of feel to it. Single, 2, 4, 2. It's that kind of. There's nothing extraordinary in terms of the. If you just look purely at strike rate, it's not extraordinary. But his introduction, Southey again forward is Joe Root, pushes this into the offside, no run. But his introduction to Test cricket has been nothing short of unbelievable. Many people are asking, is this approach to Test cricket sustainable? I've certainly been asked that question a couple of times on New Zealand radio this week. Well, it is if you've got a guy in Harry Brook who can go at 90, average that is.
Can bat like this, definitely it's sustainable. And just to pick up the point you just made there, Neil Wagner bowled a decent over a little bit earlier and went for 10 with 2 4s and 2 singles.
Taking the positive approach. Down the track again, Joe Root pushes this square of the wicket on the offside, backward of square. Comes through for another single, and that's it, isn't it? The positive option. It's always about the positive option. It wasn't Baz ball for the first hour after England were 21 for 3. This is a little bit more approaching it. They're playing the conditions, and they're playing the match. They're playing sensible. But Harry Brook, his lowest score in Test cricket in 9 innings is 54.
It's ridiculous.
But you know what's even more ridiculous? I just had a quick look at Bairstow's record before he got injured. I mean, essentially, England's number 5 has hit 8 centuries in 11 Test matches. Southey again. Oh, he's fallen over. Didn't release the ball. That was the most extraordinary mancad attempt by Tim Southey, and it wasn't. That was that pretty much sums up New Zealand's session.
Yeah, he's just tripped in his basically as he's come into land.
He did release the ball. I thought he kept hold of the ball.
No, the ball went behind. He released the ball that went behind him. And between the umpire and the stumps. Dangerous game.
Southey again. This time does release the ball, and it is punished again. Pushed through the offside. There's a chase, and I think the ball has won. The deep point fielder herring along the boundary edge. Desperate dive, but 4 more again, and this is really dangerous from New Zealand. Really dangerous, because again, that wasn't a bad ball. Another forcing shot on the move, and perfectly safe from Harry Brook. He moves to 122.
Again, another ball. England hitting New Zealand's good balls for 4. New Zealand haven't bowled that badly in this innings. I don't think. I just think England have hit them off their length.
Brook, bat raised high, brings it round almost like a periscope, just hauls the ball all the time in the world. Two fielders converge at forward a deep square, kind of long leg. Another run. I mean, Joe Root is a guy that's known as wanting to get on with things. It was his downfall at times, you know, that shot down to third man that you were mentioning right at the back of commentary, you know, playing outside his eye line, wanting to get bad on ball, rotating the strike, quickly taking twos, clips off the leg. He's faced 136 balls for 66, going at decent pace as Southee is in, defended this time from the former captain. Brook is 123 from 124. He's got it all. He's got it all, but we do see the flourish from his shots. You know, we do see the flourish, especially when he goes straight. But anything through extra cover is measured on the floor, very precise, minimal movement, just power and timing.
Hits the ball into the ground a lot, and that's because of the base, the stable base he's got. He's not got a massive foot movement. Doesn't sort of like Joe comes out to the ball. Zach Crawley gets his hands well away from his body. Ollie Pope wants to play away from his body. But Harry Brook goes into his crease, so he starts as the bowler's running in, and then he gets himself. He just goes back just a touch, and it's like a little trigger where he gets himself set, and then he picks his hands up, and then when picking his hands up, he can make a decision on whether to defend it or whether to attack it. The majority of the time, he's looking to attack it. And then when it comes to a good ball, and he respects, then he just drops his hands low, bang, and defends it back into the ground. But because he's in that position, he can actually just follow through if the ball is offline and hit the ball into the ground because of what it for me is one of the best head positions I've seen in world cricket. Head position so still, and it's upright. It's not falling over like Zach Crawley does or like Joe does sometimes. Perfectly still.
Wagner back for maybe a little bit more punishment again. The extravagant movement to the leg side. Again, it's dug in by Wagner outside off stump, and again almost that tennis ball shot, forearm hit down the ground where it's fielded at long off. Brook moves to 124. Gary Morgan, our scorer, has just sent me this. It kind of backs up what I was saying a few moments ago. If you look at the distribution of England 100s by position since McCullum took over, the openers have scored 2 of them. Number 3 has scored 2 of them. Number 4 scored 3 of them. Number 5, 8. Number 6 and 7 have also scored 1 apiece. Roots down on his squats really as a misfield to extra cover. That's not going to help the cause, and it's going to give up 2 runs as well. It was a cut shot really from Root that went square than intended, and misjudgment in the field. Kane Williamson came into the series, I think, 39 runs away from breaking Ross Taylor's record as New Zealand's leading international run scorer in test matches, where he's still 30 odd behind. A Duck in second innings, single figure score in first. Another little milestone. It's just passed me by. 200 up for England, blimey. This has been England's session. 101 for 3. Just after the lunch break, and they're going to have another 100-run session. Dug in again by Wagner. 3 fielders inside what would be the circle if it was a one-day game. It isn't. Fielded at deep square leg. Momentarily unsighted. The squarest of the 3. 222 for 3. No. The 200-run partnership. Sorry,
yeah, 200-run partnership.
Myself.
262 balls it was. It's been a hell of an effort. 21 for 3 when Harry Brook walks out, and then some of you are thinking this is going to be a quick game, be a good game.
Short again down the leg side, and that is almost picking out one of those 3 fielders I just made mention of. It kind of at the 45. I'm not sure how close he actually got to it. Another run to the score, again, 223 for 3. Is it Bracewell then?
I think it was Bracewell again, going diving to his right this time. Yeah, it is. It's Michael Bracewell again, diving to his right. I'm not sure how close he was to the ball, but where his day has gone from a fielding point of view, It was in within fingertip region. I think the way Harry Brook's gone with a batting point of view, a good chance of him catching it because he's got 2 snorters to hit.
Second of the two. Incredible grab. Dug in again. Swivel pull from Joe Root. He moves to 70. You were with Harry Brook a couple of days ago, weren't you?
I was, yes. He was playing golf. He got the grumpy group. He got Jimmy and Brody, who had just had a long few days in the field, so they were a bit stiff and sore. Came in with 38 points off 4, so it's no surprise that he's a good golfer as well as he is a good cricketer, and he's just a lovely lad. He really is. Nice and simple, grounded, humble, a really, really nice young man.
And he's facing up, steps away from the wicket, but this is fired way too wide for the batter to be interested. N.A. Burton's got in contact with us at cricket_TS if you're listening and you want to drop us a message. We'll give a silent shout out. Says listening in Glasgow, Scotland, where I should really be sleeping. We've had a few messages in from Glasgow.
We might have somebody driving a wagon earlier.
We had someone out on nights, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, N.A. Burton says, can I get a silent shout out for Lewis, Murray and Jeffrey, who, despite being massive cricket fans, have nodded off. Thank you, well, there you go. Freddie Jones messaged us a while ago asking if you got any memories of playing with Paul Jarvis, good pal of mine since he moved nearby recently. But I asked off air.
I don't think I played against Jarv. I think Paul Jarvis came just after me. If I played against him, it was when he was down at Sussex. I think it might have been my first year and his last year. I'd be very surprised. I don't think I did. But what a fantastic bowler. A reverse swing bowler, skiddy trajectory, a bit like Goffey. Top bowler, bowl well considering the injury record he had with England.
Got a little break up of play here, you're not missing much. Short leg is going to be coming in. We're going to see some more spin. Michael Bracewell, who pulled off those 2 catches earlier on today, that well, the second one really took my breath away. Incredible effort, and the first one was pretty good as well. He's going to bowl to Joe Root from the Government House end. This is straight. He mixes it up a little bit, doesn't he, Bracewell? He's quite happy just to fire in a couple, and then he'll try and put a few revs on the ball. It's blustery out there. This is again just darted in really, fraction wider. Root plays it into the ground. 224 for 3 if you're joining us. 200-run partnership between Joe Root and Harry Brook, changing the complexion of this game. The 4th 200 stand for the 4th wicket at Wellington. Daniel McCarty was talking about the one played by Sri Lanka. Forward is Root, big stride forward as well. A little tempted for the sweep. Practice shot there, but plays straight.
I just wonder if Bracewell's come on, because there's a cloud just come to us on the left and might have a little shower and might have a bit of rain in, a little bit heavier in atmosphere.
Down on one knee, lovely little deft sweep from Joe Root, gets the ball fine, can't beat the fielder who runs round from long leg, not enough to stop Joe Root coming back for a second. He moves to 72. The partnership now 205. Daniel McCarty watched the Sri Lankans bat all day here, Sri Lanka. They're visiting here. They'll be here next month actually.
I bet you they weren't going at 4.5 and over.
I think England will be going at more than 4.5 and over by the end of this if they're still together, won't they? Oh, yeah. Here as Joe Root is forward defending again. 1 ball left to Bracewell's 6th over. As we approach the tea break here at the Basin Reserve. Bracewell is in. Root makes a little bit of room but can't beat the fielder at point and cover point, and no run, so we will get another end before the break. Well, we've got 5 minutes before the break, and England has been an eye on, well, it's 5 minutes away from the perfect session really.
It is 5 minutes from the perfect session. I just wonder, just mentioned there's a cloud just coming over, beautiful. It's a brilliant viewing ground from our vantage point up here. In the Arvant stand, Air Vant stand, I think it is. And when you look out, you look over the hills and the government buildings behind, the college is behind that, where our cars parked. tunnel to our left looks very, very busy with cars going through it, and then the trees behind it. But round by them trees on the left-hand side, there's a cloud, and it's on its way over. And just wonder if that starts to get a bit closer, whether the wind will get up, the atmosphere get a little bit heavier, and Tim Southey might be thinking, right, just save himself and Matt Henry for a burst after tea, when potentially the conditions start getting a little bit more favourable for the seamers, or one of the seamers, to run downwind, and if there's any sort of movement in the air.
We have had some sun today, you're right, but it is gloomy as Wagner is in, and this is pitched up and thrashed forward a square. Deep point can't cut that off, and this full house once again applauds another boundary shot. Harry Brook. And if I was New Zealand, I'd be starting to get very, very concerned, because it's just started to move up through the gears now. Final session very often belongs to the batter. And if that one belongs to the batter, I'm not sure what this one's about.
Yeah, you do get a little bit concerned. More the way with Neil Wagner's bowling and the field he's got. I'm not sure what he's trying to do here. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside.
Wagner again, and once again Brook moves away, and it was there to be hit through the offside, but he lifts this up, goes up between mid-on and deep mid-wicket, and away for another big hit. 135 to Brook, and the score moves on to 236 for 3.
Oh my word, this is 2020 style. This is Harry Brook expecting a short ball from Neil Wagner, so he's gone to resume his normal position, which is to step away from leg stump, step outside leg stump, open his body up, and the ball was in the slot full, and he's belted it for 6.
Brook off the hips, and no run. A little pause in proceedings. Just got some stats through from Crickfish surrounding Neil Wagner. Went to make for pretty reading. We'll cross to Jarrah Kimber to talk about that at the end of this over. Wagner was expensive at Mount Maunganui, and that's continued through to today. 80 runs coming from his 11 overs, so an improvement there, but at least he picked up a couple of wickets at the Mount. None today. This game moving decisively back towards England. 236 for 3 as Wagner is in again. Up to the stump, short again. Huge expanse, deep square leg. Collects comfortably enough. There's no catching position on the onside.
Very expensive at Mount Maunganui. 4 for 82 off 16 in the first innings, and then with no maidens. And then in this innings, he's in the second innings, it was 2 for 110 off 13 with no maidens in that. And again, he's gone for 9 fours, 1 6 in his 11.4 overs so far.
It's gone round the wicket this time, Wagner, and this is Joe Root facing him. So just plays this set down to backward point, no run. It's not often that Joe Root operates in the slipstream of another batter, is it?
No, and he's gone nice. He's just gone about his business nicely, has Joe Root. He's absorbed the game, because when he first came in and his first 45 minutes, he took a lot of responsibility, he took a lot of the strike, absorbed the game when it was added from a New Zealand point of view.
Last ball of the over from Neil Wagner. Root up on his toes, plays this down in front of him. No run. So will we get one more over in? No, we will not. That is the end of another extraordinary session, another 100-run session, well in excess of 100 runs. England starting at 101 for 3, ending at 237 for 3. And for the 4th time in Test cricket, just his 9th innings, Harry Brook has gone past 100. 2 days after his 24th birthday, his incredible entry into international cricket continues. T20 World Cup winner, player of the series in Pakistan, player of the match at Mount Maunganui, 136 not out at the break here at T, and alongside his Yorkshire and England colleague Joe Root. Possibly already dealt New Zealand a decisive blow in this Test match. They've moved from 21 for 3 when Ben Duckett was out, start of that opening session. And now it's New Zealand who've got all the problems. Neil Wagner, we'll have a little talk about that in a second, has been expensive again. Brook walks out, and in fairness to the Kiwis, they applaud him, as does Joe Root. Quite brilliant. England in control here. You hear more from Jared during the tea break, but Harmy, that was a punishing session for New Zealand, but you just got the feeling worse is yet to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Worse is yet to come. Whether you're 50-50 on the first session, you're 100% guarantee that was definitely England's session. Although we've seen right at the end there, I think New Zealand have run out of ideas how to bowl at Harry Brook and Joe Root. Like just as Ahmed mentioned just a second ago, Joe Root did a brilliant job for me in the first 45 minutes of his innings. He took the strike, he absorbed the game when the pressure was on from a New Zealand point of view. 21 for 2 when Joe walked out. The wicket goes when he hasn't hardly faced a ball at the other end. So 21 for 3 when Harry Brook walked out. And he's helped the youngster, say a youngster, novice, whatever you want. He's took Test cricket like a duck to water, and they've just completely taken the game for me away from New Zealand. When you look at where the context of this game is and what cricket's been played this year, first class on this ground. Nobody's got a score of 400, anywhere near 400. And I think the highest first innings total was something in the region of 220, 230. So because of that, I look at England, especially with Broad, Anderson and Robinson. Yes, it's a green, but it's got a bit flatter. You're thinking England right now are going to come out and really go into sixth gear the minute this test match starts again after tea. And it wouldn't surprise me if we get another session exactly the way we've just have. Not so much, no wickets down, but I think the run rate of, what is it now, 4.47. It wouldn't surprise me if the England try and really ram home the advantage by escalating the run rate and trying to get another 150, 160 in this session, get themselves close to 400 in the day, and if they do that, then I think that takes the game away from New Zealand.
Brilliant stuff. Steve Harmison will be with us throughout the rest of the day. We'll be hearing slightly more downbeat tones of Daniel McCarty, Frankie Mackay and Jacob Oram, possibly myself, John Norman and Neil Manthorpe. The ground staff are out there. They've got that Hessian covering. There's a little bit of a concern. We might get a little bit of a shower, but hey, would have certainly taken this at the start of play with rain forecast for much of the first 2 to 3 hours. We had our plans in place. We wouldn't let you down. Plenty of things to talk about, but we haven't had to talk about anything away from the cricket field. We've had bags of action here as England really, after a little bump in the road, have picked up where they left off at Mount Maunganui. That charge towards a magnificent 7, an 11th win out of 12. Well, it's still very much alive thanks to Joe Root, 72 not out at the tea break, and Harry Brook. Remember the name, said Neil Manthorpe as he called the century moment. It's difficult for New Zealand to forget it right now, that's for sure. Brook 136 at the break, an unbeaten 16-run partnership, and plenty more runs to come, you feel.
Matt Henry into Harry Brook, turns it away behind, square on the leg side, and they trot through for another single. Never mind a duck to water, he's taken to Test cricket like a Formula 1 car to tarmac.
He has definitely done that. He's not really gone through the gears really either, has he? He's not slowed down for too many corners. It seems to have just been acceleration, and when he has got into difficulty, he seemed to accelerate that just that little bit more. It's been phenomenal.
It's on the same tyres too, he hasn't even changed them.
Yeah. And he's got Joe Root, the Rolls Royce of the team. Harry's the Formula 1 part of the outfit, and a few of them have been described as Ferraris. Well, the Rolls Royce in this unit is definitely Joe Root.
That single has taken England on to 238 for 3. Here is Matt Henry once again, and this time Joe Root just rocks onto the back foot and knocks it down on the onside, and they trot through for a single. What I would say to anybody who's beginning to think that this wicket may have flattened out and that it's not going to be as bowler friendly as was predicted, don't get too far ahead of yourself in making assumptions, because I think that would discount the quality of the batting from Brook and from, particularly to my mind, Joe Root, who's been an absolute exhibition of class and selflessness and batting within himself. Here is Matt Henry once again, and this time Brook opens the face of the bat, tries to run it down to third man, succeeds only in finding Henry Nicholls diving to his right at gully. And I also don't think that New Zealand have been as incisive or as penetrative as they could have been. I think there was a good spell after lunch, immediately after lunch, straight after lunch, when Matt Henry and Tim Southey did manage to, well, they didn't really apply pressure because England just absorbed it like blotting paper. They gave them nothing. Henry in once again, and that's pushed up towards mid-on. I mean, they talk about building pressure, don't you, Harmy, fast bowlers? Talk about building pressure with dot balls, dot ball pressure, maiden over pressure. And for half an hour, for 5 overs, Henry and Southey bowled beautifully, and Root and Brook just absorbed it, gave nothing.
Yeah, they definitely absorbed it, and then once the tiredness come or the change of bowlers come, they seized on what else was on offer.
Here's Henry once again, and that's driven down the ground for 4 by Harry Brook. Straight past the bowler's left hand and left foot, and just struck so powerfully. It was a half volley, but I mean, you just got to check the ball for damage when it's hit like that.
Absolutely, and to be honest, everything you've just described has happened in 5 balls. There's been 4 balls in decent areas, 2 singles, 2 good, forward a defensive shot and a late cut dab, and then just over pitch when the bowler decides to, gets a bit impatient.
Here is Henry once again, and he compensates perfectly, bowls a fine delivery. As that one came out of the hand, he'd be thinking, that's better, that's what I need to be bowling. And then Harry Brook just drops it down on the offside and takes a single off it and keeps the strike at the end of the over. 54 overs gone, England 244 for 3. And I still think, never mind what I think, I speak to the locals, I do my research, I speak to those who played here at the Basin Reserve, and they're still saying 250 is a good score.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with that, and I think that's the way this England team play. We talked about it right at the top. New Zealand going in with 1 less bowler, and the big reason for that is teams won't bowl 120 overs, 140 overs anymore at England, because if they do, England will get 650, 700 if they bat for that length of time in that period of time. And largely down to the fact that England play good balls now. They hit the good length balls that are bowled, and the good balls that are bowled by the opposition bowlers. England find a way of scoring off them, whether it's a late dab down to sort of third man, or a little push into sort of cover point, rotate the strike.
Neil Wagner's continuing, and he's now bowling around the wicket to Harry Brook, who drives to deepish mid-off where Kane Williamson fields. We have many listeners. There are many listeners to cricket who've never necessarily played the game, but it doesn't mean to say that they love it any less than those who have played the game. So just they might not be familiar with the term pad rash. So just to explain what that is and why the England captain might be suffering from it. Now here's Wagner again, bowls to Harry Brook. It's pushed out onto the offside. I'm only laughing because there was a picture of him just a second ago on the balcony, and he was laughing and joking, and he didn't look like he was suffering from pad rash.
No, it's something I didn't suffer from a great deal of, to be honest, and it's when a batter sits with his pads on and behind a big partnership and trying to concentration, bounce in, bounce out, the switch on, switch off moment. What might happen? Ben Foakes might come in next, like he did at Mount Maunganui.
Here is Wagner once again, and that's driven down the ground up to mid-off. So that has happened, hasn't it, from time to time? I mean, there's a really big partnership, and you've been sitting there for 3 or 4 hours. In order to switch off mentally, you can actually swap with the batsman behind you, can't you? And say, I'm taking 10 minutes off, or wicket falls for 10 minutes, you're going in.
Yeah, some people are comfortable doing that, some people aren't. I can see this dressing room being very comfortable of anybody just picking the bat up and going out there, and I think they'll actually quite enjoy going out there at this minute in time.
Wagner in again, and Brook steers it to backward point, no run.
Not being any sort of way disrespectful towards New Zealand, the way they've bowled, but the man going in next, whichever one you're replacing, the bloke at the other end, it's actually quite enjoyable to be batting with, isn't it? So if you hit the magic ticket, you go with Harry Brook. If Harry Brook gets out and you go, I'm going to bat with Joe Root, who's on 73. It's not a bad place to go, of strength, to go out and start your innings from.
Here's Wagner once again, and Brook drives off the back foot. Glorious shot, man sweeping on the cover boundary. They'll come back for 2 runs, quite a long way out there. Quite long square boundaries at the Basin Reserve. Jared Kimber's still with us. Don't know whether you've been ferreting about in Harry Brook's record, Jared, and tell us anything that, or maybe you've got a list of superlatives that we haven't used yet. That would be useful. Not sure if you have. We'll come to you at the end of the over. But yeah, he's been an absolute joy to watch today and to describe as Wagner is in once more. Been another brutal day for Neil Wagner, who was taken to the cleaners at Mount Maunganui in the first test match. First 10 overs cost 100, 12 overs for 81 now. England 246 for 3. Jared.
Come on, Manners, you're better than that. You know I've been looking at Neil Wagner's record because you know
I could see.
That's basically all I ever do. In fact, I was texting you about Neil Wagner this week, correcting you about something you said on air, which means nothing, of course, in a text message to you privately. But he currently has Neil Wagner currently has the highest economy rate of any seam bowler in a test series who's bowled over 200 balls.
And who has he surpassed, dare I ask?
I don't know who he has surpassed, but he's not far away from Imran Tahir and Zahid Mahmood, who are the spinners who are just above him.
Matt Henry begins a new over, and that one is tickled away out to the man sweeping Devon Conway on the deep square leg boundary. So what is his economy right now? It doesn't seem to be the right word, does it, economy?
It was 6.6 going into tea. I'm trying to think of how many runs he went in that last over. That was over the whole series, so it's basically keeping at that mark. But it's just, this has never happened before. It's quite sad, considering everything he's done in his career, that this might be the way he is bowing out.
Chopped away, square of the wicket on the offside now by Brook for another single, moves on to 145. Just seems to me, Harmy and Jared, that that somehow batsmen from around the world have almost allowed themselves to be bullied by Neil Wagner, and he's never been quick. It's a bit like being beaten around the head with a teddy bear, and they've just got into a tangle, haven't they? Batsmen from all over the world. Wagner has got them into trouble. And that one is flicked away behind square on the leg side.
I mean, he is 10 kilometres slower now than he was at his peak. So you're right, he was never quick, but I think he was awkward at his peak. And he's also probably, no one, on top of bowling more bounces than anyone else, I'd say he's more accurate. And because of that left arm angle, I think he has caused people problems. But when he's slowed down, we could see that it is certainly playable. And also, England were planning for it in a way that I don't think other teams had before, to take his strength and turn it against him.
Henry in again, short, pulled away through mid-wicket for 4. Glorious shot from Harry Brook, wonderfully done. It's almost like he is actually reading the deliveries. He's predicting what he's going to be bowled, and that's his 20th 4. And Harmy, so Jared's right. England they had a game plan for Neil Wagner, and it's all very well because you can say it's obvious. He bowls, half the balls he bowls are short. So let's step outside leg stump and club him through mid-on. Yes, it makes sense, but the traditional response to that would be, yeah, this is Test cricket.
That's exactly the point. This is Test cricket. That was always at the batsman.
Henry in again, steered away, glorious done by Harry Brook. Now he's played that shot on a number of occasions, as has Joe Root, and more often than not he's steered it straight to gully. This time he finds the gap between second slip and gully. He raises his bat for his 21st boundary, and Harry Brook moves past 150. His 4th Test 100 in his 9th innings has turned into a daddy 100. It's 153 from just 145 balls.
It's been a brilliant innings by a young man who just seems to be getting, which is a frightening thing to say, better and better every time he pulls that England white shirt on. It's been a masterclass in boundary hitting.
Oh, and he tries it again and he's beaten. I think Harry Brook might have played and missed at that. I think it might be the 3rd or 4th one he's played and missed at. Certainly while I've been on commentary.
It just nipped back, man. It's just nipped back. Just cut him off a little bit, but more of an effort ball. wonder if it's hit one of the sort of indentations that I've taken earlier in the first session. But to keep going, his ability to find the boundary all round the ground. That's the thing, all round the ground. But just to finish on the sort of the Wagner stuff, you mentioned before, it's Test cricket. That's what all it says. Everybody would say it's Test cricket. Test cricket, from a batting point of view, was seen as, well, if you can play low risk, you've got 5 days to finish a game. If you can play low risk, that's how you play Test match cricket. England have removed that and gone, what's the best way to put these under pressure? And this is how we do it.
Wagner's continuing. No retreat from the attack for Wagner, and it's clipped away by Joe Root straight to the man at short mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, but you know what I mean? It makes sense. Okay, he's going to, but 50% of the ball's going to be short. So how do we do that? You can work it, but if it was a 40-over game or a 50-over game, and you're playing again 3 or 4 days' time, but it's a Test match. It's just outrageous, or it has always been perceived to
It's
be.
just the freedom which is this environment's been given.
Wagner round the wicket and steered away by Root once again. He also finds Gully, fielded by Will Young, no run.
But if you look at Joe Root has played a proper Test innings here, or what you would so call an old-fashioned Test match innings. The reason why he's getting close to 11,000 Test runs, averaging around about 50, is because exactly the way he's played it here. How many times have we seen him 20 for 2 walking out to bat, putting the fire out with England? But we've not had it since Bairstow in the summer and Brook now.
Wagner in, pitches it up, and is driven powerfully by Joe Root. Wagner fields diving to his right. 257 for 3.
Well, we've got somebody at that number 5 spot now who, since this new regime, what's that? We are 10 from 11. So that's 11 Test matches we've had. We've had 800s from our number 5. And that, for me, when you've got Joe Root at number 4, Ben Stokes at number 6, all of a sudden, that there is the game changer, because them 800s have gone at such a lick.
Wagner in again, it's driven uppishly, but falls short of Wagner as he's down on his knees, diving forward, trying to get his palms underneath that one. It didn't carry to him. And Joe Root remains on 75.
And that number 5 spot has got at such a fast scoring run rate, and more often than not, Joe Root goes a little bit faster than what he's done today. And the reason why he's at a strike rate of 48.4 was because it was difficult when he first came into bat. He absorbed the game and then moved on.
Wagner again bowls, takes a step and a half down the wicket, does Joe Root, turns it out on the leg side as the ball is angled in towards him, but it's again straight to the fielder. And there's no run. 257 for 3. Harry Brook, 153 not out. Joe Root has 75. Truly remarkable stuff from Harry Brook. And can't say it often enough, there have been periods in which he has been required to defend. There was a very good spell after lunch, a couple of periodic spells as well, particularly from Henry and Southey. And his defence has been tested. Wagner in again, forward comes Root, steers it out to cover, no run.
That was Neil Wagner's, it was into his 43rd or 44th over of the series, Neil Wagner. Do you know what that was, Manners?
First maiden.
It was his first maiden. So it just shows you, not anything against how Neil Wagner's bowled, because you can talk about that if you're a New Zealand fan. I think you look at it as an England fan. England fan, exactly what you've just been talking about. England came with a plan on how to play Neil Wagner's short ball. Came with a plan on how you're going to play Neil Wagner. Neil Wagner's now about 43 or 44 overs in this series, and he's only bowled 1 maiden. And that is everything about this England side. Somebody who bowls bouncers, somebody who bowls aggressively, who teams have struggled to take on in the past because it's perceived as it's high risk playing the bouncer. Why would you go out the short ball? Get out the way of it, Duckett. How many commentators, how many old ex-pros have we said, we heard commentate when a player chips one up in the air to mid-wicket and go, what are you playing that for? Why didn't you just let it go? Get him into his second and third spell. The game's changing. and the game's changing very much in this England dressing room, and they've flipped it over and gone the other way. If Neil Wagner's going to bowl short at us, where's a big gap right over the back, over his head, and I can imagine people you're going to try and hit Neil Wagner straight back over his head from a short ball. Nah, there's no chance of that. And that's probably one of the most lucrative scoring shots that Ollie Pope, Joe Root, and definitely Harry Brooks had over the course of Mount Maunganui and here. And that's just a sample size of where this England cricket team is taking Test cricket.
Well, it's exactly right, because, you know, if he's going to be bowling, he's going the short pitch line of attack. He's not going to have mid-on or mid-off. And so they're both unprotected, particularly mid-on. And so, you know, Harry Brooks said, well, okay, or, you know, the England game plan is, how do we hit a bouncer through mid-on? Well, you back away and you baseball it. But you don't do that in Test cricket. It's not how Test cricket's played.
Yeah, it's not how the MCC have told you, the guys with the big cravats and the hankies on top of their heads. And you don't play it that way. You just get out of the way of the short ball. No, not anymore.
Daryl Mitchell is back into the attack, and he's bowling downwind now, the medium pacer, and that's pushed defensively by Brook out towards short cover, and there's no run. There was a long meeting, wasn't there, of chiefs. All the senior players got together there, and there was quite a delay before the start of this over. So Daryl Mitchell's coming back into the attack. Sorry, Daryl, but it's your turn now. You've only bowled 6 overs. Everyone else is getting knackered. What do you think? How should we set the field? Where are you comfortable bowling? And it took 3 or 4 minutes. And here is Mitchell once again, and he's gone for the sweep shot there. Premeditated. Harry Brooks down on one knee. He's going to lap sweep it. There's nobody on 45 saving one, so it's a safe shot, but actually it was too wide at the off stump, and he somehow ended up compromising and playing. He's tried to lap it from 2 foot outside off stump.
The funny thing there, Joe Root didn't come down and try and calm him down. He pointed towards, because he bowled it so wide outside off stump, he's pointing more or less to say, well, why don't you reverse sweep that?
Mitchell in once again, driven and not timed this time. For once it hits the stump to the non-striker's end.
Joe's pointing at third man as to say there's nobody down there. So, come on, Harry, as good as you are, you're 153 off 149 balls. Surely you can hit it down there. And I think that's tongue-in-cheek and where this conversation's going. Daryl Mitchell's going to try and bowl as full as he can, out, wide outside off stump. But because he tried that before the tea break, Harry Brook and Joe Root would be able to hit him straight and get their hands free. This time I think he's going wide Yorkers.
Here's Mitchell once again, and Brook has launched it down the ground. Wide Yorker, not this time. It's 6 number 4 for Harry Brook. It's pitched up. Daryl Mitchell suffered the indignity of being hit down the ground twice for 6 in his first spell to Brook. And this is number 3, and it's longer than the other 2.
Yeah. When you watch the game and you see the different colours on the pitch map, where it's halfway down, good length, slot, Yorker, that was in the slot. That was perfectly in the slot. And at this minute in time, there's a little sort of mothers' meeting in front of the big screen with former captain, current captain, fast bowler Matt Henry, and Daryl Mitchell, as to say, where do we bowl at Harry Brook now? They tried to go wide outside off stump, block one side of the ground off, but because they're trying to do that, he can just get his hands free, and I think even if the man goes back, Harry Brook will still try and hit it over his head.
Here is Mitchell once again, bowls, and he's on the charge is Harry Brook. Mitchell's trying to bowl wide Yorker, Brook's on the charge, and in the end he had to reach for it and blocked it out towards Kane Williamson at cover. Did you see at the end of that meeting, between the 4 you described there, Tim Southey, Kane Williamson, Matt Henry and the bowler, and did you see 2 of them walked off shrugging their shoulders? Kane Williamson and Matt Henry go, no idea, man,
yeah,
sorry.
No idea. And then Tom Blundell's just sort of waved at Daryl Mitchell to say, do you want us to come up the stumps? And he just shrugged his shoulders as to say, well, I'm not bothered. I think he's going to keep him in his place. But as we sit here now, 159 not out, this is career best for Harry Brook, 153, 111, 108 before that. It's been a fantastic innings by the young Yorkshireman.
Here is Mitchell once again, driven gloriously straight past a diving, sprawling Mitchell. He's followed through, trying to get a hand to it, but he's just hitting everything so cleanly. Everything's coming out the middle of the bat. Tim Southey was the nearest to it at mid-off, and he just turned and watched it as it disappeared at pace towards the boundary. It's 267 for 3. Harry Brook is 163, 22 fours and 4 sixes, and this man is absolutely unstoppable. And it's worth remembering that he is the youngest man in the team as well, Steve Harmison, as Dan McHardy takes over from me.
Yeah, youngest man in the team, and boy, that was a beautiful shot. It really was. And loath to sort of be disrespectful to the New Zealand bowling attack, because it was like throwdowns in the morning. That was, it really was, and that I mean in the best possible way for the New Zealand bowlers. It was like having a throwdown in the morning. You would get from Marcus Trescothick or Paul Collingwood. You get a good length ball and you just hit through the line of the ball, nice and comfortably, not even think about it. And that was off an international bowler. So just keeps getting better for Harry Brook.
267 for 3 as Wagner starts from around the wickets from the Van stand end, bowling full into the right-hander Root, who pushes up towards mid-on, and there is no run. The partnership is 246. It's come off just 309 balls. England slumping to 21 for 3 in the 7th over. Crawley gone for 2, Duckett 9, Pope 10. It will feel like last year from a New Zealand bowler's perspective out there at the moment. Where do they turn? I'm not sure they know. Here is Wagner. Yorker length dug out by Root. Here's no run. Wagner's been such a wonderful contributor at the Test arena for New Zealand for 10 years. Sort of took a year to get his feet underneath him. Very consistent and against all nations. Not in this series. Harvey pointed it out, his first maiden. Last over now, 43.4 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 275. Going at 6.5 runs and over. He's driven by Root up towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, and I look at it, and I'm trying to be, from a New Zealand point of view, trying to look at not so much positives, but I looked at the bowling attack at Mount Maunganui, and I didn't think they had a leg to stand on in the first innings. Second innings were a lot better, and even here, I think if they get a pitch map, you have a look at the pitch map, they haven't bowled bad areas. They really haven't. They've just come up against two phenomenal batsmen. They really have come up against two very, very good batsmen.
There's a drive, elegant into the cover reach, and Bracewell is there to field, and I'm sure New Zealand scribes focusing on the attack torn to shreds. It really is about these two.
It is about Harry Brook. It is. It's not even about Joe Root, and I say that with a man who's got 10.5, nearly 11,000 Test match runs, come in again in his usual place to put a fire out, and he's just held the whole thing together while brilliance has happened at the other end.
Wagner continuing under grey skies, wider of off-stumpy bowls, full of length, and playing a very late 1 foot sort of square drive, very fine down towards third man, and coming back and stealing a second. Good running there from Joe Root. He's up to 77, 269 for 3.
And if anything, it's a bit of carry on from what me and Manners was talking about before. It's the modern way against the old way, and the old way has never changed. Joe Root, I would never want Joe Root to change. Never want him to change, because he gets 100 at a strike rate. Worst case scenario, at 50. Normally it's 60, sort of in and around the sort of 60-70 mark when he gets to 100. But the difference now that this game's going.
Wagner drives once more is Root up towards mid-off, no run.
And the way Harry Brook has just come in and taken the game away from New Zealand is, again, you can't speak highly enough of the way he's played rather than the way New Zealand have bowled. I think when they've overpitched or they've bowled a bit short, lost their being a bit impatient, that's largely down to the players that they're bowling at, because their good bowls are going for singles. Their good bowls are going for sometimes for 4. So when you're bowling them, you have to try something different. You have to try the odd short ball to hope that the chip went up in the air. You hope that they'll make a mistake from a batting point of view. And unfortunately for New Zealand, England just haven't.
No. Started calling him the mind-bending Brook. He really is. Approaching 800 Test runs, an average of 97. Strike rate on top. It's numbers literally hard for my little head to wrap around. 163 of 152, 22 fours, 4 sixes, couple of inside edges. One he tried to, I think we described it off the tee box, really did try to, but that's about it. That's how he's been troubled. Now he just murders one through extra cover off the front foot. It went past Michael Bracewell's right shoulder. I'm sure his life flashed before his eyes because it just raced past him. 250 run partnership, sorry Harmy.
No, what a fantastic shot that was. It's a bit of wit. Darryl Mitchell, he's blown into a plan. He's got slip, he's got a sort of second, third slip, sort of fifth slip, point on the boundary, extra cover catching, an extra cover deep, mid on, long on.
Mitchell in again from the government house end, short wide of off stump and cut away powerfully down towards the deep backward point, who is Will Young, 274 for 3.
Long off, he's got mid wicket out there, he's got deep square out in the boundary, he's trying to bowl a foot outside off stump, trying to bowl at one side, and when he's when he's bowled that a little bit too full, gone for that full sort of Yorker, Harry Brooks belted him straight over the umpire or over the side screen. This time he's gone wider and he's just helped it on its way over the top of extra cover. It's excellent timing and so destructive from the Yorkshire batter.
Mitchell is close to the stump, short wide, and that's easy for route to back cut leisurely down again to Will Young, 275 for the loss of 3. This is just the 60th over. We've still got 2 hours of play remaining. Go through the 6:30 local time. It's 4:29. Under grey skies, there was a few spots of rain felt on the bank just on tee. Looks like it's holding off, and Harry Brook bats another hour. Anything's possible.
Dan, you're the local here, and 400's not been a total at first-class cricket, Test match cricket. It's been seen too many times on the green surfaces that.
Yeah, I know bits been made of that, but a lot of those games earlier this season were in October. It's the turning corners, indicating and going right to the ball. Normally, here's another short wide one as they continue this plan. It's slapped away to Williamson in the cover region, but we've talked about 14 tests in a row, won the toss and bowled. The average score's been 300, so they're going to be above that. So it's already a good score. It's on its way to being a great score in great time.
It's not just the 300. It's not just the good score. It's the time that they give themselves to bowl the opposition out.
Here is Mitchell in again, advancing down the wicket, dragging the length back was Mitchell, but just waiting, rolling it off the face of the bat is down towards third man, and there is no run. But I'll reiterate that the surface tends to hold up over the course of 5 days. I saw a first-class game where a number of years ago where Central Districts scored 440 on the last day for 1. I think they were 420 when Jamie Howe went out, like the 90th over of the day. Tends to be a grind at times. It's a grind for New Zealand at the moment with this guy on fire as he comes forward. Again, times it sweetly up towards mid-off is quite deep, so even though he's hit it very powerfully, he can just canter through for another run. I think that's the 81st single in this partnership. 278 for the loss of 3 at the end of the Mitchell over, and he's going at 6.63.
New Zealand have been an hour plus now, just waiting for one of these batsmen to make a mistake, trying their best. Like I said before, I don't think they've bowled badly at all. I think England have played. Harry Brook and Joe Root have played so well at making New Zealand bowl to them rather than them having a consistent run at the plan that New Zealand have tried to adopt against Root and against Brook. And the Darryl Mitchell, I can understand trying to bowl outside off stump, but you've got to get your length so right and so spot on. And the problem you've got is you bowl it to Joe Root, sort of back of a length, and he runs you down to third man and completely milks you. And then you try and bowl that little bit fuller, and Harry Brook hits you into the grass bank. So, from a pace point of view, Darryl Mitchell hasn't got the pace that to trouble these two batsmen. But Wagner's only bowled one maiden in 44 overs so far this series. He's having a struggle. Henry didn't play last week, probably hasn't bowled for a while, and I think Tim Southey, not only has he got the world on his shoulders with what he does next from a decision-making point of view, the captaincy, he's also bowled a few overs in this series, and he actually looks like a stiff man. As well as having that up your sleeve, you've got to think, well, if we break this partnership, how are we going to go bang bang with the bowlers that we've got?
That's so true. If you quickly look at Henry and Southey's figures, they've bowled 31 of the 60, and they've conceded 111, picked up all 3 wickets. Harmy's going to go. The other 29 overs have conceded about 160 runs without a wicket taken. Michael Bracewell, who is back into the attack, none for 22 off his 6 overs. The off-spinner is hit over mid-off by Brook first ball, dancing feet to the pitch and hitting powerfully over Tim Southey's head, who looks a forlorn character at the moment. 282 for the loss of 3. Brook is batting in the highlights again. Here's Michael Atherton.
Well, it's an astonishing partnership. There's some astonishing batting by Harry Brook, whose average now in Test cricket is of Bradman-esque proportions. He's closing in on those who have scored the most runs in 9 innings in Test cricket.
Very full from Bracewell, tries to drive through the offside, drags it onside into a gap, a run, 283 for 3.
We just don't seem to be able to stop him scoring. I mean, they've got some element of control when Root is at the crease, as beautifully as Joe Root has played, actually. He's buried his ego really well today, but they just cannot stop Harry Brook.
No, they cannot. He's 175. Here's Root, comes forward, dabs into the offside, and this is what they've done brilliantly. Won't be in any highlights package you see or hear at the end of day number 1, but they've just found gaps. This one at point as Root goes to 79, 283 for 3. One thing, and Harmy did talk about it just before, one word that's really leaping out to me that this New Zealand attack does not have is that word pace. It's pretty steady, isn't it, from the seam perspective. Whip to the onside, wide of the diving mid-wicket, way to his left, up towards Wagner in the deep, and there's 1 run. Wagner's low 130s, high 120. Southey similar. Henry a little bit sharper, but a genuine pace can bring uncertainty. New Zealand have just looked a little toothless. Here is Root again, easing onto the front foot, placing the ball beautifully through point, out towards the embankment, sliding, keeping it in the field of play. Nicely done. Will save just 1. 288 for the loss of 3.
Problem for New Zealand is just the drop-off between the first 2, Southey and Matt Henry, and then you go to Wagner, who's clearly struggling in this series, and Mitchell and Bracewell. And England have played very smartly today. They tended to try and soak up periods when Southey and Henry have bowled and then attack the others.
10 runs off the over already as Brook powerfully back past the bowler towards long on. Feels like the 39th over of a one-day international, that over. Easily collecting 11 runs without any bother. The boundary first ball of the over, 289 for 3. Brook 177 off 160. What's the fastest 200 in Test cricket? I think it's Nathan Ashton.
Good question, I don't know, but
Nathan Ashton.
Is that right?
I think he holds that record.
Famous double 100 against England in
losing
Christchurch.
Jarrah Kimber can scramble. He is now averaging 100 in Test cricket, I'm being told. Just walk off, Harry. Just leave. Just leave. Pack the bags, go into retirement and a folklore. I might be projecting here. I might be.
Well, Bradman-esque indeed, 99.94, that one of those iconic numbers in cricket. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Bradman's probably more remembered for 99.94 than he would have been for 100 and something had he got some runs at the Oval, I imagine.
Some stupid numbers in his career, 300 in a day.
Incredible. I was looking after 9 tests. I think it's Vinod Kambli who has most runs, which is a kind of cautionary tale in itself, because of course he didn't quite kick on. Most of the others in that list, the likes of Sutcliffe and Weeks and others, had great careers, but Vinod Kambli didn't, so it's just a slight cautionary tale there.
Mitchell continues, back of a length to the right-hander. Brook turned to mid-wicket, no run. He was a prodigious talent coming through the youth ranks, wasn't he, alongside Sachin Tendulkar. Absolutely like a bull out of the gate, but didn't kick on.
Yeah, I played against him in that run, really. He got 200 against us in Chennai in 1993, or Madras maybe. Mumbai maybe. It was right in the middle of his golden run at the start of his career.
Brook waiting for Mitchell, the sun bursting through again. He goes across his stump, scoots him over the keeper's head. 6 more, number 5, his 5th 6, 183. Not out, not sure if Bradman played too many of those.
No, he didn't play any of those. That's an incredible shot. New Zealand have got the field spread far and wide, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. What they haven't got, of course, is a fine leg, and that's exactly why Harry Brook played the shot. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Well, Harry Brook now has gone past 800 test runs. He's the only player in the history of the game to score more than 800 runs
in the first 9 innings. So he's gone past Cambley now.
He's gone past Cambley, who was 798. Herbert Sutcliffe 780. Sunil Gavaskar 778. Everton Week 777. And George Headley 703. What a list to the top of. Defends from the crease line into mid-wickets, no run.
Well, Sutcliffe is the interesting one, because of course there's this great link, great chain of great Yorkshire batsmen down the years. You go Sutcliffe, Hutton, Boycott, Root, and of course the expectation is now that Harry Brook will be the next link in that chain.
Well, whatever happens from here on, and he'll forever be remembered. He's driving this time through mid-on. Mid-on is back on the boundary. Another run. 296 for 3. Partnership's 275. Brook now has the best score for England at Wellington. Previously 164 by Derek Randall, January 1984. And to answer my question, thank you very much, Gary. Fastest 200 tests. Nathan Astle. Relax, Nathan. It's still yours. 153 balls. Brook's pedestrian attempt to get to 200, 164 and counting. Here's Root on 83, and he drives. Down goes Mitchell and gets the shin in, makes a good tackle.
And we shouldn't forget Joe Root as well, actually, all the focus on Harry Brook. But it's only a few days ago Root was slightly questioning his own identity in this team and the way he should bat. And it's not easy when somebody at the other end is playing so outrageously. The temptation is always to try and keep up with them, but he hasn't done that.
Flicking uppishly to the right of the diving mid-wicket. Bracewell can't grab this one. They've got one. Brook wants a second. Joe Root says no, you stay there. The end of the over, 297 for the loss of 3 wickets. The partnership's 276 more from Michael Atherton and then John Norman.
I think Harry Brook, like all really good players, was counting then. He knew that was the 5th ball of the over, and that's why he was desperate for a second to try and get back on strike. He fancies as much of the strike as possible at the moment, because he's in one of those absolutely golden patches, the purplest of patches. Is just seeing the ball like a football, thinks he can hit every ball for 4 or 6 and wants as much strike as possible. But there's always somebody else at the other end as well. Have to be aware that Joe Root didn't want the second run there, and Root himself now just 16 away from his 100. The partnership 276, and I'm thinking of all the readers in the Times newspaper who'll be picking up the paper tomorrow and reading the piece that was written after an hour to get in our final edition. It was England struggling on a green top.
You get more right than you get wrong, that's for sure. 297 for 3 then England as well. Wagner is back into the attack and driven straight down the crease. He flings a left arm out, the flexible, no run. Root to 84, Brook 184. They've been together almost identical amount of time. In fact, Joe Root has actually farmed the strike. 170 deliveries to 164, but wow, what an innings. My notes at the start of this tour, Mike, highlighted Harry Brook's impressive average of 80 after 4 tests. Well, he's gone even better. Sam Wipeout says, can you let us know who got to 1,000 runs in the least amount of deliveries, please? That's one for Gary Morgan. As Root now plays straight. Beautiful shot down the ground for 4. Aborts the run well before the halfway stage of the pitch, and laugh and a joke with his teammate Harry Brook. Whatever you can do. Well, I've been doing it for years. This is incredible stuff. Another little stat for you, Athers. Wisden Almanac picked this one out yesterday. If England go on to win this Test match, it will be the first time since 1899 that an England team have won all of their overseas tests during the winter. You've got to go back to Lord Hawke's England side that toured South Africa in 1899. That was a 2-match series.
Well, they're putting in quite a run, aren't they? 11 out
indeed.
of 12 wins now.
Wagner again, roots forward, 12 away from his own century. This is fielded, backward of points, no run.
They haven't won 7 on the bounce, have they, since Michael Vaughan's team in 2004, which headed into that fantastic Ashes series. So there's an echo down the years there as England head towards their own Ashes this summer.
Absolutely, you were drawing parallels between the run England are on now and the one that they were on back in 2004. I think that was only the second time in their history they'd won 7 in a row. Wagner again, and Joe Root gets down, reverse sweep, paddle scoops this up and over, first slip and away for 4.
Which is, of course, how he got out at Mount Maunganui, to the same bowler playing the same shot, but this time he gets down into position early and he deliberately makes sure that he gets it up and over. So the slip's waiting, Daryl Mitchell, and there's a gully. They'd see Root get into that position and they'd be looking for the catch, as Mitchell did at Mount Maunganui, but he was getting that up and over and making sure there was no danger this time.
Rubbing a little bit more salt into the wound. Wagner's gone wicketless today. Route 92 sets himself, and on the drive again, forward a square on the offside, and he comes back for the second as well. Route moves to 94, Harry Brook 184. Hello to Ollie Hunter, listening back in England. Big QPR fan, not a lot to cheer about there, but certainly plenty to enjoy here. One of the things I noticed, I think I mentioned with you, Athers, at Mount Maunganui, was the stream of people that left. Wagner again, cut away, straight to the fielder at Gully. Yeah, before the final session, it seemed like that was a kind of natural point for a lot of people to go back home. You know, it's getting a bit cold, day turning to night. Here, though, and I think Mount Maunganui, it felt like a holiday crowd at times, didn't it? And it actually felt like an England crowd at times. Wellington has always seen Test cricket well populated and well attended, and certainly nobody's going away anytime soon. And why would you? Because you've seen a lot of Test cricket, you've played a lot of Test cricket, and it's becoming evident in Harry Brook. England, even in an era which has seen the likes of Kevin Peterson and Joe Root play the game, seems to be something incredibly special.
Well, of course, it's a day game here, not a day-night game. No floodlights here, of course, at the Basin Reserve, although there are 2 ancient, rusty, maybe 3 ancient, rusty floodlights that look as though they were put up about 150 years ago. But they're not in operation. I'm assuming they're kind of listed and can't be removed. Well, Southey's in a bit of bother. Wagner's gone for 95 off 16. Mitchell 61 off 9, so as a good captain does, he's saying, I'll take a bit of the pain, bringing himself on.
Well, New Zealand, of course, bolstered their batting by taking away a bowler. Will Young coming into the side, along with Matt Henry. Matt Henry took 2 wickets inside his first 3 overs earlier this morning. Southey with the other, but since then it's been all England. Right arm over the wicket is Southey, and chopped down to the offside. Joe Root is about 5 paces down the track, turns around and runs those 5 paces back again. He's getting his steps in, I think. But yeah, I mean, this is the problem. You may mention of it as well, the drop-off after Southey and Henry. Yeah, there was a little talk around New Zealand this time last year that possibly Wagner is starting to dip. I mean, he's talk about the age of England's 2 premier fast bowlers. He's 36 as Southey again is in. and defended back up the track.
Well, this is what England have done. So after lunch today, they're 101 for 3 after 26 overs at lunch, and then the next 6 overs they only scored 11 runs, and that was when Southey and Henry were bowling. And then, when they were removed from the attack, they really put the foot down. So another 50 runs came in the next 8 overs. So that's the... England have been very smart today, and with Southey back on now, Brook has just played a couple of defensive shots.
Brook again, there's the third defensive shot.
I think they'll not go into their shells, but they'll not take any risks against Southey, and to a lesser extent Henry, because they know then that they can just do what they like against the others. So it's really intelligent batting. And
we're still 17 overs away from the second new ball, and you would have thought that Southey would have wanted to bowl with that. So how many overs can he bowl here? And this is the thing with the whole Bazball style of play. It's not just about smashing every delivery. Again, forward defensively, the ball actually aerial just to the leg side, just for a fraction of a second. Brook comes through for another single. There were periods of play last summer where I remember an innings Johnny Bairstow played. He just had to see it through till stumps. On day 2 or 3, maybe against India. They did it a couple of times. There are times when the ball is going to be doing a bit. Maybe it's a bit newer. Maybe the state of the game just means you just got to stick around. That's what they did, and then they cashed in. So it's not just about one way of playing. Southey again in past the umpire. Down the track is Joe Root, clips the ball past the mid-wicket fielder station, relatively close, and through for a single. Jarrah Kimber.
Yeah, just on what you were saying there, John, about it's not random. It's very, very planned. What a lot of they do. So if you look at Matt Henry, he scored in that middle session. He scored 14 of 28 balls against Brook. Scored that much against Matt Henry, attacking 25% of the balls and defending 53% of the balls. If you then look at what he does to the other bowlers, he scored 38 of 29 balls, attacking 70% of the time.
Inside edge onto the pads, defensively played again by Brook. End of the over, 309 for 3 England.
So it's very easy to say, oh, they're just attacking, they're going for it, but it's very similar to what they did in one-day cricket, especially between overs 10 and 40. It's very controlled. Every risk that they take, they're putting it in their advantage, even if it might look silly when Harry Brook is standing outside, towards square leg and hoiking the ball from Neil Wagner. They are making a lot of informed decisions even when they're taking a risk. So it's not just mindless slogging or anything like that, even though I suppose if you've grown up with Test cricket for 150 years, you'd be very old. You'd be older than manners. But if you have it, it would look very odd. But there's a lot of sound cricket sense behind what they're doing.
Yeah, Jacob Oram was on with us in the morning, and he said it reminded him a little bit of limited overs cricket as well. Joe Root 5 away from a century, and he will pick up 4 more. A straight drive. Tim Southey stationed at mid-on, can't cut that off. And Root moves from 95 to 99 with a shot, as does Neil Wagner, whose 11 overs have also gone for 99.
Yes, very expensive again. These are beautiful shots from Root. This off drive in the previous over from Wagner, and this time just slightly across his stumps to pick him away through mid-on. Absolutely beautiful drives.
The problems continue to mount up for New Zealand. And Neil Wagner, 16 overs. He's bowled today, 99 runs coming from it. Could be that there's a century for both bowler and batter in this over as Wagner is in, and the century will have to wait. Joe Root and Harry Brook came together to score 21 for 3 some time ago. And it's now progressed up to 313 for 3. There was even a little suggestion that maybe England would declare today. Mike Atherton, you weren't surprised when they declared at Mount Maunganui. Could you imagine 25 minutes, maybe half an hour at New Zealand's batters tonight? That would be a very Ben Stokes kind of thing, wouldn't it?
I don't think so.
No? Wagner is in, and Joe Root again just tries to play this deftly to the offside. Short mid-wicket, no run.
Well, they brought all the field in, obviously, because Root is 99, looking for that 100th run. So they're all in. There's a tight ring on, but you feel it's a little bit forlorn for New Zealand. You have to do everything you can, of course, to try and create an opportunity and hope that you can force Root into playing a big shot or making a mistake, but boy, batting looks easy at the moment for both of them.
Certainly does. Root readies himself outside of his crease, down the track, and picks out that short mid-wicket fielder again. No run.
Is it raining? I think it is. Just a bit of drizzle falling.
Might be the only thing that can stop these two. The weather gods. Even they've played ball. I mean, we've been very fortunate here, haven't we? There was a cyclone in the build-up to the first day of the first test. There was heavy rain forecast for the afternoon into the evening. Today and tomorrow, 24 hours ago, days 1 and 2 here, the forecast was bleak. It is cloudy out there as Wagner is in again, and for the third time in the over, Joe Root gets good connection on the ball, but can't get it past the fielder stationed at short mid-wicket. Latham, I think it is, who fields. One ball left of Wagner's 17th over, both bowler and batter on 99. No umbrellas going up though, although there is a little bit of weather. You can just hear the crowd starting to get involved as well. They want Root to reach 3 figures. Could this be the ball as Wagner's in? Root gets across and clips the ball through the leg side and comes through for yet another century. The former skipper, alongside his Yorkshire teammate, weighs in with a century. He's enjoying his cricket again, is Joe Root. A big hug with Harry Brook. Turns to the crowd, the helmet is off, the kiss on the badge. And Joe Root is 100 not out once again.
And well timed, because the ground staff are on now with the sheets. The rain that we mentioned is coming down. It's quite funny. I think Root, when he hit that, thought the ball had gone to the boundary, because he ran to the non-striker's end and he kind of followed through as if he wanted to start his celebration, and then he realised the ball hadn't gone and he thought, oh, I've got to come back for a second. And there was a nice moment actually as they were walking off, Kane Williamson congratulating Joe Root. Kane Williamson, of course, knows what it's like to be in that position where you've been captain, you've stepped aside, and you've got to try and contribute now just as a player. And that's what Root has done magnificently, really, since giving up the captaincy. He had that initial spurt when he first stepped away. But in the last few test matches, he hasn't quite played as he can, and therefore that is a wonderful performance from him today. Very distinct 100 from Harry Brooks, who's played much more aggressively, but I don't mind that. I think Root's just played in his own fashion and his own style, and that suits England just fine.
Yeah, the game situation asked of him, the kind of innings that he finds very natural to his game, doesn't it? How did you describe him in your piece this week? Like a Ferrari amongst, how was it?
Classic car amongst souped up Ferraris.
There we go.
Well, it was interesting just because he himself talked about it, about struggling maybe to find his identity in this team and the tempo should batter. I think he's played beautifully today. There is no need for Joe Root to strike at 80, 90, 100 runs per 100 balls. You can still have him as the fulcrum around which everybody else plays. And he's England's best player still, for all the focus on Harry Brook as perhaps the next great England batsman. Joe Root is England's classiest and best player. And he's played quite beautifully today.
He has indeed. It's been quite a day. I'm not sure how long of a hold-up we're going to have here. We've got 3 officials out on the field. Always the way. They're the only ones with umbrellas up. Everybody else is quite happy just to stand there. It doesn't seem to be raining particularly hard. We are seeing some people started to make their way from the ground, but we've got plenty of overs left in the day. 65 overs bowled today. So technically we've got another 25, but I'm sure we're going to get those in. The crowd don't seem to be moving anywhere particularly fast, do they? There's a few
it's hardly raining now. I think it's so blowy that southerly's really blowing in, so that rain will quickly move away, and I'm sure we'll get plenty more cricket this session.
Well, for the first time today, if you want a coffee from the little coffee booth down the way, I think actually you won't have to wait for long. First time. It's been open for the best part of 6 hours. Look, those covers are coming off. Actually, there was a moment actually as Joe Root and Harry Brook walked off, and the New Zealanders, much like at the end of the second session, they applauded the England batters off the field, and it looked like half the New Zealanders actually wanted to stay out there. So that gives you an idea. The breeze has dropped. The flags to the right aren't really billowing in the manner that they were earlier today, or have been. So there's gusts of wind, but it's not consistent. Kind of blown up the majority of the bad weather away from the ground, which is why we've had so much action here on TalkSport 2. But just taking a look down, I'm not sure how long we're going to be off the field. Either way, we've certainly seen some action with New Zealand winning the toss earlier today. Couldn't wipe the smile off both captains' faces. A rueful one from Stokes, a beaming one from Southey. 3 quick wickets, 2 brilliant catches. Well, 1 brilliant catch and a smart catch from Bracewell. England in a little bit of a hole, 21 for 3. They played the conditions. They played correctly for the majority of the next, I don't know, 45 minutes or so. They started to ease into their work. 101 for 3 at the lunch break. A wicketless afternoon session. And that has continued through to this evening session. Joe Root and Harry Brook both going past 100. Harry Brook, incredibly, is now eyeing 200. He's 184 not out. Joe Root 101. And the partnership nearing 300 as well. So looking forward, Mike Atherton, if a declaration isn't going to occur later tonight or later this afternoon, we've gone from a position where England were, some of the stats at the start in terms of how many days we've had here where 10 wickets have fallen on day one. I think it was 11 out of 29 innings, or 11 out of 29 test matches since the turn of the century. Actually, now we're looking at a position where England might fancy only batting once.
Yep, they'll try and obviously score as quickly as they can from here on in. They've got people like Ben Stokes to come, and that's been the beauty of this England team, that the pace at which they've scored has created time in the game. That was most evident in Pakistan, where you need all that time on those flat pitches. Hasn't quite the same imperative here. But this pitch, they say at the Basin Reserve, it hasn't done that much today. It did a bit this morning, but they say it doesn't break up. So it's going to be a pretty good pitch still all the way through, unless it's dented on the dampness this morning, and then as it quickens up it may get harder to bat on, but it's liable to be still a pretty good pitch as we get into day 4-5. So England will need that time that their quick run scoring will give them, and then it's over to the bowlers. But they're not done yet. Well, you never know with this mob, but I don't think there'll be a declaration tonight. You're not going to throw away a position of 315 for 3. With the pace at which Brook and Root and Stokes could score, this is a perfect opportunity to put the foot down and get a big first innings score quickly.
It does appear like just a little bit of rain has come back, so we might be set for a little bit of a longer halt to proceedings, which is a real shame. But might give the New Zealanders a chance to regroup, because towards the end of that they were starting to look a little devoid of answers. There was a few big discussions. Jared Kimber's with us, of course. Jared?
Yes, I am.
And what would you like to say? I just had in my ear that you're ready. Are you ready with something to add?
I wasn't ready with anything. I just came back from the toilet,
be.
if we're being honest.
Oh, there we go.
Did you want me to add that? I mean, after your axe story that went on for about 40 minutes earlier, I figured, talking about those sort of things would be okay.
You could talk about whatever you like. I mean, from where you are looking on, from a New Zealand perspective, we saw New Zealand go into the third Test match in June with essentially 4 bowlers. It didn't work out there, and now they're in a position where looking at the scoreboard, 315 for 3. It's very difficult. I mean, we mentioned this at the start of the series. They didn't bowl out England at Mount Maunganui because of that declaration. It's with that bowling attack, it's difficult to see them bowling a side out, taking 20 wickets to win a Test match.
Generally, they're just two teams moving very quickly in opposite directions. New Zealand are World Test champions, don't forget. But that side, get the sense they're now going to have to go through a little bit of a rebuilding phase. They've lost people like Watling, they've lost Taylor, they've lost de Grandhomme, all retired. Bolt's moved away from a central contract. Wagner clearly is coming to the end of his time at 37. He's getting pummeled around the park at every opportunity by England's batsmen. So there's a core of players there that are moving away from the side or have moved away from the side. They've still got a very strong batting lineup, but the bowling is starting to look a little bit thin, and England have taken advantage of that here. And at the same time that New Zealand are just coming off their golden period, it looks as though England are very much developing something special here. You know, they've won 11 out of their last 12 games. They're looking at 7 on the bounce. And of the New Zealand's last 7 games, they've lost 5 and drawn 2. So they're just 2 teams moving in very different directions. And you get that in sport. You get cycles. Teams go through cycles. The difficulty for New Zealand is because of their population resource or population base. You could get a situation where the cycle that they're now in, you know, goes on for a little bit longer than maybe other teams who've got bigger population resource. But yeah, 2 teams travelling in opposite directions at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of bowlers in and around the 4-day scene in New Zealand, and of course the likes of Lockie Ferguson and Adam Milne, who are capable of bowling fast. That was one thing that Daniel McCarty picked up on as being a weakness within this side. There's not a lot of fast bowling on offer. Kyle Jamieson, of course, is injured as well. They're not really available to the Test team anymore through various injuries. Any team would struggle to replace the likes of Ross Taylor, and I just wonder whether that's affected Kane Williamson's batting as well.
I don't know. Kane Williamson is one of the best that I've seen. He's still a top class player. He's just got to come to terms a little bit like Joe Root has with moving back into the ranks, and sometimes it's not a completely straightforward thing to do, but you know, he got 2 good balls in Mount Maunganui. He was twice in tricky circumstances when the lights are on. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him come good here in Wellington on, as I say, what's likely to be a pretty good pitch throughout the next 2 or 3 days. They've still got some good players there in the batting lineup. Conway, excellent. Latham, very gritty. Williamson, top class. So, you know, it still might not be straightforward for England to force a win here, but given where they were after the first hour today, what a day they've had. They'll be thrilled to be in the position that they're in.
Brilliant stuff. Mike Atherton will be replaced by Steve Harmison very shortly. Did you see? It was one of the quiz questions here on the big screen earlier today. Army, who is the bowler that's taken the most Test wickets in a calendar year ever? 67 Test wickets in a calendar year. The big man, Marks. IVV has got in touch at cricket_TS. Having forgotten about the test off to sleep, then suddenly remembered the cricket was on. Saw England was 70 for 3. I ended up not being able to sleep. So happy listening and watching a bit of the Brooks and Root onslaught. More listening than watching, I hope. Neil Manthorpe's going to be joining us very shortly. Well, he's just... What have you got? You've got a Kiwi staple. I'll let him explain what it is. It's a strange Kiwi staple. Harmy? Well, that's not bad, is it? It's just a shame that the covers have come on. Oh, they're coming off.
Yeah, they're coming off. Here by the cheers of the crowd. They stayed patiently with their big coats on. It has been a big coat day, John. I brought a big coat. I forgot my coat at the back of the car, and the car's miles away. It's 2 miles from Egypt, so I'm not going back to get my big coat.
I left the donuts there. I
forgot.
as well.
You left the donuts there, but don't tell Sam because he'd have run after them. But no, it has been a big coat day. It really has. It's been chilly here in Wellington. But one person or 2 people who hasn't been chilly are two guys from Yorkshire at different ends of their international career. One who's come into it, a duck to water, Harry Brook, and one who's been in it like a duck to water throughout the whole of his career.
You say the opposite end. I mean, Root still, if he wants to, he's got, how old's Root now? Early 30s?
32. I would say 32.
He could have 10. Look, if Anderson could be the world's #1 bowler at 40,
yeah.
Joe Root at 32, who's got,
He can be as well, depending on how many one-day games or how many limited overs games he plays between now and he's 34, 35. Because I still think he's got aspirations of playing white ball cricket. I think that's why he went out to Dubai to play in the T20 competition there, to still harbour dreams of trying to retain the World Cup in India in, October, November time. But in after that, if Root goes down the Anderson Road, in the broad road of red ball cricket from the age of 34, I don't see why Joe Root can't play till the age of 36, 37, 38 and beyond. And if he does that, he will break every record that England's got in the batting unit, and you'd have a big crack at the top one, which I think is Sachin, who's got the most test runs in the history of the game. So I can't play any higher tribute to the guy who has got England out of another hole. Walks out to bat, 7th over, 20 for 2. Ball doing a bit, both ends. Saudi bowling fantastically well. Joe Root, for the umpteenth time, just absorbed the game, while carnage has happened at the other end. Normally, carnage happens around him. Wickets tumble, and England collapse into a 200 all out. Oh, Harry Brook's 184 not out of 169 balls, and it's been complete carnage from the minute he walked out to bat. So it's been a great middle session and into the latter session, but a lot of hard work was done in that sort of after 45 minutes of the first session to get England into this position now.
Earlier on today, when it was sunny and we were all patting ourselves on the back saying how lucky we were to escape the bad weather, Daniel McCarty said he'd spoken to the groundsman who'd said the rain will come at some point. He doesn't know when, but it'll come. I looked at the weather forecast and there was no rain forecast. I thought, well, actually, I was worried then, because the groundsman's telling you that, then they know. It's not a lot of rain, but we have had a little hold up. The players went off the field about 10 minutes ago, maybe 12, 13 minutes ago. It's incredible, isn't it? We've always thought of Joe Root as a guy that likes to get on with his business and scores quickly. Harry Brook, I mean, Root's 101, strike rate of 55. Harry Brook's strike rate is 100. He's at 108. He now averages over 100 in Test cricket. I struggle to think of any player in any team that's had, in modern day parlance, has had the kind of introduction to Test cricket that he has. Player of the series in Pakistan. I mean, he could be player of the series in this series. You know, he's only played one Test at home. It's quite incredible, really.
Yeah, Peterson came in with a whirlwind in South Africa in the one days, and then into the cauldron of Ashes cricket. He didn't hit the levels that Harry Brook hit from a scores point of view, but from, I would say, I'd flip that against Harry and the intensity of the battle of Kevin going home and then playing a home series in the Ashes when we haven't won for 20 years. I think the pressure of that situation, the way Kevin took to it and performed in that calendar year was frightening. But I think to flip that over to Harry, I think the volume of runs, the way he's gone about his business, and the ease he's demolished attack after attack after attack. And let's be fair, on in different environments, different surfaces. The one Test in England, the Test here, but also the Tests in Pakistan, played on different types of surfaces and conducting different types of innings. I think probably just pips Peterson for introduction into the England cricket team over the course of, what would you say, the last sort of 30 or 40 years.
You are right. The emotions of playing in South Africa on your first overseas tour, coming up against a brilliant attack and standing up and delivering and winning was breathtaking. To watch that was absolutely breathtaking, and to follow that up with the innings at the Oval, which afterwards he speaks about, saying essentially it was either you or me, because his heart was going all over the place, everything, and he just thought, well, just going to have to go for it, you know. And he was dropped as well, of course, by Shane Warne early on in his innings. But I think actually it's more of a comparison between Kevin Peterson and this England team, because he went against all conventional wisdom from an English perspective. What Kevin Peterson was about as a batter early on in his career and throughout, he constantly tried to force a mirror up to the English game, and we didn't always want to look in the mirror and see what he was saying, but essentially he was constantly. And I remember at the end of that 05 series, that innings at the Oval, just thinking, I'm not sure somebody, I hope this doesn't come across in the wrong way, but it was the un-Englishness of it. I'm not sure someone born in this country would have been able to produce that innings. I think that they would have gone in the majority, they would have played the percentages, gone defensive, and basically tried to play normally, and that was the opposite, the antithesis of everything to do with Kevin Peterson. It was nothing to do with playing normally. It was about just backing yourself and just saying, today it will be my day. And that's what this England team do now. Harry Brook's a completely different player from Kevin Peterson. His introduction is worth looking at, but it's still early on. But you're right, you can't really compare an overseas tour to Pakistan against, let's be honest, a weak bowling attack on a flat track, with playing at Lords in an Ashes test against Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath. Similar here in New Zealand. New Zealand are on the downer, the downward curve. He may go on to beat all of Kevin Peterson's run records, but it's actually the comparison between what Kevin Peterson represented as a player and what he was about, and it's what this England team is about. It's about taking the positive option whenever it's available. That's what KP did.
Yeah, Kevin changed the mindset of English cricket. That day at Edgbaston, it started with Marcus, who's out here now. Started with Marcus and Sir Andrew Strauss, Michael Vaughan, before that Edgbaston Test match, saying the process that we're going to have to go through to beat this great Australia side is we're going to have to hit the ball. We're going to have to score at 3.5. And that was at the time, John, when Vaughan said we're going to have to score over 3.5 and over if we want to stand any chance of winning this Ashes, because Warne and McGrath, they scored 3.5 and over, and if we don't do that, then Warne and McGrath are going to get you, because that's what they do. That's why they're like Broad and Anderson. They've got the 1,000 wickets, nearly 1,000 wickets between them in a test match. They grind you into the ground, and that's what these do. So the mindset shift was we need to score 3.5 and over, and Marcus and Sir Andrew, and then obviously KP and Fred in that middle of the afternoon at Edgbaston 05. I think that day changed the way English players looked at the red ball in batting terms. Gone are the days of, sorry to say Ath just left, but Michael Atherton and Nasser Hussain plinking it to sort of third man every other ball, and running, just going at 2 and over, and just plodding their way till the end of the day. And survival was the cause of the buzzword around Test match cricket. And I think exactly now this is that going at 3.5 and over moment when Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum came together. It's right, how do we change the face of cricket? How do we make people want to stay and watch us as a team? And they basically went freedom. And it was freedom to express, freedom to not sort of have any fear of failure. And the biggest one was enjoyment. Go out and enjoy yourselves. And with that process that comes with it, Harry Brooks talked to Sam Allard after one of the days play at Mount Maunganui, and says how hard he works, how hard I'm working, and I will continue to work to be the best cricketer I possibly can. And he's come out and played an absolute beauty of an innings. But for the first 30 runs, he had to work hard. He really had to work hard. It wasn't easy out there for the first 30, 35 runs of his innings. But he's got the skills and the shots to go with it, and then flip that over with the plans that these guys have now put in place on how we're going to score runs and what big scoring shots for the areas we're trying to try and target, because there's gaps in the field. You're seeing Joe Root reverse sweep, lap slog. Harry Brook, anything that's medium pace, that's bowl full, I'm just going to belt it for 6 straight over the side screen, and I don't care if there's a man back. on the boundary. I've been given that license. And the biggest one was the Neil Wagner. Neil Wagner has been a scourge of international batting units over the course of the last few years by bowling bouncers, by bowling aggressively. And again, the short ball in Test match cricket, the batter taking the short ball on in one-day cricket, there wasn't an issue with it, because if you've got to score runs, and that's a shot that you have to play. But in Test match cricket, you've got to be so precise and so right to play it, because if you get out, it's like hitting the ball up in the air to a fielder in the deep. It is frowned upon. It is so sort of high risk, where England have come with this plan against Wagner to go, right, the only player, the biggest scoring area where there's a gap, straight over Wagner's head. So they're backing away, flat bat slapping him straight back over his head. And the plan there, the process they're going through, the planning that they've got, and execution has been unbelievable as to why these guys are now changing the face of Test cricket and raising the bar at such a level. Not many people are going to keep up with them.
Brilliant stuff. Steve Harmison alongside myself, John Norman. We've got some great voices to come as well. The rain did get a little heavier a few moments ago. The ground staff looked like they were about to bring on some more of the heavy duty covers, but it's kind of like in a holding position as things stand. We're not going to have any play for the next 15-20 minutes or so, that's for sure. And it's a little bit uncertain of what's going to take place. You're seeing a lot of the fans now heading for the exits, but still hundreds of them just sheltering under the many trees that line this famous old ground here in Wellington.
Been joined in the commentary box as well by Frankie Mackay. Frankie, let's get your thoughts on the cricket that we did see. 65 overs, and I don't know about you, but I don't feel shortchanged. I think we had 95 overs worth of entertainment. Harry Brook, my goodness.
Yeah, it's been exceptional. Been absolutely exceptional, that's for sure. I think those 3 wickets, they feel a long, long time ago. That's how I can put it. I think we've just been treated to an absolute masterclass by the 2 out in the middle at the moment. I think the way Joe Root played is perhaps back to his understated best, just the ability to find gaps, rotate the strike around and punish any loose bowling just with class, with precision. And then Harry Brook, I mean, that is a man in form. That is a man who's just loving what he's doing at the peak of his powers. He's got no fear. He's got no scars from having had poor performances or bad days or long days out in the field in Test match cricket. He is a man on top of his game, and gosh, it is great to watch. I shouldn't say that as a New Zealand fan. I know I shouldn't, but it's worth the price of admission, that's for sure, turning up to watch Harry Brook at his best.
Well, I don't think anybody from any other country who watched Sir Richard Hadley or Martin Crowe score runs, would say, I mean, you just have to appreciate it. It's impossible not to. It really, and I wonder about the fact that he's the youngest man in the team, and the expectations, the bar of expectations has been set so high now, not by others but by himself. I mean, it's hard not to say, well, to talk about 100 tests and 10,000 runs and to talk about these, because he has now made the most productive start to a batting career in Test match history. So when people say, oh, well, don't put him under pressure. Well, no. He's set the bar.
He's put himself under pressure, hasn't he? The way he's played it, a little bit of the old and the new. The old way of playing in this innings, and the new. So the modern day Joe, the way Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes want to play the game of cricket, which is to be exciting, which is to entertain, free flowing, hitting boundaries and being the best possible and most free you possibly can as an individual. But on the other hand, you watched an absolute master at work in Joe Root, who consistently finds himself at the crease for England, 20 for 2, trying to put fires out, trying to sort of manage the carnage. And unfortunately for Joe this time, the carnage at the other end was completely different to what he normally has, because normally carnage at the other end in the last, for the year and a bit before Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, 20 for 2 turned into 50 for 6, 140, 180, 200 all out. Well, the carnage this time was a kid come in on his 6th Test match and get 184 of 169 balls. that was proper carnage, and it's frightening where this kid could go, and that's not putting them under too much pressure. Me and John at the end of the commentary stint talked about, has there anybody come into not so much just cricket but from English point of view and made a bigger stamp in their early infancy of their career? I can only think of Peterson, of Kevin, more of the occasion, not the runs that he scored, going back to South Africa and the pressure of playing against the Australia in the Ashes. But I've watched a bowl and attack bowl here today who in the first innings at Mount Maunganui were a shambles. They were a bit better second innings, and actually if I don't know, Frankie will know more because she's working on the TV, but if you put a pitch map out and you say to what is a good area and the areas they're trying to bowl, you know what, I don't think New Zealand would be too far away from a consistency point of view of not bad areas. Harry Brook's just hitting good balls for 4. Joe Root's hitting good balls for 1. Rotation of strike. You know, they're not letting New Zealand bowl to England. They didn't for one passage of play. Maybe it's 5-6 overs after lunch, where there was a little passage where Southey and Henry got it in the right area and put England under a bit of pressure. But then all of a sudden they just went again, and I didn't think they bowled as badly as they did at Mount Maunganui. I just think this time England put pressure on New Zealand because they knocked them off their lengths.
I've just heard confirmation that play has been called for the day. The ground staff came on with the extra big cover to cover the rest of the square, and I have to say that we all know this. Cricket as a game has been slow to grasp administrative common sense. You know, in the past they wouldn't look at the weather radars, but they have looked at the weather radars, and there are a series of squalling showers coming in, and even though it might not be raining right at the very moment, the umpires and the ground staff have decided between them that this game will be better served if it is called off today, because we might get a few more minutes here and there, then there'll be another squally shower. But we will start half an hour early tomorrow, and we will make up time. Will that extra half hour, Frankie, make any difference in terms of conditions? I mean, the sun does come up quite late in the day. Actually, it's still quite dark when I went for my run at 6:45 this morning. In fact, it was still dark.
You were still running at 8:30.
Frankie, it won't make any difference then, will it? I mean, the extra half hour at the start.
No, it won't make a large difference. If anything, it's possibly a good thing. I think the rain's meant to come in around lunchtime again tomorrow, so if anything might mean that we get a little bit more play in, which is always nice. But no, there's not too much of a difference. You perhaps get a slightly damper ground, maybe perhaps if the sun hasn't come out by that stage. But no, the difference between a 10:30 start and an 11 o'clock start, not too much different at all. So a lot of the domestic cricket gets started here at 10:30 in the morning, so conditions won't be too dissimilar to what the players are used to, and not too much of a difference, that's for sure.
And will Ben Stokes have think about a target in mind? I mean, you know, obviously there's Brook's 200. Joe Root's 200.
Yeah, I think you might have it in his mind about the conditions that Ben Stokes will not be bothered that he loses too much of a day's cricket, because he'll still be able to believe in his mind he'll be able to win inside what's left in play if we lose a large proportion tomorrow. One thing he might think of is not wanting to bowl if there's a few showers around, because he'll not want this ball to get soft. This ball, Kookaburra ball, when it gets wet, it gets soft. When it gets soft, it's no good to anybody, especially when you're bowling with it. So, as again, looking at Mount Maunganui, and you go with the conditions and trying to bowl at the right time, and when it's more conducive for you to bowl. I think there's a fine line between the overhead conditions being suitable, but actually in and around the sort of ground. If it does get wet and the ball does get a bit soft, then all of a sudden I think Ben might rather just bat big. Has he got the bowling attack to bowl twice in a row? I'm not sure he has got the bowling attack to bowl twice in a row. So these are the things he's probably thinking about. But the one thing is for certain that, you know, whatever he does come out tomorrow morning, these two will come and be positive. They'll try and get to the score that they see, whether it's 450 and above, as quickly as they possibly can, which gives them the time to absorb a little bit of rain in the game and the delays if that becomes a an issue. But I don't see England wanting to bowl when there's been rain around, for the simple fact is they'll want this ball the best they possibly can from a condition point of view, so they won't want to jeopardise that by it getting wet.
And let's rewind to the beginning of the day. 3 early wickets for New Zealand. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope going for 2, 9 and 10. A couple of wickets for Matt Henry back into the team. Tim Southey also removing Ben Duckett for 9, courtesy of a couple of brilliant catches at third slip by Michael Bracewell. And England were 21 for 3. We've spoken a lot about Harry Brook, understandably, because he will be the headline grabber for sure. But Joe Root walked out, not wearing his Captain Marvel cloak, but his Captain Sensible hat. And because, Jake Oram said on commentary with us that was New Zealand's chance. That was their opening. Joe Root had faced one ball. And if England had been 40 for 4, we're looking at a different Test match. Well, possibly not with this England, but that was New Zealand's moment, Frankie.
Completely agree, and that's the time of the game where they've looked the most dangerous. They knew they had to make early inroads. They went in a bowler light compared to what they normally play with. So, yeah, that was a huge moment of the game, and I think was well and truly worth a shout of going for a review. Try and have a look at that early on. I think they maybe showed their nerve and maybe showed that things weren't quite all going as planned. I think with the early one to go with for Duckett, I think having a punt at that one early, it was perhaps showed a little bit of desperation around the desire to take early wickets. But I think the decision to review the Joe Root potential LBW was huge and was a chance, and you just think those fine margins and how much different this day could have been had that either been given out on field or a couple of inches more towards the middle stump. Yeah, you never know. So, yeah, but other than that, that's probably the only little in that Joe Root gave all day. It was fantastic, the way he just piled on the runs. It just combined so effortlessly as well with Harry Brook, and I don't think it can be understated as well how much it means to a Harry Brook, a young fella at the start of his career, just to have a guy who's got over 10,000 Test match runs standing down the other end, telling you you're doing a good job, forming a partnership, keeping him going, keeping him focused. I just think it was brilliant to watch. And when you talk about what partnership batting is, it's what those two did today. They ran hard, they were able to turn the strike over, they punished anything loose, and by the end of it, on a green seamer, the New Zealand bowlers looked a little dispirited, and they'll be scratching their heads around how they've got to come back tomorrow and do a better job of it.
Punishing anything loose, and Harry Brook was punishing some stuff that wasn't all that loose. As much as England pride themselves about their ability to think on their feet, and they do, and they are adaptable, and they've got plans B, C, D and E, they did have a couple of plans today, it seemed to me, to target Neil Wagner, whose 17 overs again went for 101. Amazingly, that's almost twice as tidy as those figures were last week. And also the decision to use Daryl Mitchell as a fourth seamer. England clearly targeted him, and his 9 overs cost 61. And they know that if they're going to try and carry a fourth seamer, you're going to make life very difficult for the front three if you target the fourth seamer.
Well, for me, the conundrum at the start was Wagner's place in the side. I think the right decision was made by New Zealand to go with the one less bowler. England don't bat 120 overs anymore. They don't. At their scoring rate, they don't. If they bat 120 overs, they're going to get 650. It's just the way these guys play. So, for me, you don't need that extra bowler. But your three seamers have got to be, one, durable, and two, reliable. And Wagner might be durable, but at the minute he's not reliable. 44 overs, he bowled one maiden in his whole series so far. So with them targeting Wagner the way they did, put Mitchell under pressure. Mitchell's first spell was fine, not a problem. Bowled it nicely. England were just trying to rebuild. But his second and third spell, anything short, Joe Lake cut it for 4 down here, and anything full, Harry Brook put it onto the grass bank over there, because they knew the pressure was back on. It was back on Tim Southey. Southey's thinking, I don't really want to bowl myself again, because in the grand scheme of things, if one of these, we break a partnership, one of these makes a mistake, somebody has got to then get themselves going and get themselves ready to go again, to try and go bang, bang, bang. Henry was your man, so you're keeping an eye on his workload. You're keeping an eye on Southey. Looked as though he's bowled 17 overs and he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, and Wagner's got no idea at this minute in time where the ball's going. And I know what that's like because I'd had that many, many times in my career. But I always had a backup of the all-rounder that's in the team. So for me, I'd question Wagner's place and selection. Was it the right one? Because Tinkner bowled one side of the wicket in Mount Maunganui. Whether it's sentiment to keep picking Neil Wagner, I'm not so sure. But I think it wasn't so much them not picking the extra bowler. For me, it was picking a bowler who you couldn't trust. And I think that's what's cost New Zealand trying to pull England back when they had the ascendancy at that early point.
Frankie, what about Michael Bracewell? Primarily a batsman in the side at number 8. I know that people are saying that they like the look of this New Zealand team, that it looks well balanced, but his 7 overs of off spin were pretty tidy in the context of, first day of a test match. There's not going to be very much spin there. 7 overs for 33, but if New Zealand really wanted to win the test match and square the series, I'm still not convinced about going with the extra batsman.
Yeah, I think there's definitely lots of discussion points around it. Is it possibly that the New Zealand side were thinking slightly negatively about the match? Perhaps, because I'm not necessarily sure the first test at Mount Maunganui, yes, the batters, they didn't bat well. They're not going to sit in any team meeting and try and fudge that they did. But it was actually the bowling that was the aspect that really got them behind the game. It was the ability to... Well, they just lacked any control, really. They couldn't slow the scoring. They couldn't take wickets. They couldn't, as Hami was saying, couldn't even bowl one side of the wicket at times. So it was an interesting call to suggest that, it didn't win the first test, didn't play as we want, so it's the batting that needed strengthened. Almost felt like on the back of it, it was we batted badly in one innings. We got blown off the park there, so we're going to try and strengthen that because that's what let us down. And I'm not quite certain it is. And because of the role they're asking Michael Bracewell to play, it's a really intriguing one. He's batting 8, so you'd say he's been picked to bowl, but then I think the record here in the last 5 or 6 tests is 14 wickets to spin at an average of 55 and 120 odd wickets at an average of 30 to seam. So it almost became that we've tried to go a bob each way. We've tried to have less bowling options but more part-time bowling options while having as much batting as possible, but we want to bowl first and need to win the test to stay in the series. It's a little bit all over the show, so I'm not sure it was the right selection. I'm not sure they've got the thinking quite right on this one, but unfortunately again that New Zealand side, they've just been put to the sword. So the biggest thing is you can't change your team now. That's what they've got for the next 4 days, but they need to try and find a way to try and change what's happening in this match. And at the moment I think we've seen plans A, B and C, and what probably worries me is I'm not sure how many more plans there are. I think it looked as though they were a little bereft of ideas. That the fact that they've come out and bowled first on a green seamer and haven't had a short leg in place, especially to someone like a Zach Crawley who plays with hard hands, he is out of nick. You just felt you've taken the aggressive option perhaps by bowling first. You want to get ahead of the game. Haven't necessarily backed that up with the field settings, with the way you've gone about it, and with the way they've played both Mitchell and Wagner and Bracewell to a lesser extent as well. It means that Henry and Southey looked like the only genuine wicket takers. They've had to shoulder a good chunk of the workload today, and you think as well coming into tomorrow it's going to be a big bowling day again for them, unless weather intervenes. Otherwise I think New Zealand are staring down the barrel of another tough slog tomorrow.
Harmy, as always, with a massive partnership as we've seen today, and 200s, and Harry Brook batting in this mesmerising way that he has. It does take the attention off just about everything else. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope. And the persistence with Crawley continues. He's scored 100 in Pakistan, but otherwise he's had a thin winter.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long that 100 in Pakistan is going to keep the wool from the door. Mentioned on commentary a few times that our number 5 has scored 800s in this McCullum-Stokes era. Brook and Bairstow, and Bairstow's got to come in somewhere. I think the wolf from the door was always kept at bay from Crawley's point of view in previous times, was because the simple fact was there was nobody to answer the door. There was nobody there. There was nobody for England to pick as such, and that was a long way keeping Zach Crawley in the team. I'm not so sure that's a fact now. I think there's a queue a mile long to get into this England Test team now because of the way they play. And the way they are playing, it's not too dissimilar to the way the 50 over side plays or nearly the 2020 side plays. So when you look at it, our sort of option in that is Johnny Bairstow. Can Johnny Bairstow open a baton? If I'd honestly, man, as we've done the Cricket Collective for 2 years, and when that was mentioned 2 years ago, I was nutting the wall. I was like, no chance, don't be so stupid. But now, look, anything's possible with this lot. They're just raising the bar and taking it to a whole new way. So now there's somebody there. Zach Crawley looked horribly at Nick, and said it during the summer, for the good of Zach, more than anything, the person, just protect him. Take him out and put him back in. Everything they're saying about him, his ability, his ceiling level, I'm 100% behind. Totally agree. But unfortunately, you have to look after the player's mental side of it. And what he's got at the minute, he's got a little bit of an issue that he is getting out for too many low scores, and something has to be done.
Right, the man of the moment is Harry Brook. He's 184 not out, and he's downstairs with Sam Ellard.
Main man is with me, Harry. That was pretty special to watch. What was it like for you out there in the middle?
I know, yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, it was good fun. I haven't got many more words for it, to be honest. It was, yeah, I enjoyed it.
Let's go back then to the beginning of the day. A lot of green on the wicket. Both sides obviously wanted to have a bowl first. What was it like early on out there? Obviously, New Zealand picked up 3 early wickets. Was that first hour always going to be the most challenging hour of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we just tried our best to try and put them off the lengths, and obviously it worked today. Another day it could have gone either way, really, but no, I think throughout the day it did just enough. Obviously, I've had a cracking day, and everybody's going to be like, "Why are you saying that? You've smashed it." But no, I think there's still enough in the wicket there for us to be able to bowl them out twice, for definite.
And what was your mindset going in then, at 3 down?
Same as usual, just be positive and look to put pressure on the bowler.
And when you are 3 down and struggling, I guess there's probably not many better people in world cricket to have at the other end as your Yorkshire teammate Joe Root.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player, and it's just another 100 is ticked off there, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more to come.
I spoke to you in Hamilton, Harry. By the way, you've become the first batsman in 9 Test innings to go past 800 runs in Test cricket. I mean, your numbers are incredible. You're smashing records. I spoke to you in Hamilton in the warm-up game, and you still said there's elements of your game you want to improve on. Do you still think like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm no finished article. Obviously, I'm batting really well at the minute, but it's not going to last forever. You enjoy these good times, but there's always hard times just around the corner. So, yeah, I'm still going to keep on working at my game as hard as I can do, and I have done in the last 10 years. So, like I said the other day, I will say it again, there's plenty more to improve on, and there always will be.
And how special would it be tomorrow if you can get to that double 100?
Yeah, it'll be nice, yeah. And my dad's highest score is 210 actually, so I'm not so bothered about the 200, it's the 210 I want to get past.
So, I love that from you. So tomorrow for you, it's all about getting to 211, then you'll be a happy boy, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And really though, the platform you guys have set up today though, I mean, it sets it up pretty much perfectly for you guys to really go out there tomorrow and set that big first innings total?
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously we've still got 7 wickets in the tank, so we're just going to go out there, try and keep on playing the way we have done, and keep up the momentum. Obviously, when you're on top and you've got the momentum and you declare, then things, you never know what's going to happen. Obviously, we've got 3 of the best bowlers in the world and bowling on a green one as well. So I'm sure they're going to enjoy bowling out there.
I think so indeed. Talking to some of the experts up in the commentary box throughout the day, something they always talk about you is just how still you are at the crease. In particular, your head doesn't move. You always look so still, so perfect. Just talk to me a little bit about that and sort of your technique out there in the middle.
Yeah, that's one thing I have worked on really hard in the last 4 years, and that's something I carry on doing. Every net session, I'm always trying to keep my head as still as possible. If your head's moving or your eyes aren't level, then it's a lot harder to pick the ball up. So first thing a good batter does is pick up length early, and keeping your head still is one of the main aspects of that.
I'm only 1 year older than you. I think if I was in your position, I don't know how I'd be as calm as you, Harry. You enjoying it though? Will you be able to go back to the hotel and enjoy it? Big smile on your face, check social media?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just why we play cricket, isn't it? To be able to score runs on the big stage and soak up the good moments.
211. That's a magic number.
We'll see. I've got to face the first ball first.
That's what I'm about. You 1 ball at a time. Harry, well played. That was special to watch, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Well done, mate. Top stuff.
Well, I don't know who his father scored 210 for, but I do know that it wasn't England. And he says he's working. He says he's been working at his game for 10 years. That's going back to when he was 14. I mean, he is endearing, aren't we?
He is. It's frightening how good he can be. He said there, it's not going to last forever, and if it does, wow, what numbers he could get if it does last forever. Martin Speart, who I played with for a number of years at Durham, was his cricket master at Sedbergh School for nearly all of them sort of 10 years, them sort of educational years. And he's done a wonderful job with Harry, getting him in a position, keeping as still as possible, because his technique was one of the worst there is in first class cricket. He hit everything sort of. If you had three gullies in a backward point, that Spearty wouldn't score a run. So it's amazing to see him teach a boy his ability to hit the ball down the ground like Harry does. And the thing I love about him, he's a really, really nice, genuine, humble. He's just a lovely lad. He really is, and it just seems as though if he has a good day, he sounds like what he has done with Sam. I think if he has a bad day, he sounds like the way he would do, like he's just done with Sam. I think, because of that, he's got a great chance to forge in whatever he wants in the game if he stays as level-headed as he has done, and I don't see it changing.
The humility, Frankie, and the simple enjoyment. I mean, the very, very first thing he said was it was fun. There's a bit of, I mean, it's a strange thing to say from a lad from Yorkshire, but there's a bit of kind of Kiwi personality in him, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. As someone who has never had the joy of being able to play Test match cricket, when I think of what it would be like, I'm always like, that would be fun. It would be so good to have a crack at that. So to then hear a young lad coming into it and I'm sure it is fun at the moment. He's scoring runs every time he goes out in the middle. That genuinely is pretty good fun. But he just seems like the kind of fella that he's just going to have a really enjoyable time doing it. Team culture the way it is at the moment with the English side, it's what everyone seems to mention. We're just having a great time. We're enjoying what we do, and I think that's really refreshing to hear. And I think it's going to bring him a lot of success. He's got a nice, simple setup in the way that he addresses the ball, talking about keeping his head nice and still, nice and level. That's a really simple way to go about things that you generally are going to be successful if you can do that. The way he talks about how he wants to go out and play, that comes across nice and simple. There just doesn't seem like there's too much that could go wrong with him. So to me, I just think he's so exciting. I've said it a couple of times. He was the player this series that I was most looking forward to seeing play live and in the flesh, and he hasn't disappointed at all. I have loved watching every second of it, and if he says he's still working on things and improving, it's scary to think where the ceiling could be for him. So yeah, he's a find for England for sure. He's one they need to look after and keep going as well as he can for as long as he can, because he's a serious talent.
Just very quickly, how do you feel as a New Zealander about the influence that New Zealand and New Zealand's players and coaches have had on the revival of English Test cricket in particular? Anton Devcich come into the side, and apparently he's had a massive impact and is instantly welcomed and respected by the England players.
Yeah, Jeetan Patel, he's in there working with the spinners, a Kiwi coach, of course, and Brendan McCullum. Ben Stokes, he played a few games for Canterbury, came over and came back to his hometown to play a bit of cricket. So, yeah, I mean, there is definitely a Kiwi influence. We'll claim it. It means we're going all right. We can say, even though England are 315 for 3, actually, it's the Kiwi influence that got them there. We'll definitely claim that. But, no, it's exciting to see. I mean, I've been lucky enough to spend a little bit of time with Brendan and with Jeets. They've both come from the Spark Sport commentary box, and they're two of the best guys going around. The way they talk about cricket, the love they've still got for it, the animation you get out of them, just talking about the game and talking about things that happen during it. I think it's brilliant. It doesn't come as a surprise, I'll put it that way, to see them go into a group and to be able to inspire and encourage a new group of players and have them just be all about enjoying their cricket, and the results come from that. So love to see it. I think Baz is the kind of guy, to be honest, that'll be pretty successful in anything he turns his hand to. He's just that kind of person. So yeah, we love to see it. We love to claim the Kiwi influence, and yeah, if you win the Ashes, we'll claim that too.
or a share of it.
I think if you offered it, we'll let you claim half of it as well. Do you know, if we can get that little earn back. But the biggest thing for me on what's been said, not just by Frankie, by a lot of people, it's how good of blokes these guys are. You know, there's no dictatorship. There's no frowned. Too much pressure put on people being frowned upon of going out and having a beer, going playing golf, really enjoying yourselves. Basically, boys will be boys to an extent, to a level. And I think when you give sportsmen freedom like that, 9 times out of 10, they perform for you. They do perform for you. Because when they are given a chance to be responsible adults, or to have freedom to be responsible adults, they might push the boundaries every now and again. But because you're doing that and you're giving them the freedom from a coaching point of view or a structure point of view, then more often than not, if the player's talented, he will play at his maximum level.
Well, England resume with a partnership underway for the 4th wicket of 294 between Harry Brook, who will start day 2 on 184 not out, and Joe Root, who has scored his 29th Test century alongside Don Bradman on that magic number. He's on 101, and England will resume on 315 for 3. We start half an hour early, so whatever time you started listening on day 1, you can get up half an hour earlier, put the kettle on, make a cup of tea, and join us again for the start of day 2. England have dominated day 1. It started well for New Zealand, but it has finished very, very strongly for England. They will resume on day 2 on 315 for 3 from all of us on the TalkSport 2 commentary team and the production team. Thanks for your company, and we look forward to talking to you again on day 2.
Kia ora from New Zealand, where England's cricket carousel has moved to the capital, Wellington.
New Zealand have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl.
So here we go. First delivery to be bowled by Tim Southey. On strike is Zach Crawley, and he comes forward, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket, or that appeared to hit the splice of the bat to me. He's gone, he's taken it behind. Crawley pushed at Henry's delivery, got a thin edge. Tom Blundell takes the catch.
Itching, taken it third slip. Good catch too, Michael Bracewell. Very well, 2 hands. New Zealand have 2. Pope gone for 10. Itching, oh, what a catch! Bracewell at third slip. That's even better. Scarcely believable stuff. Full length, 1 hand. Bucket hands has got another one. It's 21 for 3. Duckett goes for 9.
New Zealand have England where they want them.
Ball pitched up and driven handsomely past cover point.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Harry Brook. Straight drive.
Steps away, does Brook, and just clears Tim Southey at mid-on. Up and over, a couple of bounces, and a broad smile and a laugh. Here we go again. This is Bazball. Wagner digs this in. This is pulled. And the chase is on, it'll reach the boundary. Wow, that was an absolutely exquisite shot from Harry Brook. 50 up for Brook. It's becoming a more than common sight in Test cricket. The first half an hour belongs to New Zealand, the remainder of the session to England.
The ball's fuller and it's lofted down the ground, over the side screen for 6. It's been coming. Brook goes big. Pow! This one over long on. I've lost sight of it. Tell me, where's it gone, Harmy? Well, by the reaction of the crowd, it's gone into the stands. 6 runs.
Forward, driven, aerial, beautiful shot from Harry Brook.
Root off the back foot punches into the covers and takes a single. And that's his 50. Congratulations to Joe Root. Chopped away behind square on the offside to the boundary by Harry Brook, who reaches 100. From an extraordinary 107 deliveries. Harry Brook, remember the name.
Didn't even need to go back. He's seeing it like a beach ball through binoculars. It's 200 for England.
If I was New Zealand, I'd be starting to get very, very concerned.
Harry Brook moves past 150. His 4th Test 100 in his 9th innings has turned into a daddy 100. It's 153 from just 145 balls. Driven gloriously straight past a diving, sprawling Mitchell. He's followed through, trying to get a hand to it. But he's just hitting everything so cleanly. Everything's coming out the middle of the bat.
Again, these are beautiful shots from Root. This absolutely beautiful drives.
For Brook has launched it down the ground. Wide Yorker, not this time. It's 6 number 4 for Harry Brook.
Now he just murders one through extra cover off the front foot. It went past Michael Bracewell's right shoulder. I'm sure his life flashed before his eyes, because it just raced past.
Been a masterclass in boundary hitting.
Could this be the ball as Wagner's in? Root gets across and clips the ball through the leg side and comes through for yet another century. The former skipper alongside his Yorkshire teammate.
And well timed, because the ground staff are on now with the sheets. The rain that we mentioned is coming down.